Chapter 351. The Astounding Figure. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. The strong wind blew past as the beast sprinted along. Unlike in the wild, riding the swift star wolf as it sprinted in a developed city was a totally different experience. The tall buildings quickly swept past on the sides, the beast easily caught up to the running vehicles on the streets. Mo Fan also caught a glimpse of the terrified or jealous gazes of the pedestrians. At a time like this, did Mo Fan care if he had a summoned beast permit for Hangzhou City? As a matter of fact, every city had clearly stated that summoned beasts were not permitted to run freely on the streets, to avoid stirring unnecessary terror. The rule did not apply to magicians on duty, as they were given special permits to do so. Mo Fan could not care less about not having the permit, as he believed no one would dare to stop him. Besides, he was using the motorway, thus he would not bring any harm to the pedestrians. However, when approaching the central area, Mo Fan did not dare to swagger. He withdrew the swift star wolf and folded the wheelchair open before placing Xinxia on it. He could finally push Xinxia around as they went shopping. The weather was fine. The sun was shrouded behind the clouds. Occasionally, a soothing breeze would fondle their faces. It was definitely the perfect weather to go shopping. Mo Fan bought a hot drink for Xinxia. She held it with both her hands and took a small sip at times. Her eyes were scanning the shops nearby, the delicate display windows with dazzling items, and the things that she was fairly interested in. Due to her impaired movement, she rarely had a chance to go shopping in a busy district, nor would she have the chance to leap with joy after finding an ornament that she was extremely fond of. Xinxia had many friends, who were exceedingly kind to her. However, not just everyone would spend so much time hanging out with her at places like this. She seemed rather out of place among the walking pedestrians, the overhead bridges on the streets, and the escalators in the shopping malls. It was easier when Xinxia was going shopping with Mo Fan. Mo Fan would just carry her when there were stairs in the way. He was rather willing to do so, as it gave him the chance to take advantage of her at times. The guy would have a sense of achievement when he saw her blushing adorably. After choosing a garment, Mo Fan pushed Xinxia into the dressing room. "I can do it myself." Xinxia left Mo Fan outside and pulled the curtain. "It's fine, I wouldn't mind it," said Mo Fan with a shameless grin. For the past 2 years, they had both been busy at their respective schools. They did not meet often, thus it had been a while since he last checked on her puberty. He had not been fulfilling his role as a brother. Unlike the shameless Mo Fan, Xinxia still had principles she would abide by. No matter how hard Mo Fan tried, she was determined not to let him help her change. Xinxia did not have a problem standing up. Her straight yet thin legs were more attractive than most of the girls at her age. They were like a piece of art that had not received any damage. She never needed anyone's help to change her clothing, including changing into a dress. On a side note, Mo Fan definitely had no taste in choosing garments for a woman. He only saw a rather retro piece of clothing, and assumed that it fit Xinxia's personality in his imagination. As such, he immediately claimed that she would look good in it without even considering the price. It was a long-sleeved gown similar to the design of the garments during the Han Dynasty, with a silk ribbon acting as a belt. It was suitable for autumn. Instead of a piece of vintage that looked like it had traveled across time, it had a mix of the current trend too. It did not stand out too much when Xinxia was wearing it. It felt natural, fresh, and trendy, with a strong sense of Chinese culture. Mo Fan satisfyingly swiped his card, seeing Xinxia's fresh look. The full experience of going shopping surely included buying great food. Mo Fan soon arrived at a fairly tall restaurant with a spectacular view. He could act willfully, as he was rather rich now. Similar to most of the rich people, Mo Fan enjoyed going to luxurious restaurants with glass windows. He would choose a spot close to one, and enjoy the view of the modern city. He would order a glass of Coke, wine, and had an enjoyable time with a gorgeous beauty across the table. Ah, what a pleasant life! Mo Fan did live like a caveman before. He had experienced a tense atmosphere where a grave danger would possibly lunge at him at any second in the wild. As such, he was treating the chance to live a calm, sweet life preciously. Xinxia, who was feeling the moment in a similar manner, stared at Mo Fan's eyes as she grumbled, "Brother Mo Fan, can you please not leave the city again?" "Don't worry about me, it wasn't that dangerous," Mo Fan said with a grin. "Ningxue has already told me." Xinxia twisted her lips. She knew Mo Fan would try to comfort her and stop her from worrying. Oh, Mo Fan rubbed his head awkwardly. Mu Ningxue and Xinxia had always been close. Therefore, it went without saying that Mu Ningxue would tell Xinxia the entire incident. Mo Fan suddenly realized that him trying to comfort Xinxia with a lie was a bad move. He had to be more cautious. He had to consider the possibility of his first and second wives colluding before lying to them. Mo Fan was not interested in continuing the topic. He glanced at the scenery outside, hoping to shift Xinxia's attention. It was a very tall building. Although there were a few tall structures nearby, they were unable to block the perfect view that the restaurant had. His gaze quickly skimmed through the buildings nearby, reflecting the colorful lights of the city, and saw the West Lake, which had been relatively calm for centuries, in the distance. For some reason, as he glanced at the reflection on the surface of the lake, Mo Fan's mind was occupied with the ugly giant lizards, possibly because he had been seeing too many swamps recently. Slightly to the left was a tall building that belonged to a bank. The building was polygon-shaped and had a pointy top. It had silver LEDs spread all across it, and was built mainly with refined glass. From Mo Fan's angle, he could see an outdoor swimming pool with a side glance. The swimming pool was obviously not open to the public. There were only a few girls in their bikinis there. Somewhere on his right stood a 5-starred international hotel. It was surely one of the tallest buildings nearby. It was famous in Hangzhou due to its spectacular view across the West Lake. From Mo Fan's angle, he could see the entire 5-starred luxurious hotel. Strange, we just walked past there. What's that building? Mo Fan finally found a potential topic to shift Xinxia's attention. He pointed at the tall black shadow between the skyscraper and the 5-starred hotel. Xinxia turned her head around with a confused look. It doesn't have any light. Is it new? Asked Mo Fan. Xinxia shook her head. I passed by the area recently, but I don't recall seeing the building. After taking a closer look, Xinxia suddenly acted strangely. She turned around and said with a weird expression, "Brother Mo Fan, I don't think it looks like a building." It doesn't look like a building. Mo Fan was startled. Mo Fan quickly took a closer look with his senses. He was shocked in the next second. Mo Fan's face gradually filled with disbelief, which soon turned into fear as he got a closer view of the shadow. In the end, he was overwhelmed with fear. The shadow that was standing in the busiest district in Hangzhou slowly turned around. It was as if it was turning around after being aware of someone looking at it. It was literally turning around. Chapter 352. The Terrified City, the Skyscraping Snake. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. The black shadow was definitely not there before. It was currently standing between the silver skyscraper and the luxurious 5-starred hotel. It had its back against the restaurant that Mo Fan was at, and now it was turning around. It had a gigantic face, even though the majority of it was flat. Its 2 triangular-shaped eyes were glowing, like spotlights lighting a logo at the top of a skyscraper. Its flicker was not too bright, but it was eerily terrifying, as if it could penetrate deep into one's heart. Its head and neck were almost the same width. The neck was slightly bloated, like it was wearing a giant cowl. It was entirely black in color, but one could barely see the scales on its skin under the illumination of the neighboring tower. As for the rest, Mo Fan did not dare to look any further. It was staring right at him. As a matter of fact, it made more sense for it to be staring at the building instead of the people in the window due to its wide vision. However, Mo Fan somehow had a strong feeling that it was looking right at him. The stare made him feel extremely tiny and petty. It stood at the busiest district of the developed city like an emperor. Despite the countless people on the streets and the tall high-rises nearby, it was just standing there. It felt like it had been there for thousands of years instead of just appearing a few moments ago. In the air, a helicopter circled the black shadow and directed its spotlight at it. In the darkness, Mofang could finally get a clear look at its appearance. Snake. It was a snake. It had its body upright like a statue. If it did not turn its head around, most of the people would assume it to be a freshly constructed skyscraper. It was extremely huge. Mofang was confident that a beast like it could bring utter destruction to the city just by moving around. However, it did not move. It maintained its posture after turning its head around. The only clue that proved it was not a statue was the tongue poking out from its mouth. Heavens, what is that? Someone in the restaurant finally realized the astonishing sight and burst out screaming. Snake, it's a snake. A snake, it's really a snake. Help! The restaurant that was filled with a romantic atmosphere a moment ago burst into an uproar. Everyone's eyes were filled with extreme terror, yet they felt so lowly that the skyscraping snake could not spare a glance for them. The restaurant was filled with screams and cries. Even magicians like Mofang could feel their hair standing on end, let alone the ordinary people who had never seen a demon beast before. Even the razor-tailed drake had not given Mofang such great soul-trembling fear. Could anyone tell him what he was looking at? He was currently in Hangzhou. The modern city was built up over thousands of years by human civilization. Why would the skyscraping snake now right at its center come out of nowhere? Xinxia, behind me! Mofang bit his own tongue. Only that would help him to briefly overcome the fear that was filling his heart. Standing behind the transparent window, Mofang did not flee for his life like the rest of the crowd. He clearly knew that with a human speed, it would be no different than just standing there waiting for their death facing the skyscraping snake. As Mofang sensed the skyscraping snake slowly reaching its head in his direction, Mofang subconsciously dragged Xinxia, whose mind had gone blank, behind him. The skyscraping snake was extending its body. Its face slowly leaned forward as if it had seen something interesting. It slowly approached the restaurant's window. Its lantern-sized eyes were parallel to the restaurant located on the 70th floor of the building. A pair of human eyes, despite being filled with boundless terror, had a strong determination to live in them. A pair of snake eyes, without any sign of anger or joy. It was rather impossible to tell what it was planning to do. Maybe it was just randomly casting its gaze at a spot, and somehow the pair just happened to be within its vision. It might be a mindless act from the skyscraping snake, but it posed a threat that the man who was trying to protect the woman behind him had never felt before. The dark clouds reflected the dazzling lights of the city. The closest layer to the clouds were the symbolic skyscrapers that stood like tall trees. They symbolized the modern and prosperous of the human race, but tonight, they were no longer the closest to the clouds. That was a legendary snake that was straightening its body. The astonishing view served as a heavy slap to human civilization. The humiliation and tininess before the gigantic beast had fully toppled the understanding of humanity, who realized that they were only frogs living at the bottom of the well. It was not moving, nor was it destroying anything, but it was already a great calamity to the place. The crowd that looked like dense black dots from a great height ran in all directions. Vehicles had blocked all the crossroads. Many were rushing out from their cars and fleeing on foot. A nightmare had just arrived, without any sign or any chance for humans to prepare themselves. A few minutes later, a few people with wings on their backs appeared. Magicians who were able to fly were highly respected among humans, as they were exceedingly powerful. However, they were like flies and mosquitoes circling around the skyscraping snake, not daring to move any closer. The good news was, the towering snake had shifted its gaze, as if something else had attracted its attention. It leaned sideways as its neck began to expand. It was as huge as a cloud. Its eyes found a focus. They fixed onto a white-shirted man with long hair flying toward it from the south. The man had long hair like a woman's, perfectly straight long hair. The man landed on the pointy tip of the skyscraper nearby. Below him was the swimming pool, where the girls from wealthy background had already fainted, resulting in a rather intimate view. The long-haired man raised his head and stared into the eyes of the towering snake. Among the thousands of people nearby, his eyes, sharp like the eyes of eagles, were the only ones that were not filled with fear. Even though the seal on you was nothing, it doesn't give you the right to stir such a scene on the streets, the man yelled, as if he were talking to the skyscraping snake. The skyscraping snake completely ignored the man. It slowly raised its head, staring at the closest dark clouds, and hissed. Suddenly, a haze encapsulated the skyscraping snake's body. The haze was faint at the start, only partially shrouding the snake's astonishing size. It quickly became as dense as the dark clouds, fully hiding the skyscraping snake within. Chapter 353. The Haze of Fear. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. The haze grew thicker and soon covered the entire skyscraping snake. It slowly formed the shape of a snake connecting the ground to the clouds. It showed no sign of dissipating after a prolonged period. As the wind blew in from the west lake, the snake-shaped haze finally began to disappear, blowing away slowly. During the process, the people could no longer see the astonishing figure of the skyscraping snake. As a matter of fact, the beast had already left by the time the haze wrapped around its body. However, the people still assumed that it was still there, since a slight movement from it was enough to bulldoze the streets. To everyone's surprise, it had disappeared into thin air, just like that. It did not destroy a single building, nor did it utter a single cry. Nothing was left apart from the disappearing haze between the silver skyscraper and the five-starred hotel. Oh, that wasn't true. It did leave a haze of fear covering the whole of Hangzhou. Inside the restaurant, Mo Fan's black shirt was already soaked with sweat. After confirming that the towering snake had left, Mo Fan could feel his limbs becoming weak. Frankly speaking, he would rather believe he was having a nightmare, as such an unbelievable scene could only take place in dreams. The only problem was, that alone was not enough to explain the fear that felt so real, which had resulted in him being soaked wet with cold sweat. Brother, Mo Fan. Xinxia opened her eyes and could only see Mo Fan's back. The soaked shirt was sticking to his back. Mo Fan was standing still. His body subconsciously shivered tremendously as he took in more breaths. Hearing Xinxia's call, Mo Fan tried his best to calm his thoughts and forced a smile. Everything is all right now. Did it disappear? Asked Xinxia in an intimidated tone. I think so. Do you know what it was? She asked in a weak voice. Mo Fan shook his head. He slowly took out his phone and browsed the internet. As he thought, the news soon spread widely. The topic of the skyscraping snake in Hangzhou City exploded on every social platform. The government will give us an explanation. Either way, let's leave this place first, said Mo Fan. Xinxia nodded. The district that was rather peaceful a few moments ago was in a total mess filled with horns, screams and cries. The people were still running away. No one knew if the snake were going to appear again. Everyone was trying their best to leave the land of nightmare. Mo Fan could not care less about the laws. He summoned the swift star wolf and quickly left the area. He did not want to say a single word, nor was he in the mood to care about the discussions happening on the internet. He solely wanted to bring Xinxia somewhere safe. Mo Fan had no idea what would happen after this. He completely lost his curiosity due to fear. He only wished that the thing would never appear in front of him, ever again. People of Hangzhou, do not be afraid. It's only a beast shadow that has been invented quite recently. The snake isn't real at all. It's only an illusion, which is the reason why it was able to appear and vanish without any sign. If it were a true demon beast, its size alone would bring utter destruction to the city. In less than an hour, the official party had commented on the shocking incident. So it was only an illusion. They said it was made of mist, but it looked so real. Yeah, the eyes were like a pair of spotlights. I was more than 10 streets away, but it felt like that thing was right in front of me. There's no way that's an illusion. They are hiding something. I was right in the hotel when it happened. I could clearly see its head from my angle. It's definitely not some illusion made of some magic. Within a day, the people of the entire nation had their eyes on the astonishing news. Many people who were present when the incident took place accused the government of hiding something. However, just like every other epic incident, it would slowly be forgotten when there was no news following it up, as the people's attention was grabbed by other incidents happening across the nation. On the second day, the people were still listing the evidence on the internet, demanding the official party give an explanation. On the third day, most of the people were leaning towards believing the official statement. No matter how real the skyscraping snake looked, no one could explain how it appeared and vanished like a piece of cloud. The demon beasts were savage in nature. If such a towering beast actually appeared, the whole district would be in ruins. A week later, fewer people were discussing the topic. The public had shifted their attention to the new species of demon beast that had appeared along the coast. Mo Fan had stayed at Hangzhou during the week. It took a whole week for the haze of fear in his heart to clear up. An illusion? Some sort of formation constructed with the shadow element. As a magician who had spent quite some time surviving in the wild, Mo Fan could guarantee with everything he had as a man that it was definitely not just an illusion. The skyscraping snake was real, and Mo Fan had a strong feeling that it would show itself again. Mo Fan spent most of his time in the apartment that he had rented. He could not even focus on his cultivation. Every time he closed his eyes, his mind would be filled with the giant face of the snake and its deadly, cold eyes. What exactly was it? No government in this world would try to hide information about a demon beast. Why would the officials claim it was an illusion in their statement? How did such a gigantic snake appear in the middle of the busiest streets and disappear without causing any destruction? What category would the beast belong to? It was definitely not commander level. Mo Fan had seen quite a number of commander level demon beasts, and yet he had never been so terrified by one before. Mo Fan did not want anything to do with the snake. However, he realized that he could not focus on his cultivation after seeing it. He could not help but feel uneasy if the doubts and fear continued to occupy his mind. I guess there's someone I can ask if I want to learn more about it. Mo Fan made up his mind. He wanted to at least know what it was, and found out what it had done to him, to make his mind overwhelmed with fear whenever he closed his eyes. "Miss Tangyue, are you free?" "I'm in Hangzhou," said Mo Fan. "What the hell are you doing there instead of resting in the army?" Tangyue scolded him. "I'm well rested." "Actually, I've been in Hangzhou since a week ago," said Mo Fan. Tangyue paused for a moment, before asking in a solemn tone, "Did you see it?" "Yes." "Come to my place." "I'm quite scared to go closer to the Westlake area now." Tangyue uttered a pleasant giggle before asking with a hint of mockery, "Even a guy as fearless as you feel scared for once." Chapter 354. Tangyue's Secret. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Mo Fan was thinking of taking a rest in Tangyue's apartment when the mature, gorgeous teacher walked toward him in loose cotton knitwear. Her long legs above a pair of high heels were absolutely stunning. TSK, her sexiness and charm were definitely something that many young girls were jealous of, and yet something that they could not mimic with makeup. "What are you staring at?" The charming teacher rolled her eyes at Mo Fan. She had yet to meet any guy who was more impolite than Mo Fan. It felt like he desperately wanted to stick his eyes onto her body. Did he know what a peeper was? Did he have any face? "Miss Tangyue, I believe if we had more teachers like you in the middle schools, the parents would never have to worry their kids would somehow become unstraight during their growth," blabbed Mo Fan. Tangyue could feel her cheeks burning. She uttered a harumph before leading the way. She was not in the mood to waste her time with this little jerk. Mo Fan quickly followed behind and asked, "Where are we going?" "Nowhere in particular." Tangyue stretched like a noble cat that had just woken up from a nap. Mo Fan cast a glance in the direction of the district Tangyue was heading to. He took a deep breath before catching up to her. When Tangyue saw Mo Fan was half a step slower than her, she could not help but giggle. Was it really that scary? Mo Fan nodded. He believed that even in his demonized form, the skyscraping snake would still kill him instantly. "Let me tell you a story." Tangyue reduced her pace and walked side by side with Mo Fan. Is it something to do with the snake? Asked Mo Fan. It's something to do with me. Tangyu wore a charming smile. Should we start with Once Upon a Time? Of course. Tangyu glared at Mo Fan. Mo Fan obediently shut his mouth, no longer trying to disrupt the atmosphere. Tangyu was walking at a slow pace. Her high heels tapped on the ground in a slow rhythm, which was fairly pleasant to the ears. A pleasing scent from her hair, mixed with her favorite perfume, would come whenever a breeze swept past them. It was fairly attractive, giving any man the urge to dive into her mature, alluring body and sniff it all out. Mo Fan was quite fond of Hangzhou, as he would always be accompanied by beautiful women here, at least, that was what he thought a week ago. My hometown is a small village surrounded by small lakes. The village is actually scattered by the lakes. If the sections were joined together, it would be the size of a town. Tangyue's eyes flickered with a nostalgic gaze. It did seem like she actually lived in a village surrounded by lakes. My village was surrounded by mountains, said Mo Fan. Hey, stop interrupting me. Tangyu glared at Mo Fan. Mo Fan shrugged and shut his mouth. In addition to that, our village is also located outside of the safe zone. Most people in the village are magicians. Even the girls who seemed they could not even stand a gust of wind would be an outstanding hunter here. Tangyu paused for a moment and purposely glanced at Mo Fan with a grin. Why didn't you ask me why? Mo Fan was speechless. Aren't you the one that warned me about interrupting you? He quickly joined the play and asked, so, why was that? As he asked the question, he suddenly realized that the village did sound weird. It was still reasonable for the entire village to be powerful magicians, as there were certain places that had more talented people. However, since the village was not located in the safe zone, it also meant that it was in the demon beasts' territory. Even a city would be overrun with demon beasts fairly quickly if it were located outside the safe zone, let alone a small village without outstanding defense. It's because our village is under the protection of a god, Tangyu smiled. Her eyes were like crescents. Under the protection of a god. Mo Fan was confused. That's right, we're never worried about being infiltrated by demon beasts. Due to the presence of the god, you wouldn't find a single demon beast within 10 kilometers of the village, said Tangyu. Can a god actually do that? I thought they could only comfort one soul, said Mo Fan. Not the god that we worship. Then tell me who the god you worship is. Maybe I should pay him a visit soon, so he would look after my hometown too, Mo Fan joked. You already met. Tangyu winked at Mo Fan. Mo Fan was dumbfounded. Since when did he visit their god? However, for some reason, Mo Fan's mind was instantly filled with the face of the skyscraping snake. He recalled its deep eyes. If he were to describe it, that beast did stand there like a deity. Mo Fan shuddered. He looked at the smiling Tangyu in disbelief. He subconsciously took a few steps back with a stiff expression, not knowing what to say for a long moment. Tangyu continued to stare at Mo Fan, smiling. Mo Fan was always being indifferent towards spiritual stuff. Frankly speaking, he was simple-minded when it came to things like religion. He was far from a sentimental person. Tangyu thought there was nothing he would be afraid of. Even if there were anything that scared him, he would still try to overcome it with his signature black humor. However, the skyscraping snake had somehow gotten into Mo Fan's nerves, thus Tangyu could not help but have the urge to tease him further. Miss Tangyu, please don't joke with me like that. It took Mo Fan quite some time to utter the words. I'm not joking. Tangyu was still wearing the same smile. Your village, is everyone a snake person? Asked Mo Fan. Tangyu rolled her eyes and blurted out, please, we're all humans. Humans, but you're worshipping a snake as a god. Mo Fan failed to comprehend it. Did you even study history? Tangyu was speechless at how lazy Mo Fan was in his studies. Not really, please enlighten me. Mo Fan could feel his conception of the world crumbling. The history classes in school should have mentioned it, but not much. It's also a secret of our village, and we don't usually tell outsiders about it, unless, Tangyu paused. Unless I become a son-in-law, interjected Mo Fan. Humph, who wants scum like you, snapped Tangyu. I didn't say you. I would think that your village still has other girls, replied the garrulous Mo Fan. Come with me, I'll take you somewhere, ordered Tangyu. Not a chance. A strange village like yours would surely do something crazy, like offering living sacrifices. I'm not interested in your secret, and I'm not going. Mo Fan shook his head heavily. I think you've been watching too many movies. Tangyu felt like crying and laughing at the same time. Chapter 355. We call it a god. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Finally, Mo Fan compromised. Tangyu had told Mo Fan the reason why he was constantly having fear in his heart, why he kept seeing the skyscraping snake's face when he closed his eyes, seeing it hissing at him. It was because the skyscraping snake had chosen its prey. When the time came, it would appear out of nowhere like before and swallow him alive into its stomach. Oh, if you aren't aware, snakes like to eat their prey alive. You won't die straight away once you get swallowed. You will be digested slowly instead. Tangyu further clarified the details, leaving Mo Fan shivering in fear. Sis, please say no more. I've already promised to go with you. Mo Fan put on a long face. Mo Fan followed Tangyu to the West Lake. As they arrived, they straight away went up to a boat and rowed it out to the center of the lake. The water was clear and calm. White clouds could be seen from the reflection surrounding the little boat. Normally, Mo Fan would start having lewd imaginings, being alone with Tangyu on a little boat. He would imagine what sort of bad things he could do to her, being on an isolated boat. However, he could not do it this time. His mind was indeed implanted with fear, making him feel uneasy at all times. To an extent, when Mo Fan was staring into the clear water, he could somehow see a gigantic coiled-up body deep inside the water, right under the boat. The boat was only floating on the lake like a leaf, while the body under it was only the tip of an iceberg. The water suddenly turned darker as a snake's face suddenly approached him from the darkness. He suddenly found himself in a deep abyss, lost in fear. What was happening to him? Mo Fan had never felt so disconcerted. Could it be that Tangyu was actually speaking the truth? He was a prey that had been marked, which the beast would just come and enjoy whenever it wished. The boat slowly rowed out to a small island at the center of the lake. The shape of the island resembled a no-entry sign, with a circle on the outside, and a big cross inside the circle. The rest of it was filled with water. As the boat arrived at the shore, Mo Fan immediately saw a man in a blue outfit keeping an eye out at the area. His eyes flickered when he saw Tangyu, but his excitement was replaced with a frown when he saw Mo Fan. Tangyu, we don't allow outsiders here, said the man. Dashing, he's not an outsider. Tangyu urged Mo Fan to go onshore as she docked the boat. Does that mean you two have already dash? The man called Dashing was astounded. If he were only rejecting him because he was an outsider, it had now turned into pure hostility. Tangyu blushed when she came to a realization. She blurted out, "What the hell were you thinking? He's my student." Oh, a student, well I guess you won't be considered an outsider then, Dashing chuckled. His hostility toward Mo Fan quickly vanished. So you guys are in charge of this island. I initially thought it was open to visitors. Mo Fan was surprised when he found out that the island did not have any visitors. In the past, the place used to be a famous attraction due to its scenery. The island was not huge. You would find yourself at the same place after barely taking any steps, but it was surrounded by the lake and decorated with trees and plants. Dashing, you can go back now. Leave it to me, said Tangyu. Oh, sure thing. Dashing took the boat and left without hesitation. Mo Fan was intrigued when he saw Dashing leaving without any worry. Isn't this island empty? Anything could happen when a man and a woman are left alone on it. Does he really believe we are only teacher and student? The thoughts filled Mo Fan's mind, but as he expected, it was soon replaced with the snake's face. Goddamn it. Well, it's my turn to be on duty today, but since you're here too, it won't be too boring. Tangyues smiled. She did not seem too vigilant with Mo Fan around. Mo Fan could not help but admit that his mind was filled with lewd thoughts. An isolated island, a man and a woman left alone. A beautiful scenery, and a taboo relationship between a teacher and a student, even though they no longer were student and teacher. Even the fear from the snake could no longer hold him back. Tangyues placed her hands behind her. She was like a cheerful teenage girl bringing a friend to somewhere she was familiar with. Her walking pace was slow and relaxed, and she looked amiable and gentle, unlike her breathtaking and imposing aura as a teacher when he first met her. Mo Fan followed Tangyues and arrived before a building at the center of the cross made of green tiles and red pillars. It thoroughly displayed the signature building style around the area. The building was decorated with antiques. As Mo Fan went inside, not only was the table filled with aged objects, even the walls had paintings of ancient legends. The wall paintings consisted of humans and an ambiguous demon beast. They also depicted a village, lakes, and some weird-looking creatures surrounding the village in a circle. Normally, Mo Fan would not pay too much attention to stuff like this. Even if he did, he would never understand what the paintings were illustrating. However, Mo Fan understood bits of the drawings when he recalled the story that Tangyues had told him. The ambiguous demon beast was wrapped around the village. Without taking a closer look, they looked like two sets of walls protecting the boundaries of the village. But it was actually a snake. The snake was coiling around the village like a ring. The demon beasts were scattered around the village in a circle. They were running away, implying that they were scared of the village. The truth was, they were not scared of the village, but the snake protecting it. The ancient drawing did not have too much detail. Without hearing the story, one would not see the ring around the village as a snake. Were you telling me the truth? Mo Fan glanced at the aged walls, before looking at Tangyues. Tangyues nodded sternly, indicating that she was not joking. The snake is actually protecting your village, asked Mo Fan in disbelief. That's why we call it a god. This island is depicting the same tale, too, said Tangyues. Mo Fan was stunned. He recalled the shape of the island. A ring. It turned out that this specific island on the West Lake that had existed for centuries was already a sign. Who knew that it would be hiding such an astonishing secret? Unfortunately, his Miss Tangyues was the guardian of the secret. Chapter 356. Totem Beast. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Is that why it appeared, but didn't destroy a single building, nor did it cause any casualties? Asked Mo Fan. The news was already public. The skyscraping snake did not trample a single building, nor did it kill a single person. As a matter of fact, for a gigantic beast like it, it would have to specifically position itself to avoid trampling on the ant-like humans. Tangyues nodded. The government knows about your village, and knows it's your god, so they have decided to hide the truth, asked Mo Fan. Tangyues continued nodding. But, don't you think, it's terrifying, and if it were to lose control, it would bring utter destruction. Tangyues giggled. It's able to appear and disappear in the busiest district without anyone noticing. I believe if it were made public, the people of Hangzhou City, or even the entire nation, would go mad. After all, your village might be familiar with your god because it's protecting you, but the others would only be overwhelmed with fear of unknown. This fear is enough to drive people to do some crazy shit, said Mo Fan. Mo Fan was a magician who had been through a lot recently, and it was fairly rare for him to be afraid of something. Even he was left with a great shadow looming over his heart after seeing it, let alone the ordinary people who did too. Surely many were admitted into the hospital after for traumatic shock. We're rather confused, too. The situation 7 days ago was, in fact, the first in many years. We have no idea why it would appear out of nowhere. Normally, it would only do so when it sensed a huge threat in the city. I've brought you here because I want to know more details from you. You were present when it all happened. Did you notice anything out of place, like what it was looking at? Mo Fan recalled the scene, but he could not remember anything out of place, because the entire situation was extremely weird to him. If there were anything in particular, he could only think of how the snake was staring at the building he was in. It looked like it was staring at his floor, right at him. "I feel like it was watching me," said Mo Fan honestly. "Are you sure?" "Not really, its eyes were so huge. Maybe something in the building was making it feel uneasy." "I couldn't really tell," said Mo Fan. Meanwhile, Mo Fan was wondering if it had anything to do with the demon element. The power granted to him when he demonized was outstanding. If the skyscraping snake were a guardian, could it be that it had appeared after detecting the restless demon blood in his body, but left straight away when it realized that he did not pose any threat? But it still did not make any sense to Mo Fan. Even when he demonized, his strength would only be comparable to a commander-level demon beast. The skyscraping snake's level was surely higher than the commander level. It was not necessary for it to show itself. Maybe there was, in fact, something in the building that he was in. Tangyues fell into deep thought. She was not worried about how the skyscraping snake had shown itself in front of the public, but rather the reason why it had appeared. "So, is the snake like a guardian?" asked Mo Fan in a serious voice. It used to look after a village, but that was thousands of years ago. Now it looks after a city, and the city is called Hangzhou," said Tangyues. Mo Fan opened his mouth wide. It stayed open for quite some time, as he could not find a word. Who would have thought that such a gigantic beast that had brought such fear to the people, turned out to be the guardian of the city? It was definitely the most unbelievable secret he had come across so far. "Why haven't I heard of it before?" said Mo Fan. "You must have heard of totems, right?" Tangyues went up to another wall and pointed at the painting on it. "Totems, it sounds rather familiar. A long time ago, human tribes had their own flags, and the flags were drawn with totem guardian beasts. Are you telling me that the snake is one of them?" Mo Fan immediately came to a realization. The textbooks of his history classes did mention the term totem before. In ancient times, humans worshipped these totem beasts in exchange for the peace of their habitat. These totem beasts were not real demon beasts, nor were they summoned beasts. They were rather a unique existence, one that did not have the lust to kill humans, but were willing to coexist, or even protect them. Unfortunately, these totem beasts had only existed in legends thousands of years ago. With magic becoming a part of humans' daily lives, they had learned to protect themselves. They only had contact with summoned beasts instead of totem beasts. It's an ancient totem beast. Our people have been protecting it, while it protects the city. Many of the magic associations are still rejecting them, as they were afraid of their overwhelming power. Besides, most of the totem beasts are now history, thus the remaining few will rarely show themselves. Humans no longer accept them. I believe only a few people like us are protecting the totem beasts, Tangyues sighed softly. A totem guardian, I didn't know Miss Tangyues also held such a special identity. How about your role in the magic court? The two don't conflict with one another. The magic court is well aware of its presence. By the way, the head of the magic court is my eldest uncle. Mo Fan was left speechless. It appeared that his Miss Tangyues was even more extraordinary than he thought. Putting her identity of a totem guardian aside, her identity as the niece of the head of the magic court was enough for every renowned family, association, or the military to treat her with due respect. On that note, why were you at Bow City? Mo Fan recalled an important question. With her rather formidable background, it did not make sense to send her to a small place like Bow City. It's because there might have been a group of totem guardians like us hiding in Bow City, too, said Tangyues. A thought crossed Mo Fan's mind when he heard the words. If he remembered correctly, Xinxia did mention to him that the people of Bow City were the descendants of some guardians appointed by an ancient emperor. But weren't they protecting the underground holy spring? Why would the underground holy spring have anything to do with the totem beasts? So does that mean the Black Vatican didn't choose Bow City as the victim of their calamity randomly just to get their revenge from the society? Mo Fan finally grasped the true intention behind the Black Vatican's attack. We did suspect that they were targeting the totem beast that had been lost, but we eventually found out their other goals. Unfortunately, I wasn't told to keep going with the investigation. Chapter 357. Ecdysis. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Note, Google it. Mo Fan fell into deep thought. Zhong Kong had decided not to reveal to the public that he was still alive, as a precaution against the Black Vatican. However, if the Black Vatican were trying hard to get rid of him, it would only be a matter of time until they found out the truth. Mo Fan was bewildered. What did those assholes from the Black Vatican want? Was it the underground holy spring, or the secret of the totem beast? Having this thought, Mo Fan discovered a lovely painting on the wall. It had a gigantic snake that was tall enough to reach the roughly drawn layer of clouds. Under the gigantic snake was a little creature. It was tiny like an earthworm comparing to the snake. Mo Fan could not help but crack out, "So, this skyscraping snake has a little baby, too. It looks rather cute." Tangyues followed his finger and said with a smile, "The baby you're mentioning is the skyscraping snake itself." F***K me, what is the thing above it then? Mo Fan almost wet his pants. The skyscraping snake definitely had the most shocking size that Mo Fan had ever seen before. If it were cloudy, it could easily connect the ground to the sky. Meanwhile, in the wall painting, the snake in it was more than 10 times bigger. Wouldn't it be shrouding the heavens? I don't know either. It was drawn by people in ancient times. Maybe it's just a wild imagination, that there exists some god that the skyscraping snake worships. It lives up above in the sky, and its size is even crazier, answered Tangyues. Even their tribe possessed lots of the ancient legends that they could not explain today. After all, it was rather common for the knowledge being passed on to be lost somewhere. Mo Fan also agreed that it was a mere imagination. Otherwise, if such a gigantic beast were real, he should go to Mars instead. Earth was too dangerous for him. Suddenly, he heard a deep roar that could penetrate into one's soul, extremely close to the lake. Mo Fan began to tremble. He stared at his Miss Tangyues in disbelief. Don't tell me, it's right here." Mo Fan's expression became weird. Mo Fan now believed Tangyues' words. Things like totem beasts were discussed in their history textbooks. However, whenever Mo Fan recalled how it could appear out of nowhere, he could still remember the overwhelming fear. The next thing he knew, he was soaked in cold sweat. It's right there." Tangyues pointed outside. "Miss Tangyues, why don't we discuss this somewhere else? Let's go to your place," said Mo Fan. You don't need to be so scared of it, it doesn't bite. Should I bring you closer so you can befriend it?" Tangyues could not stop giggling. No thanks. I'll let you worship your own god." "I'm an outsider, I'm sure that your god doesn't like my accent," said Mo Fan sternly. "All right, I had my fun. It indeed lives here at the West Lake, but you won't find it even if you dug 3 meters deep into the bottom," said Tangyues. "Why is that?" "It has been hibernating in the seal of the 3 pools mirroring the moon, but probably around the time when the Black Vatican went to Shanghai to trouble you, the seal of the 3 pools mirroring the moon became unstable, allowing it to appear in Hangzhou or the lake as it wished." Tangyues brought Mo Fan out to a place where they could see the 3 pools mirroring the moon. With a glance, Mo Fan could see 3 stone statues that looked like cauldrons standing on the surface of the water. It was likely that they were supported by extremely long beams under the water. They were positioned in a special triangular formation, with equal distance between them. The cauldrons had a small flame flickering inside them, which appeared as a reflection on the surface of the water. It has the eyes of terror, which plant a seed of terror in living things that are weaker than it. The seed will grow deep within the soul, and the prey won't know that it has grown into a giant tree. When the prey sees the snake again, it will drop to its knees subconsciously, overwhelmed with fear. Its prey would not have the courage to oppose it. Tangyues explained his condition to him. "I think so too. Only a woman like Miss Tangyues is able to stop me from sleeping. Any other demon beast won't be able to do that." Mo Fan chuckled to pretend that he was relaxed. "Smooth tongue." Tangyues rolled her eyes at Mo Fan. Tangyues had taught Mo Fan the way to overcome the fear. It was fairly simple. As he meditated, when the snake's face appeared, he would have to insist on staring at it without altering his gaze. As long as he overcame the fear once, the seed of fear would no longer sprout. Otherwise, he would be trapped in the nightmare forever, losing his inner peace. Mo Fan went off to make his attempt. It sounded fairly simple from Tangyues' explanation, but it was not the case when trying to do it. Even though he was only confronting the fear in his spiritual world, he was still soaked with cold sweat. However, the effect was instantaneous. The fear soon disappeared, just like the sweat that had evaporated on the wind. As the fear disappeared, Mo Fan felt like paying the so-called God a visit now. On second thought, he decided not to take the risk. Maybe it was actually not fond of outsiders. It would be a disaster to him if it ended up implanting some spiritual haze in his soul. I thought I could find out the reason why it showed itself in the city from you, so we could take some precautions. It turned out that you're as lost as we are, said Tangyue as she was taking a walk. Please, I don't think I can be any help for things at that level, said Mo Fan. Why, don't you want to help me? Tangyue blinked her eyes. It's not that I don't want. Wait, since when did I say I'm helping you? Mo Fan was startled. When you agreed to come. I tell you the secret, and you'll help me with something that has been a headache to me for quite some time. Tangyue opened her eyes wide. It was a mature, glamorous face, but yet she pretended to be naive. Mo Fan was left speechless. As a matter of fact, he felt like he was being tricked here. It felt like Tangyue was already planning her trick when she asked him here and decided to tell him the secret. Tell me then, what is it that you need? Asked Mo Fan with a wry smile. The god needs to go through Ecdysis every 10 years, and the next cycle will be happening fairly soon. The head of the magic court and Haze has made me responsible for it, and asked me to choose a few outstanding candidates. During the Ecdysis, the god will be extremely weak. It's the only weakness that the god has, thus its natural enemy or those with evil thoughts will try to make use of this opportunity to target it. Prior to the Ecdysis, it will be fairly sensitive. It will go berserk as long as it detects a slight threat, which is the main reason why it appeared in the center of the city. Normally, if we don't open the seal, it wouldn't show itself, said Tangyue. Equals. Ed note. We'll skip over the scene where Mo Fan pulls out his phone to look up what Ecdysis is, too. Chapter 358. A Vicious Plot. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. So what does it is Mo Fan was trying to say? What did he have anything to do with it? Frankly speaking, we suspect that someone in our tribe is colluding with the enemies. Therefore, no matter how secretive we are being, there's still a chance that the enemy will know about our plan. I've proposed to the head of the magic court that we'll be using some outsider that we could trust, said Tangyue. So I'm the outsider that you could trust. Mo Fan pointed at his nose with a blank face. Why did he even bother calling Tangyue in the first place? If he didn't, he wouldn't be in this mess right now. Tangyue let out a charming smile. Her glamorous eyes were staring right at Mo Fan. I was just having a headache trying to think about what to do when you volunteered yourself. I'm more than happy to take you on board. Mo Fan felt that Tangyue's current look was like a seductive snake hissing at him, as if she would eat him alive anytime. I trust you, hence why I'm willing to tell you the secret. Besides, you're not one of us, neither are you bound to any organization. A decently clean background. In addition to that, you're smart, you know how to react swiftly to the situation. I believe that you would surely be a great help to your teacher. Tangyue was so happy that she felt like giving Mo Fan a kiss on his cheeks. She had been troubled by the matter for quite some time. The Ecdysis every 10 years was extremely important. Other people might think that the existence of the god would pose a great threat to mankind, but after succeeding the role of a guardian and getting along with the god for so many years, Tangyue had more confidence than anyone else that it was truly a guardian that cared about the city more than the humans living in it. Humans built the city nurtured the god, and the god protected the humans, while the humans worshipped the god. If the humans could interact with the god like her, they would know how gentle and kind the god was. Tangyu was one of the rare ones in the tribe that could communicate with the god. Knowing that the god would be fairly hot-tempered during his ecdysis, and would be extremely hostile toward powerful humans or living things, that the head of the magic court and Haze had decided to place her in charge of the important task. The tribe had many experts, but none of them had the chance to interact with the god on a daily basis. Besides, since the god was rather hot-tempered during his ecdysis, it was better not to let the experts appear close to him. She was surely the best candidate for the job. It was a heavy task, and yet they had learned from reliable sources that there was a traitor in their tribe. It further increased the weight on Tangyues' shoulders. Coincidentally, Mo Fan had somehow found her. To avoid leaking the information about where the god would be placed during his ecdysis, Mo Fan was the best person to be entrusted with the protection task. Therefore, Tangyu had told Mo Fan the secret straight away after receiving his call. In other words, she was trying to drag him on board. In terms of the people she could trust, Mo Fan was definitely one of them. "Don't forget, you still owe me a favor," Tangyu said with squinted eyes. "I saved your life." "Humph, you've already taken advantage of me," said Tangyu with a blush. "Wasn't the favor about a mere Stardust magic tool? I'll give you 2 in return." Mo Fan was now a rich guy, too. "That was before," Tangyu blurted out. How unreliable could this man be? He even promised it himself. Meanwhile, Mo Fan was cursing in his heart, trying to find an explanation for how he ended up in such a great mess. "Allow me to consider," said Mo Fan. "All right." Tangyu did not force him. After all, it was not just a small favor to ask. "If you're not willing, please forget what I've told you. It's better that fewer people know about the existence of the god." The god was not accepted by the people. He would bring extreme fear to them. The government and enforcement union here in Hangzhou might be willing to protect the succession of the ancient totem beasts, but it did not imply that the greater authority governing the nation would allow it. The god's recent appearance in the city had already attracted the attention of the people from the Oriental Pearl Tower and the Magic Palace. They were expecting lots of magicians to come visit them and ask them questions. If they insisted on executing the god, he would not even stand a chance during the ecdysis. Tangyu bit her lips. Her eyes were fixated on the burning cauldrons on the surface of the water that had existed for a very long time. She only hoped the god could survive the incoming crisis. "You look like you really care a lot about it," asked Mo Fan when he saw Tangyu praying for the skyscraping snake. "A long time ago, my father died in a war against the demon beasts. I was living here alone at a very young age. Once, I went to the Lingyan mountain for a little adventure and stumbled into a beast with sharp fangs that had deserted its tribe. There wasn't anyone nearby, and the beast was starving. I thought I would die there, but after a very long time, when I opened my eyes, I realized that the beast was running away in fear. I turned around and glanced at the West Lake in the dark from the mountain. As the moonlight shone upon it, a gigantic snake shadow faintly appeared. It was my first time seeing it." Tangyue's lips curled slightly upward before she continued, "It was incredibly huge, but I wasn't afraid. It was more like an elder living next door, watching me grow up. As long as I'm here at the West Lake, it will protect me." Mo Fan did not interrupt as he saw Tangyu telling the tale with a stern look. The reason why humans needed a home was so they could just be themselves, without worrying about anything once they stepped into the door. Most of the kids had grown up peacefully under the protection of their parent and elders. For Tangyu, the skyscraping snake that had brought terror to the humans of the city had played that important role in her life. It was quite extraordinary. "I heard that the skin after the ecdysis is a great material for forging outstanding armor. If I help, you will give me a piece of that guy's skin in return," said Mo Fan. With the skyscraping snake's size, its skin was more than enough to forge thousands of pieces of armor. However, the material had to be refined before it could be forged into a piece of equipment. Rather than the size, the extraordinary power that the bones, blood, skin, or flesh of a demon beast contained mattered more. Therefore, even if it were only enough to forge a few dozen sets of armor, he was not demanding too much to take one of them. So that's what you are thinking of, humph. Tangyu harumphed. Not entirely, since you've told me that he is like your elder, then he's an elder to me, too, as we're one family. There's no way I would be a bystander, replied Mo-Fan in a stern tone. Who told you that we're one family? Do you have any shame? Tangyu blushed. Mo-Fan burst into laughter when he saw his Miss Tangyu feeling embarrassed. Tangyu quickened her pace in a fit of pique. She had no intention to speak any further to her bad student. As a way to conceal her embarrassment, she took out her phone, pretending to be checking the news. However, the embarrassment on her face quickly dissipated. Her face was now flushing red with anger as her eyes stared right on her phone screen. Ridiculous! This is ridiculous! Tangyu yelled furiously. What is it? They are setting up a plot to frame the big guy. Tangyu handed her phone to Mo-Fan, which was showing the latest news. Chapter 359. The Enforcement Union. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. We found casualties from the incident with the giant snake. The two hunters were thoroughly corroded by some poison, destroying their appearance beyond recognition. No one was able to tell they were human corpses, but their identities have just been verified. It was confirmed that they had died to the snake's poison after it appeared. Mo-Fan read the news out loud. Mo-Fan was confused, looking at the news. Didn't they already release an official statement saying that no one had died in the incident? Why would they suddenly find two casualties, after such a long time? It's a frame-up. Someone is trying to make false charges against the skyscraping snake. Tangyues' face turned furiously red. Why would you assume that it's a setup? Miss Tangyu, your phone is ringing, said Mo-Fan. Tangyu received the call with a frown. From her stern expression, the call was probably from her superior. Come with me. Tangyu hung up the phone and dragged Mo-Fan to the boat. Where are we going? The Enforcement Union's meeting room. Following Tangyu, Mo-Fan arrived with her at Hangzhou's Magic Association building. They took the elevator straight up to the highest floor. It was a meeting room with a clear, spectacular view over the entire city. The entrance of the room was guarded by a group of men in uniforms. Each of them possessed rather outstanding cultivation. Mo-Fan could not help but exclaim in his heart, as the guards defending the entrance were all advanced magicians. They waited for a short time outside of the room before a man with black long hair came out. His eagle-like eyes glanced at Tangyu, then at Mo-Fan. My student, Mo-Fan, introduced Tangyu. The man nodded slightly before inviting the two into the room with a gesture. The room consisted of a standard, huge round table. Several appropriately dressed men and women were seated across the table. There were 7 or 8 of them. The remaining 20-some people stood at the side. They were all from the magic court, judging from their outfits. Those outside of the room were already advanced magicians, but the ones in the room were even more shocking. Was there anyone on the same level as him? These people were the authoritative figures among magicians. Mo-Fan could recall the man with the long black hair. He was the one standing on the silver skyscraper while staring the skyscraping snake in the eyes. His strength significantly outmatched Zhong Kong's, but even he was standing on the side instead of sitting down. He's my eldest senior brother, Hayu. He's also the vice head of the magic court, said Tangyu in a soft tone to Mo-Fan, who was standing beside her. Mo-Fan nodded. He was just trying to figure out what level the man's cultivation was, when a middle-aged man with a thick beard slammed his hand hard on the table and snapped, "There are people dying, and yet you're still protecting that poisonous snake. The Magic Palace didn't send me here to negotiate. I'm here to eliminate the threat in the West Lake, returning peace to Hangzhou. You better hand over the skyscraping snake to us." Tangyu glared at the man while cursing under her breath. Mo-Fan whispered when he saw her teacher on the verge of losing her temper, "Who's that?" "Zhiping, a senator of the Enforcement Union," said Tangyu, while clenching her teeth. "It seems like he has been getting on your nerves," said Mo-Fan. Tangyu told Mo-Fan the entire sequence of events without holding any information back. It turned out that the enforcement union was well aware of the existence of the skyscraping snake. The governing body in Hangzhou tacitly consented to the Totem tribe inheriting their succession. However, a whole faction in the Magic Palace, under Zhu Meng's lead, greatly opposed it. Zhu Meng's faction in the Magic Association and the Enforcement Union was an untiring advocate of eliminating hidden threats. They proposed that everything that could possibly bring disasters to cities or mankind be eliminated at all cost. As a result, the totem beast living in Westlake was treated as the highest priority to be eliminated in Zhu Meng's faction. They had always kept an eye on the three pools mirroring the moon, and tirelessly proposed to the highest authorities to eliminate the threat of the city. Frankly speaking, they would not allow the snake to stay inside the city, as no one knew when it would be enraged and bring a great disaster to Hangzhou City. Zhu Meng's proposal had earned support from many senators, thus there was already an operation being planned to eliminate the threat. However, some of the old members strongly advocated that the totem beast was considered a great magical heritage of their nation since ancient times. Furthermore, the skyscraping snake had yet to harm anyone's life, thus as long as Hangzhou's government did not request an order of expulsion, they had no right to chase the skyscraping snake away from Westlake. In simple words, this Zhu Meng is your god's greatest enemy, Mo Fan whispered back, as he glanced at the man with the beard. He has come straight here to make a punitive charge against us just when the casualties were found, as if he had been waiting long enough, said Tangyues. But why are you so confident that the skyscraping snake is being framed? Mo Fan was confused. As a matter of fact, Mo Fan did agree that it was too dangerous to let such a gigantic beast reside in the city. If Tangyues had not told him about the inheritance of their tribe, he would actually lean toward Zhu Meng's proposal. The big guy is poisonous, but he doesn't spread it randomly, nor would he use it against humans. If he were releasing his poison, you won't find a single thing alive in the vicinity of Westlake. A week ago, we sent someone to investigate. The place where he appeared was a construction area where a skyscraper is being built. No one was there when it appeared. Its gigantic size didn't even crush anyone there, let alone poisoning anyone. Tangyues blurted out angrily. Tangyues was more familiar with the skyscraping snake than anyone else. He would never kill without a reason, especially humans that worshipped him. The skyscraping snake was definitely not responsible for the corpses that were found a week later. Most importantly, the skyscraping snake excretes a fluid that helps with his ecdysis during this period, thus it wouldn't be poisonous throughout this period. Therefore, someone must have framed up the big guy with the two corpses that had appeared out of nowhere. Tangyues was extremely confident. I see, Mo Fan nodded. The skyscraping snake was not poisonous during the ecdysis, but two people had been killed by poison. Mo Fan did not think that Tangyues would come up with a lie that could be validated very easily. It turned out that someone was indeed purposely framing up the skyscraping snake. Meanwhile, the incident that had lost the public's attention was revived once again due to the casualties. Many people demanded the government to explain themselves. Some even accused the government of hiding the truth. So, you think he's behind it? Mo Fan glanced at the senator called Zhu Meng and whispered. It must be him, said Tangyues confidently. The skyscraping snake was considered a huge thorn in Zhu Meng's eyes, as its existence alone was a great slap to his face. He had earned his reputation solely from championing his threat-elimination strategy. Chapter 360. Threat-Elimination Strategy. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Relax, Senator Zhu Meng, I believe that you're well aware of the skyscraping snake's capabilities. The situation would be a lot worse if you were to trouble him with such a strong murderous intent. We have to take it slowly, said an aged elder of the magic court with a smile. Enough with the nonsense, you won't be able to make excuses for him this time. Zhu Meng demanded. Make excuses, why would we need to do that? The black totem snake has been living in this city for God knows how many years. It's his habitat. I seriously don't understand what right we have to drive him away. An elder who was obviously on the side of protecting the totem beast said in a righteous tone. It's your totem. It has nothing to do with us. All I care about is whether this beast will pose a threat to us, said Zhu Meng. I think you're not worried about the Black Totem snake disrupting peace. You're just concerned that as long as he's still here, your threat elimination strategy would never be in full swing, thus it won't be able to get you more supporters, which means you will never become the president of the Magic Palace. Zhiping glanced at the old man with a goatee and burst out laughing. The elder with the goatee harumphed coldly in return. No one in the meeting dared to offend this senator from the enforcement union, but he, Luo Mion, was never afraid of him. Luo Mion was also a senator himself, but he would never allow the Black Totem snake to be sacrificed as a stepping stone for someone pursuing power. I'll make this clear, Senator Luo Mion. The demon god that they worshipped is harming humans. If you think I'm purposely picking on him, go ahead and try calming the public after the terror that arose recently. Comfort the people living in this city. I bet you can publicly admit that you're worshipping a gigantic snake, and see what they would think, said Zhiping. The guardian of the totem beast, Tangyues, finally ran out of patience and blurted out, the Black Totem snake would never harm anyone. How do you prove that the two corpses were his doing? Where did this brat come from? Do you have the right to speak here? A palace guard standing beside Senator Zhiping snapped. Zhiping cast a glance at Tangyues and immediately recognized her. He waved his hand, signaling the royal guard to stand down. Everything has to come with the evidence. Don't you think it's hilarious accusing the Black Totem snake for the deaths of two random corpses you found? Snapped Tangyues. Tangyues, enough with that, back off. The head of the magic court, Tangzong, rose to his feet and glanced at Zhiping. My niece is right. The accusation needs to be backed up with evidence. If our totem beast truly wants to kill, I don't think he would leave the corpses behind, either. Why would there be two rotten corpses that were only discovered a week after the incident? Or maybe you think you can treat us like retards and just falsely accuse our totem beast of being responsible for the deaths of the two corpses. That's right, we have to investigate the matter further, said a mediator. Investigations aren't my specialty. My job is to eliminate any possible threats. The fact that he had shown himself in the busy city is enough to list him as our highest priority target. You have 2 days to hand over the Black Totem snake, or I'll deal with him myself. Zhiping pointed with 2 fingers in a fairly strong attitude. You're unbelievable. Stop using your bullshit threat elimination strategy to condemn our totem beast, the old man with the goatee roared furiously. I'm a senator. I have the highest authority granted by the Oriental Pearl Tower and the Magic Palace. Now, if I say he's a threat, he is a threat. Zhiping had no intention to waste his time further with the stubborn people defending their totem beast. The Black Totem snake had posed a threat to the city with its sudden appearance. There were casualties being discovered. The people would demand an explanation from the government. Be it a decree or the will of the people, the Black Totem snake would be eliminated. Zhiping brought his royal guards and left, leaving the room of people speechless. Those who were neutral and leaning toward the Oriental Pearl Tower and Magic Palace took their leave. The outcome was basically decided. Zhiping had come with a strong statement and evidence. The Black Totem snake would not be able to escape this time. Most of the people attending the meeting had left, with only the head of the magic court, Dongfang, the old man with the goatee, Luo Mion, the man with the long black hair, Haze, Tangyues, and Mo Fan left. I didn't expect it to turn out like this, when we've been extremely cautious protecting it, Dongfang sighed. He looked rather tired. What should we do now? Zhiping is resolved to deal with the totem beast. He has the upper hand this time. Even if we were to submit a written statement to a higher authority, we won't be able to calm the crowd, said Haze. I think that Zhiping is just trying to act tough. If he wants to take on the totem beast, just let him do it. If he could outmatch the Black Totem snake, he would have already done so ages ago. Why would he wait until today? He's just scared of the totem beast's strength, said Senator Luo Mion, while stroking his goatee. Senator Luo, you might not know this, the totem beast undergoes ecdysis every 10 years. He only showed himself in the city because he is rather hot-tempered during this period. His strength would be significantly weaker during ecdysis, said Dongfang. Are you implying that he will be having his ecdysis soon? Luo Mion was stunned. Absolutely. That's troublesome. This Xu Meng knew how to pick the right time. We think there's a traitor among us, said Haze in a soft voice. It was too much of a coincidence. Xu Meng had been demanding because he was well prepared. It was most likely that the traitor had told Xu Meng about the Ecdysis. Tangyues, I want you to bring the totem beast away in advance, and find a safe place for him to finish his Ecdysis, said Dongfang. Got it, Tangyues nodded. I'll be responsible for their safety, then, said Haze. Dongfang shook his head and said, the totem beast is very sensitive during this period. He will be hostile toward any commander-level demon beast or advanced magicians within 20 li of him. Dongfang is the only person he will allow within this distance. Dongfang specifically glanced at Mo Fan and immediately saw his cultivation without asking. This young magician isn't advanced level yet, so it shouldn't be a problem for him. Him? How could we let an outsider be in charge of something so important? Besides, would an intermediate magician be any use to us? The royal guards that Xu Meng brought are all experts. Haze immediately opposed the suggestion. Haze, you're wrong about that. This young magician might actually be a great use to us, stated Dongfang. Mo Fan, naturally, was utterly confused as he listened to the conversation. Chapter 361. Running Away with the Snake Boss. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. After leaving the meeting room, Mo Fan and Tangyues headed straight to the 3 pools mirroring the moon. This time, Tangyues brought an extra black orb with her. Dongfang called it the Totem Orb, a special container to keep a totem beast in it. The Totem Orb was extremely spacious inside. It was more than enough to provide the skyscraping snake with a temporary habitat. The Totem Orb was, in fact, a type of space container, but most of them were not able to contain a living creature inside. The Totem Orb was modified with plenty of life energy, which was sufficient for the skyscraping snake to stay inside it. If the life energy was depleted, the totem beast would be forced to come out from the orb. Otherwise, it would suffocate inside it. Xu Meng did not know a thing like the Totem Orb existed in this world. They were organizing people to annihilate the beast, and had most of their surveillance on Dongfang and the experts under him. Little did he know, Dongfang had already come up with a plan. Tangyues and Mo Fan would use the Totem Orb to move the skyscraping snake secretly. If Xu Meng was only planning to drive the black totem snake away, things would not be so complicated, but the truth was, he was trying to eliminate the snake once and for all. There was no way he would allow a beast that had a close bond with the city to live. Maybe it would return with a beast horde someday. The weeds would have to be uprooted to fully kill them. Dongfang knew that Xu Meng was trying to take advantage of the totem beast's ecdysis to kill it. Therefore, he had to let Tangyues bring the totem beast away. Once the ecdysis finished, Xu Meng would not dare to touch the totem beast even if he were given 10 sets of guts. Big guy, that Xu Meng is trying to harm you again. I'll bring you away now, somewhere safe where you can rest up, big guy, can you hear me? Tangyues jumped to a spot on the 3 pools mirroring the moon and called out softly. Mo Fan was waiting at the island. As a matter of fact, he was still a little bit scared of the black totem snake. The water began to bubble. The sight of it was enough to tell how enormous the surfacing thing was. A shocking black shadow slowly surfaced from the silver lake under the illumination of the moonlight. Mo Fan could not believe that the small section of the lake was able to hold such a massive creature. Could it be that the 3 pools mirroring the moon actually had a different space inside it? The shadow became clearer and slowly rose from the water. The giant snake head finally appeared. His scaly body was glowing slightly under the moonlight. Tangyues wore a smile when she saw the black totem snake. She did not show a single hint of fear. She even reached out her hand and fondled the black totem snake's head. The black totem snake's head was the size of a big house. His flat nostrils were the size of a small cave, while his mouth was even bigger. His long tongue was terrifying enough to make someone wet their pants. Tangyues was absolutely daring. She even jumped onto the black totem snake's head and started talking to him. The mature, sexy Miss Tangyu had turned into a cheerful little girl full of energy when the black totem snake appeared. "He's my student, a disobedient and bad student. His name is Mo Fan." Tangyu stood on the black totem snake's head and pointed in Mo Fan's direction. The black totem snake turned slightly. His lantern-sized eyes stared right at Mo Fan as his tongue poked out in Mo Fan's direction. Its length was fairly stunning. "Mo Fan, he seems to remember you." Tangyu giggled when he saw Mo Fan retreating. "Sis, nope, madam, can we please get on with our business?" Mo Fan answered with a long face. "Relax, I have to communicate with him slowly. He's very sensitive during this time. Even I have to spend some time communicating with him," said Tangyu. "Okay, fine, go on," said Mo Fan. The moonlight was bright as usual. The blue-silver glow shone upon the sacred lake, resulting in a spectacular scene that night. Under the moonlight, a glamorous woman was sitting on a giant creature's head, her curly hair slightly disheveled. Her stunning physique was even more attractive under the moonlight. She was speaking softly, like a youth telling their elder about the things that had happened in their daily lives, while the later listened quietly. The skyscraping snake was different from the one that had brought great fear to the people. He was only revealing half of his giant head in front of Tangyu. When Tangyu paused, his lantern eyes would roll upward slightly, as if he were waiting for her to continue the tale. Mo Fan was astounded by the sight in front of him and could somehow imagine the picture of Tangyu chatting happily with the skyscraping snake when she was still little. Growing up accompanied by such an extraordinary elder would surely drive away the loneliness and fear of a little girl who had lost her father. "All right," he agreed. Tangyu yelled at Mo Fan with a peaceful gesture. "Sister Fahai, please capture the creature at once," prayed Mo Fan. Tangyu could not hear Mo Fan's mumbling properly. She proceeded to direct the black totem snake into the totem orb. The totem orb was already filled with the presence of a totem beast, so the skyscraping snake did not reject it. However, Mo Fan was fairly interested to see how such a gigantic creature was going to enter the tiny orb. Speaking of which, the skyscraping snake was not as huge as he used to be when they first met. "Why was that?" "It shrinks during the ecdysis," explained Tangyu to Mo Fan. "Oh, so will it turn into a little snake?" he asked, mainly because he was still unable to accept the skyscraping snake's unbelievable size. Even the Xuanwu giant lizard would be extremely tiny standing in front of the black totem snake, let alone the centipede. "Possibly. I can't even imagine it." "Forget it, hurry up and capture him, so we can get the hell out of here," urged Mo Fan. "Hey, so I'm running away with a girl again? But seems like it's way more exciting this time, not because he was bringing a woman instead of a little girl, but rather because he was escorting a skyscraping snake boss. Should he change the background music to the beautiful scenery of West Lake? Or A Day in March? Equals 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 equals. TL note: these are soundtracks from the TV series New Legend of Madam White Snake. The beautiful scenery of Westlake Video Ravi 20624408. A Day in March Watch V equals GGTWJF9 MRP0. Chapter 362. Outstanding Sense. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Hello, Xinxia, your brother. I will be going away for some time. Please take care of yourself. Mo Fan gave Xinxia a call after Tangyu had finished convincing the snake boss. All right, you should take care, too. Xinxia's tone had with a hint of worry. Don't worry, are you at your apartment? Why is it so noisy in the background? Mo Fan asked when he heard some girl's panicked voice from the other end. I'm at the student lodge. Some students had contracted a strange disease. I'm healing them. However, the healing magic seems to be ineffective against the disease. There have been quite a number of students falling sick to the disease recently. Furthermore, the school is quarantining the patients, too, said Xinxia. Xinxia was a student of the School of Healing, thus she would occasionally help the school out when required. Do be careful, a strange disease like that is always contagious, advised Mo Fan. After hanging up the call, Mo Fan realized that Tangyue had already stored the skyscraping snake inside the totem orb. The totem orb initially had a blue-yellow glow, but it now had turned blue-black in color. He could faintly see something wriggling inside the orb. It actually fits. Mo Fan glanced at the totem orb curiously and rolled it between his fingers. Now isn't the time to play, we have to get out of here. Zhu Meng's people will seal this place off soon, said Tangyue. Mo Fan nodded. They left the island with the boat and headed straight to the west of Hangzhou City. Tangyue had already come up with an escape path. She was planning to bring the skyscraping snake to a place called the White Town, close to the boundary of the safe zone. The White Town was far to the west of Hangzhou. It was a fair distance away from the city. The White Mountain close to White City had a concealed cave. Only the head of the tribe of the Totem Guardians protecting the Totem Beast knew about the cave, as it was used as the last resort to protect the Totem Beast. The journey to White Mountain was neither too long nor too short, and Mo Fan's job was to escort Tangyue and the skyscraping snake to the White Mountain Thousand Caves. The White Mountain Thousand Caves consisted of interconnected caves and mountains. The entire area had yet to be explored. It was the perfect place to hide the skyscraping snake. It would not even matter if Zhu Meng's people managed to find the entrance of the cave, as the maze-like caves would totally confuse them inside. All right, let's go. Time to head out. The two took advantage of the nighttime and silently left Hangzhou City with the skyscraping snake. They headed straight west from the city. Inside the elegant pavilion of a villa, Zhu Meng furiously smashed the expensive teacup in his hand. He was infuriated seeing his subordinates with their heads lowered as they stood in front of him. Useless fools. Are you telling me that gigantic snake just vanished into thin air like that? I asked you to keep an eye on the whole tribe of Totem Guardians, and what were you actually doing? Roared Zhu Meng scathingly, pointing his finger at the people. Councilman, please have mercy. We did follow your order and keep every important member of the Totem tribe under surveillance, but we didn't expect they would leave a girl called Tangyue in charge of the Black Totem Snake. Her strength isn't too outstanding in their tribe, so we didn't send someone after her in time, said Wu Pingjing, the head of the royal guards. This Tangyue dares to oppose me when she's a member of the magic court. Send out a warrant after her. If the enforcement union in Hangzhou says anything, have them all arrested, snapped Zhu Meng. He did not expect his plan would be disrupted by an insignificant woman. Councilman Zhu, stop blaming your people. An old man wearing a classic embroidered gown walked into the pavilion with a teapot. His goatee was swaying slightly with his movements. The head of the royal guards, Wu Pingjing, was startled. He stared blankly at Councilman Luo, who was known for going against Councilman Zhu. He could not understand why he would appear in Councilman Zhu's mansion. Wu Pingjing, you're still too naive. You're still treating everything as black and white, Luo Mian said in an elderly manner, while fondling his beard. Councilman Luo Mian is one of the supporters of my proposal to eliminate Hangzhou's potential threat. However, considering his influence in Hangzhou's enforcement union, he doesn't want to fall out with the people of the Totem tribe, explained Zhu Meng. Wu Pingjing opened his mouth wide. He felt like saying something, but he could not find the words. The relationship between the councilmen was too complicated. They were strongly arguing with one another during the meeting, thus even Wu Pingjing had assumed that Luo Mian was on the other side. Who knew that he had already colluded with Councilman Zhu Meng? Did this mean the news about the Black Totem Snake's Ecdysis had come from Councilman Luo and his subordinates? As a matter of fact, after the meeting yesterday, I already knew that girl Tangyue would be taking the Black Totem Snake. Unfortunately, the head of the magic court, Tang Zhong, seems to be suspicious toward me, and dragged me with him to play chess all night, Luo Mian smiled. Enough with the nonsense, I've asked you here to tell us the truth. I've already sent out my people to keep an eye on the beast, and yet I still don't understand how she managed to sneak past us without us noticing, said Zhu Meng. Wu Pingjing nodded too. The same question had greatly bothered him too. To be on the safe side, not only did he send people to spy on Dongfang, Haze, and the people of the Totem tribe, they had also set up a perimeter around West Lake. Tangyues was barely an advanced magician. It would be impossible for her to escape without alerting their people. I have just learned from my subordinate, too. Although the Black Totem Snake's strength will significantly decrease during the Ecdysis, his senses are actually sharper. Any commander-level demon beast or advanced magicians who comes within 20 kilometers of the creature will be detected. It's an important measure to keep himself safe, as it allows him to quickly detect any potential threat and escape from his enemies. That Tangyues must have used his ability to sneak past your people, said Luo Mian. Ming raised his brows in astonishment. The head of the royal guards, Wu Pingjing, also raised his head with a surprised look. The Black Totem Snake is considered fairly strong even among the ruler-level creatures. How could he not possess any outstanding capabilities? Therefore, the number of people you're sending after them won't make a difference. The Black Totem Snake will easily sense their presence, added Luo Mian. So you're implying, said Ming. The Magic Court has lots of interns. You can send them instead. Just keep them busy instead of trying to capture them, and wait until your royal guards arrive. That Tangyues would have no chance of escaping from us. Luo Mian fondled his goatee, as if he had already thought of a plan long ago. Chapter 363. The Interns of the Magic Courts. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Ming fondled his thick beard. The truth was, it was not his first affair with the Black Totem Snake. He was well aware of its outstanding senses. Since his royal guards were unable to track the totem down, it was indeed a better idea to send the interns after him. The Magic Courts had quite a number of interns, and not only interns, but those who were on probation before officially joining the Magic Courts, too. He would not believe that a group of elites was not enough to handle Tangyues, who had just become a member of the Magic Courts. Go, get every single person that's available and make sure you bring them back here, ordered Ming. The royal guard saluted before proceeding with the order. They began to arrange every intern and those that were on probation. In Zhejiang Institute's campus, located in Jinsi, a man yelled out in excitement in the student lodge, "Brother, are you serious about that? How could I lie to you? This operation can only be done by interns and people on probation." I immediately listed your name when I heard the news from my superior, a rough voice said on the other end. Thank you so much, I've always wanted to join the Magic Courts. Even if I'm only considered on probation now, it would still give me a great advantage competing for a spot on the main campus, Liu Yilin blurted out in excitement. It's a very precious chance for you. I heard that if you performed well, you will be promoted straight to an official member of the Magic Court, with a bright future ahead, agreed the man on the other end. An official member of the Magic Court, this, brother, what operation is it exactly? Asked Liu Yilin. I don't know yet, but I was told that it's something to do with the skyscraping snake. Don't ask too many questions. Pack your stuff and come to me at once. Your brother is only an intern, too. It's already hard enough to get you a spot. Right, I'll be there soon. Becoming a member of the Magic Court straight away. The title alone was a guarantee that the enforcement union would fully support him to become an advanced magician. What was the biggest difference between magicians? The amount of effort they put in their cultivation? Of course not. What a magician really needed was resources, a formidable background or faction that was willing to train you. The enforcement union was almost every student's ambition. Whenever Liu Yilin thought about the possibility of becoming an official member of the Magic Court if he performed well, he could feel his little galaxy exploding. He would not have such a great chance at leaping into the dragon door again, thus he had to make good use of it. Liu Yilin, where are you going? I've been told to do a mission for the enforcement union, replied Liu Yilin in a proud tone. Bullshit, you're only on probation. Even though it sounds rather cool among the students, I'm pretty sure you're far away from becoming an official member of the Magic Court. Why would they send you on a mission? The man with brown hair asked with a smile. I can tell you that if the mission is a success, I'll soon be promoted to an intern, or if I'm lucky enough, I can even become an official member. When the time comes, who else in this Qijiang Institute is worthy to be compared with me? Answered Liu Yilin. Are you sure about that? The man saw Liu Yilin was being rather serious about it. Of course. Heading west, Mo Fan did not dare to ride his beloved mount, knowing that he could not afford to attract any attention. He had no choice but to leave Hangzhou City with Tangyue on foot. The sky was slightly lit when they arrived at the outskirts of the city. Mo Fan said to Tangyue when he saw the sweat on her forehead and her nervous look, "Your god is better than my little lowly." "What little lowly?" asked Tangyue. "Lingling from the Clear Sky Hunter Agency, my partner. It's been a while since I last met her." "I do miss her now," said Mo Fan. "Oh, are you talking about the little girl Longqing? She's an extremely talent among the people in the Magic Court. Among the girls in the Magic Court, I'm the most impressed by her. I was occupied when the Black Vatican was targeting you, so I asked Longqing to seek help from the Clear Sky Hunter Agency, but I didn't expect you to be a hunter under them. Speaking of which, they only recruit the best elites. Why would they let you join?" said Tangyue. "I don't like the sound of that." "It feels like you're saying that I'm normal," protested Mo Fan. Tangyue smiled. Her nervous face slightly relaxed. She glanced at the totem orb, then at the magnificent Hangzhou city behind them. "Miss Tangyue, don't you worry. With me, Mo Fan, here, I'll make sure you both arrive at the White Mountain Thousand Caves safely." Mo Fan softly patted Tangyue's shoulder. "Thank you." Tangyue felt a little sorry for him. She never thought it would turn out like this. The Enforcement Union would have sent out a warrant after them, and Mo Fan was only involved in this mess because of her. Tangyue thought Mo Fan would only escort the Black Totem Snake to the White Mountain Thousand Caves with her. He was an outsider, and someone she could trust, thus it would help them avoid the traitor in her tribe. To her surprise, Zhu Meng was already given power by the two organizations with the highest authority in the nation. As a result, Mo Fan had no choice but to face the people of the Enforcement Union with her. "Miss Tangyue, in my opinion, I think you can only repay my sacrifice of putting my life at stake by pledging to marry me," said Mo Fan with a stern look. TSK, the two mountains with the urge to burst out from her button shirt, and the booty so firm that not a single wrinkle could be seen on her skirt. Mo Fan had already spent quite some time indulging in his lewd imaginations when he attended her classes back in the days. He could not help but recall the intense situation in the back seat of the taxi. If he failed to secure such extraordinary beauty, Mo Fan felt like he would be letting his father Mo Jussin down by not producing enough kids for the Mo family. "If you manage to help the big guy escape from the danger," Tangyue bit her red lips and said after a slight hesitation, "I'll promise you." Mo Fan's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Was Miss Tangyue actually thinking of pledging to marry him? "Miss Tangyue, that has to be a joke, right?" he asked hurriedly. Tangyue stared into Mo Fan's eyes seriously, but she soon shifted her focus and said sincerely, "My father left me at a very young age. I remember he once said that even if he's not around, he would be watching me like a star in the sky, protecting me." I didn't know what he meant back then, until the god's figure slowly surfaced from the West Lake. "Mo Fan, maybe you find it hard to believe that the god is actually guarding the city, and I do admit that I'm clueless if he's done anything harmful in the past. The people of our tribe are only obeying the teachings passed down to us from our ancestors, but at least I'm confident that he's looking after me. He has done so for many years, and now when he's the most vulnerable, I really want to try my best to protect him to overcome the current situation. He's really important to me, and you're willing to take such a huge risk just to help me, so I don't think any request from you can actually outweigh how much you're helping me." Mo Fan softly patted Tangyue's shoulder to comfort her. He could easily tell that the snake booze was protecting her like her father. He was her family. Therefore, he should not be taking advantage of someone else's precarious situation. It was not like Mo Fan wasn't extremely touched by Tangyue's words, but he assumed that if he were to do anything harmful to Tangyue, the snake boss which had been looking after her would swallow him with a single bite, not even leaving his bones behind. It was wise for him to examine his attitude closely. Sometimes, you shouldn't totally believe a woman's words. Chapter 364. Plague. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. The White Town was once a relay station, but as it slowly became a transportation hub for several safe zones, it had gradually developed from a relay station into a town. Towns like this, located close to the boundaries of safe zones and the fortresses of the military, were mixed with good and bad people. Businessmen, hunters, battle mages, members of magic associations, students on training, people from renowned families, and also some wanted criminals or people of the enforcement union. Normally, the White Town would not be on high alert. As a matter of fact, it could be considered a black market, not under the control of any faction. Either the hunters or the military would be trading their loot here. What's going on? They are checking everyone. Mo Fan blurted out when he saw the people lining up at the entrance of the town. Young man, you might be unaware. There has been a deadly plague recently. Many people in the town are quarantined. They now have to check everyone who's planning to enter the town, to check if anyone is bringing the disease into the town, said a man with a dark skin tone, who seemed to be a hunter. Oh, I thought something more serious was happening. Mo Fan let out a relieved sigh. They were opposing Councilman Zhiping since they were trying to escape with the black totem snake, but that alone was not serious enough to be considered a serious offense. Therefore, it would be quite crazy if the inspection were set up for them specifically. Besides, the White Town was free from any governing body. Therefore, the enforcement union would have to send their people to guard the entrances. They had no reason to ask the people of the town to help their threat-eliminating strategy. Both Mo Fan and Tangyues were permitted to pass after a brief checkup. They did not even bother verifying their identities. Upon arriving at White Town, Mo Fan and Tangyues immediately noticed something strange about it. Usually, the streets would be filled with vendors, stalls, shops, etc. like a market. The crowd would be fairly massive, too. After all, the place was suitable for resting and trading with the majority of the magicians who regularly contacted the demon beasts. Today, the streets were completely empty. Not a single stall could be seen. Shops were still open, but not many people were seen coming in or out of them. The venues for auctions were slightly better, but it was still a huge difference from the usual numbers. Mo Fan and Tangyues were worn out from the journey. They quickly found a place to rest, one that did not require any form of identification. The place seemed rather normal. As Mo Fan was waiting for the key at the reception desk, he blurted out when he saw the girl in duty wearing a white mask, "The plague seems very serious." The girl glanced at Mo Fan with an alert look, as if she were quite shy with strangers. It took her quite some time to find the key. She did not speak a single word throughout the process. The woman who seemed to be the owner of the place said with a smile, "Isn't that right? The plague has been everywhere since that giant snake appeared. I'm sure that the snake was real instead of a mere illusion. As always, the government is reluctant to tell us the truth." "How can you tell the snake is responsible for the plague?" asked Mo Fan in a confused tone. "The plague only happened around a week ago. I'm not a magician, but I'm still aware that most snakes are poisonous. Think about it, such a giant snake, and when its poison spreads out, doesn't that turn into a plague? I think we should find the snake as soon as possible to stop the plague from spreading any further. Otherwise, there will be casualties soon enough," said the owner. "Mum, didn't you hear it from someone else too?" the girl with the mask finally spoke. "It's most likely the truth. There's nothing so coincidental," answered the owner. Mo Fan chatted with them for a while before going upstairs with the key. Tangyues' identity was quite sensitive for the time being, thus she did not show herself at the lobby. She quickly went upstairs, saying that she was in need of the toilet as an excuse. Mo Fan went upstairs to Tangyues and said, "Did you hear what they were saying?" Tangyues nodded silently while biting her lips. "Is there something you're not telling me?" Mo Fan subconsciously asked when she saw Tangyues' reaction. Tangyues did not respond. Mo Fan could tell that she was feeling uneasy from her eyes. "Forget it, let's go inside." "You must be tired too," said Mo Fan. Mo Fan used the key to open the door. Tangyues entered the room with a load on her mind. She turned and said to Mo Fan, "You should go back to your room. I'll need some time alone." Well, the owner has mentioned that this is the only room left, Mo Fan said with an awkward expression and scratched his head. Tangyu raised her head and glanced at the shameless Mo Fan before saying in an amused yet annoyed tone, "Do you think I would believe it when the town is so deserted? It's easier for us to look after one another when we stay together," said Mo Fan. "Off you go, get yourself another room. Do you think I have no idea what you're thinking? Miss Tangyu." The door slammed closed with a loud bang. Mo Fan could even hear a click from the lock. It seemed like his attempt of following the scene in ancient television dramas was not working. Mo Fan helplessly went to get himself another room. He dropped heavily onto the bed and fell asleep without being concerned about his hygiene. In the room next door, Tangyu moved the chair to the balcony. The place was renovated into an inn from an apartment, thus every room had its own balcony. The day was getting brighter. The usually prosperous town was now riven with fear. Several figures could be seen moving on the streets, but they were all wearing masks and seemed to be in a rush. There were sanitary stations, Red Cross, medical personnel wrapped in tightly sealed suits, and ambulances whistling past. Tangyu had been occupied with the incident regarding the skyscraping snake lately, thus she was unaware of the plague around Hangzhou. "Mo Fan, are you asleep?" Tangyu called out at the room beside the balcony after a prolonged hesitation. "No, not at all." Mo Fan quickly sprang up from the bed. "What are you trying to do, jumping over here?" Tangyu glared at Mo Fan, who had jumped over from his balcony to hers. "Aren't you worried that someone would eavesdrop on our conversation?" Mo Fan replied. "I don't want to lie to you." "So the plague has something to do with your god?" asked Mo Fan. I don't know," answered Tangyu. "But you told me that he's not poisonous during the Ecdysis." "That is the truth. He is indeed not poisonous during this time. He's not poisonous, but he could be spreading a plague. Your chief has asked you to bring him away not only to run away from Zhu Meng, but to prevent the plague from spreading to the people in the city." Mo Fan made his inference with a wry smile. Tangyu bit her lips even more. After a few moments, she finally raised her head and said firmly, "I believe he has nothing to do with the plague." "But that's from you, Miss Tangyu." Mo Fan uttered a sigh, not knowing what to say. "Mo Fan, I don't know what I shall do." Tangyu totally lost her mind. "Be rational, maybe it's better to hand him over to the Councilman. Just as the owner had mentioned, people might start dying in the next few days. You've seen the situation of the town, too. If the plague were actually deadly, hundreds or even thousands of people would die. Miss Tangyu, I don't think you could bear the consequences." Chapter 365. Victims. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Unfortunately, Mo Fan and Tangyu were trapped in White Town. The town was in full lockdown shortly after they arrived. No one was allowed to leave the town to avoid the plague from spreading. Mo Fan and Tangyu suddenly found themselves in an awkward position. They were planning to rest briefly at White Town before bringing the skyscraping snake to White Mountain. Regardless if the skyscraping snake were responsible for the plague, they could not let the snake stay in the town. Sending him away was the best thing to do now. Who knew the town would be in lockdown so soon? With the established barrier, anyone who tried to leave without permission would be detected instantly, making the two of them very anxious. "Screw it, we have to barge our way out. If our god is the cause of the plague, him staying here any further would only make the situation worse," said Tangyu firmly. We'll move once it gets dark, but we would surely startle the battle mages in the town, and even expose our locations," Mo Fan agreed. "It's fine. The big guy will tell us the location of the royal guards and the people of the magic court. They won't be able to catch up to us," said Tangyu. That night, Mo Fan and Tangyu made their move. The town was surrounded by walls and a magical barrier. Anything going in and out of the barrier would alert the battle mages on patrol. Mo Fan did not care too much. He summoned the swift star wolf to carry him and Tangyu as they broke through the barrier. The moon was bright, but there were few stars. The streets of White Town were mostly deserted. Everyone was too scared to go outside due to the plague. Meanwhile, Hangzhou City was fairly normal during the day, but at night, an outbreak took place as hundreds of people fell ill to the plague. The news spread rapidly, leaving the people in total panic. The pace of the spread was a lot faster than anyone could have imagined. Every pharmacist was dumbfounded, as they had never seen such an aggressive disease. Healing magic was completely useless against it, while the usual prescription against similar diseases somehow sped up the virus penetrating the recipient's body instead. Most plagues would have a period of concealment before breaking out. The plague would then worsen slowly and spread, before resulting in a massive death count. However, this particular plague did not have a period of concealment at all. It went straight to an outbreak. A plague that spread rapidly would take a longer time for the condition to worsen. Therefore, they should have had enough time to find the right antibody. Yet, not only was the plague spreading rapidly, the condition of the patients also worsened at a crazy pace. A patient who had only contracted the plague a week ago now had blue blisters all across their body, resulting in an extraordinarily eerie sight. They would not be able to see the sunlight the next day if they did not receive treatment in time. An hour after Mo Fan and Tangyues brought the biggest suspect of the plague away from White Town, the first 3 patients who had caught the plague died on their hospital beds. The deaths had triggered an uproar in the medical circles. Many experts were summoned to the Magic Association's hospital. They gathered around the corpses with gas masks. They were staring at the totally corroded corpses on the beds. The bodies began to corrode when the blisters burst open. They still looked human in the day, and now their appearance had changed beyond recognition. "Mr. Liu, what do you think?" asked Zhiping in a deep tone. Mr. Liu waved his hand, signaling the nurses to cover up the corpses. Even he, who had seen many weird diseases before, found the sight unbearable. "The plague is one of the scariest I've seen in the past few decades. We've calculated the facts. It only took 7 days for a person to catch the disease, fall ill and end up like this. 7 days, it's too short for us to react." Mr. Liu was the representative of the pharmacists. As an expert of healing magic, he was dumbfounded by the plague. "Head of the Magic Court, I'm sure that you're aware that more than 1,000 people are affected by the plague." Zhiping glanced at Tang Vong. "I know," Tang Vong nodded. "Look at the 3 corpses. Do you think Zhiping would use 3 lives just to frame your god?" Zhiping pointed at the 3 corpses covered in white blankets and snapped, "I'm not low enough to use such a petty method. If you think your god is innocent, then you should be able to come up with an explanation for these corpses." The head of the Magic Court fell silent. The outcome was totally unacceptable to Tang Vong. Their tribe had assumed that the 2 corpses that were discovered a week later were something that Zhiping had set up, but when he saw the people affected by the plague died similar deaths to the first 2 corpses, he was dumbfounded too. Zhiping isn't responsible for it. Could it really be the Black Totem Snake? Had the Black Totem Snake lost control of his savagery during the Ecdysis? The news had already spread widely across the media. Everyone had their eyes on Hangzhou. The people that had died to the plague was sharing the same symptoms as those who were said to be killed by the Black Totem Snake. The terror would surely initiate a protest among the people to hunt down the Black Totem Snake. When that happened, even if the Totem tribe were to make public the truth about the Totem beast, the Black Totem Snake would still be in grave danger. Even if the government and the enforcement union were against it, the pressure from the people would still force them to eliminate the Black Totem Snake. The Black Totem Snake has stayed in the West Lake for a very long time, but a plague like this has never happened. "I think I'll have to further investigate it," said Tang Vong with a stern voice. "Tang Zong," yelled Zhiping furiously. The beard on his face shook. He pointed his finger at the head of the Magic Court and roared, "Even now you're still trying to protect the Black Totem Snake. Are you seriously aware of the situation? There are 1,324 people affected by the plague, and in a week's time, they will end up like these corpses. As the head of the Magic Court, are you really going to blindly follow the ridiculous teachings of your ancestors and watch them die? Maybe it looks like the Black Totem Snake is staying in our city, but the truth is he had long existed for God knows how many centuries before humans were here. Our ancestors were only able to survive in the demon beast's territories under his protection, which allowed them to build a city here to live and work in peace. The history might not have this recorded, but our tribe has made sure that it gets passed down to every generation. I do agree that the Black Totem snake is the greatest suspect for the plague, but please give me some time. I'll let Tangyu bring you some of his fluid during the Ecdysis. We could possibly prevent the plague from spreading if we could produce some kind of antibody from it, but please don't eradicate it, said Tang Vong. Chapter 366. In your Zhiping. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. TL note, Zhiping is a noble, high-achieving Taoist in the history who has helped lots of people in the chaos of war and victims of natural disasters, but he somehow becomes a bad guy in Jin Yong's wuxia novels. FYI, the reference will only appear in the next chapter. After everything that had happened, Tang Vong as the chief of the Totem tribe could at best protect the Black Totem snake's life. Even if it were responsible for the plague, he would still not allow them to kill the Black Totem snake. His existence was extremely meaningful to all of Hangzhou. Without the Black Totem snake, the city would have suffered greatly from the wars that had taken place, or would even have been wiped out of existence. Tang Vong only had one request, to keep him alive. If he had to be driven away, so be it. Anything was better than being killed by humans. Head of the Magic Court, you think I am too generous? The threat-elimination strategy simply means uprooting all potential threats. How are you sure that the Black Totem snake will not return and avenge himself? How will you guarantee that he wouldn't unleash his wrath on us for driving him away? Once he's done with the Ecdysis, the Black Totem snake's strength is unmatchable. Do you think you can still comfort him with your worship? I'm sorry, I don't treat the lives of people as a joke. I will kill the Black Totem snake at all costs, declared Zhu Meng firmly. Then please forgive me for not telling you where the Black Totem snake is. Arrest me or let me take full responsibility for the plague if you need to, but I still won't tell you his location. The head of the Magic Court was determined too. He knew the history of the city better than anyone else. Their god was the grace of the city, not a plague, and he was extremely confident about it. Even if he had done something harmful, as long as it was not a great calamity, the humans had no right to exterminate him. Humph, so you think I won't know if you don't tell me? My informers have just told me that your niece Tangyu and a man were spotted at White Town. By tomorrow, I will display his head right here at the busiest district where he appeared previously, to show people the truth, and the peace they have asked for, snapped Zhu Meng in a righteous tone. Tang Vong immediately frowned. White Town. It turned out that Tangyu and Mo Fan's locations were exposed. Hopefully, they could escape from Zhu Meng's royal guards with the Black Totem snake's sharp senses. White Town, a man wearing the outfit of the head of the royal guard stood on the lookout post of the town and stared at the mountains in the distance. Captain, shall we pursue them? Asked a guard. Hold your ground, the interns and the people on probation are already chasing after them. We'll wait for their updates here, said Wu Pingjing, the head of the royal guards. Captain, I heard that the Black Totem snake is rather powerful. Even with all of us attacking him, we wouldn't be able to pin him down, without Councilman Zhu Meng's help, the guard said in a soft voice. Don't you worry, the Black Totem snake is fairly weak during its ecdysis, the same as an ordinary demon beast. The snake has been around for a very long time. He has defied the laws of nature, thus he will have to bear the consequences. The Ecdysis serves as a punishment to him, said Wu Pingjing. What a relief, so we just have to deal with that girl called Tangyu and the man with her? What is his strength like? Asked the guard. He's just an intermediate magician, Wu Pingjing smiled. Oh, so an intern of the Magic Court could easily handle him. White Mountain mainly consisted of dried rocks. There were not many plants. The rugged terrain served as a natural boundary between the territories of the humans and the demon beasts. In the foothills of the mountain was a valley with tall grass without a single tree. As the night breeze swept past, the grass swayed slightly like a tide, resulting in a spectacular view. A wolf emitting a faint blue glow sprinted across the grassy field. His speed swept across the dark land like a meteor. Quick, faster! Tangyues took a glance at the shadowy figures chasing behind them and blurted out in panic. "This is the fastest he can run, watch out ahead," yelled Mo Fan. Following his words, an unexpected occurrence suddenly took place in the grass ahead. Several vines grew rapidly into a giant cage, waiting for Mo Fan and his crew to run right into the trap themselves. Meanwhile, more vines were growing from the ground. Some turned into chains wrapping around the Swift Star Wolf's limbs, while the others hardened and slapped in the Swift Star Wolf's direction with great strength. The Swift Star Wolf rapidly dodged aside. To his surprise, more vines began to appear. Each slash was strong enough to leave a deep ravine on the ground. There were too many vines for the Swift Star Wolf to handle. A hardened vine struck the beast's head, leaving a bloody cut on his face. The Swift Star Wolf tumbled sideways after being knocked off balance by the force. Mo Fan and Tangyues fell off and rolled on the ground. The flexible vines extended toward the Swift Star Wolf and rapidly tied him down, totally hindering his movement. Tangyues rose to her feet and said to Mo Fan alertly, "Careful, there's a rather powerful plant element magician." Mo Fan nodded and quickly unleashed his will to sense where the magician was hiding. Suddenly, two other vines sprang in their direction. The vines were as sharp as spears as they thrust at them. Mo Fan was startled. The intern of the magic court was being rather ruthless by attacking murderously. "We should burn the field," said Mo Fan. The grass had significantly restricted their vision, while the plant element magician had the upper hand in the current environment by taking control of the plants nearby. "No, there are others trying to track us down. The fire would expose us," said Tangyues. "Is there any way to bait him out?" Mo Fan glanced at his surroundings alertedly. The grassland was too ideal for a plant element magician. Furthermore, the magician was not trying to take them down, but rather stalling them so they could not make their way to the mountain. "Why would I know even if you asked me?" "Look out behind you," yelled Tangyues. Mo Fan turned around and saw several vines crawling toward him. Mo Fan quickly turned into a black shadow, dissolving under the tall grass. The vines quickly disappeared after missing their target, making it impossible for Tangyues and Mo Fan to interpret where the attacks were coming from. Tangyues glanced at Mo Fan, who slowly appeared from the shadows on the other side, and complimented him. "Nice move, someone has become an expert at using the fleeing shadow." "Thanks to your teaching," said Mo Fan humbly. "I'll give cover you while you use the fleeing shadow to find his location." "Don't harm him, just use the soul shadow to root him to the ground," ordered Tangyues. "Got it." Chapter 367. The Chase. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Mo Fan and Tangyues were both magicians with the shadow element. They exchanged glances with one another and quickly disappeared into the shadows as their enemy executed their next attack. They quickly moved toward the Swift Star Wolf, whose movements were restricted. The enemy was clearly aware that the two were planning to rescue the Swift Star Wolf and no longer conserved their energy. They immediately cast an intermediate plant element spell, summoning the Forest of Kuan to surround the Swift Star Wolf, not giving it any chance to escape. The enemy was very smart, trying to keep them occupied with the plant element without showing themselves. It was obvious that they were waiting for backup. He had made the right decision, since Tangyues was an advanced magician. He would be defeated instantly if Tangyues knew his position. Tangyues continued to move around using the fleeing shadow. She was clearly more adept than Mo Fan at using the spell. Her shadow could even split into two mirror images due to her outstanding speed. The extra shadow quickly replaced Mo Fan's shadow as she continued to distract the magician in the Forest of Kuan. As long as Tangyues did not show herself, the enemy would assume her shadows to be both her and Mo Fan. Mo Fan had already escaped the boundary of the Forest of Kuan. He used his will to sense the energy nearby and quickly located the plant element magician. Moving through the tall grass ahead, Mo Fan immediately saw a female intern of the magic court hiding in the undergrowth. Her hands were moving rapidly, with faint green glows circling them. Star patterns and nebulas rapidly appeared as she cast her magic. Mo Fan had to admit that the girl was clearly an expert. Her control of the plant element was significantly better than Mu Nujiao. However, she was totally unaware of Mo Fan, who was closing on her using the fleeing shadow. "You'll be staying here." Mo Fan's figure slowly surfaced as the nebula of the shadow element appeared under his feet. "Who's there?" The female intern of the magic court was an expert indeed. As soon as Mo Fan finished drawing the nebula, she had somehow sensed the presence of the shadow element. "Xiao Longyu, I'm your Zhiping." Mo Fan uttered an evil laugh. TL note, a reference to the Chinese television drama. A giant shadow spike was summoned between Mo Fan's fingers. As he uttered the laugh, the spike was already fired and pinned his target down without making a single noise. Shameless prick, the female intern of the magic court snapped. She quickly reacted by controlling the vines nearby to lock onto Mo Fan's position. The vines were just about to lunge at their target when she felt a chill piercing through her chest. The magician immediately shuddered as she felt the cold, as if the spike had nailed right onto her soul. She could not even budge. Normally, spells that could impair the movement of their targets would only control their physical bodies, but the giant shadow spike of the shadow element could even influence one's mind. It was Mo Fan's first time using the second-tier giant shadow spike, and he never thought he would be using it on a girl in the wild. Both her body and mind were entrapped. The girl could not even make any noise. If Mo Fan had the time, he would not mind mimicking the perverted actions of some character in Jin Yong's wuxia novel, but time was running rather short. He still had to serve the woman who had brought a snake boss along with her. "Pretty girl, I'll see you again when destiny calls," teased Mo Fan. He quickly dissolved into the shadows and vanished. The female intern of the magic court glared in Mo Fan's direction. She could barely see his evil smirk in the dark. Upon regrouping with Tangyues and the Swift Star Wolf, Mo Fan saw that she had already freed the beast from the vines. "He's injured." "We have to continue the journey on foot," said Tangyues as she pointed at the wounds on the Swift Star Wolf's legs. "That chick was pretty good." "She managed to injure my summoned beast," said Mo Fan. Those who are chosen as interns of the magic court are doubtless experts of their elements. "You shouldn't underestimate them," advised Tangyues. "All right." Mo Fan nodded. Without the Swift Star Wolf, the two could only advance using fleeing shadow. The area was overgrown with grass as tall as trees, with shadows obvious under the moonlight. As long as they had enough energy, they could easily use the shadows to move quickly. Their shadows moved quickly through the bushes, as if they were cast by some birds flying hastily in the air. To their surprise, a few pairs of wings were visible closing up on them from behind, roughly a kilometer away. There was no chance they were fast enough to outrun those who could fly. Mo Fan could not help but wear a wry smile as he spoke. "Don't tell me the big guy is asleep. Isn't he aware of the magicians with wings? I don't think I can handle that level." "Don't worry, they aren't advanced magicians. It must be an intern of the magic court with wing equipment, and a summoner with a flying beast," said Tangyues. Mo Fan did not feel relieved after hearing her explanation. An intern of the magic court owning a piece of wind equipment. Mo Fan clearly knew how expensive wind equipment was. It was rather impossible for anyone at the intermediate level to possess them. How formidable exactly was the intern's background, to be given such luxurious equipment at his current level? In addition, most of the summoned beasts that could fly would at least cost 50 million or more. As a summoner, Mo Fan was well aware of the market prices. The Enforcement Union was clearly a place for crazy people. Someone could actually afford to buy a flying summoned beast. "It's a razor-feathered sparrow. It looks like it's currently in the advancing period." Tangyues stared at the creature reflecting the moonlight in the sky. "Advancing period of the servant class?" asked Mo Fan. "What do you say?" Mo Fan felt like cursing. A group of interns already possessed such overwhelming strength. Luckily, they were able to avoid contact with the real members of the magic court with the skyscraping snake's sharp senses. Otherwise, there was no way he could beat any of them with his current capabilities. "Mo Fan, I've only achieved the advanced level recently, so I can only cast some of the advanced spells with a Star Atlas book. I'll handle the razor-feathered sparrow and the 3 interns it's carrying, and you'll handle the guy with the wing equipment," Tangyues said with a stern look. Sure thing, I hate rich pricks like him the most, said Mo Fan. An intermediate magician with wind equipment. Mo Fan still could not accept it. People like him should be dragged to the ground and the crap beaten out of them. Chapter 368. Blue Flame, Dongfang Ming. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. The razor-winged sparrow's feathers were remarkably strong, with extremely sharp tips. They looked like densely packed daggers hanging on its wings, glowing elegantly under the moonlight. The razor-feathered sparrow uttered a shriek in the sky. Its sharp eyes locked onto Mo Fan and Tangyues. Mo Fan and Tangyues had no intention to keep running. It was obvious that their backup would make their way toward their location in no time. They had to stop them from tailing them any further, thus they would have to defeat them as soon as possible. As the razor-feathered sparrow drew closer, it was clear that the enemy was being cautious, as they did not initiate the fight straight away. Mr. Wu, we found the target. Please send backup immediately, Liu Zhongming, mounted on the razor-feathered sparrow, said into the communication device in his hand. Great job, keep them busy and tail them. Stop them from reaching White Mountain at all cost. We'll be there in 20 minutes, the head of the Royal Guards, Wu Pingjing, said from the other end. Affirmative. Liu Zhongming responded firmly, subconsciously smiling. Having a razor-feathered sparrow surely made a huge difference. The other interns had no chance of catching up to his flying summoned beast. Brother, what should we do? Liu Yiling glanced down from above. He could clearly see the man and woman on the ground, so he could not help but feel slightly nervous. It was Liu Yiling's first time joining an operation of the Enforcement Union. It was said to be a direct order from Councilman Zhu Meng, thus it was surely a challenging task. As a result, Liu Yiling was fairly intimidated by the targets they were pursuing. The fact that Zhu Meng had sent his royal guards after them was a clear indication that they were no ordinary criminals. They are heading straight for White Mountain, said the man with thick brows who was flying with the wing equipment. Don't let them reach the mountain. It's an order from the head of the royal guards. We have to stop them, said Liu Zhongming. Then let's head down and detain them. The man with the thick brows seemed rather confident. He did not even consider their target's strength. Their target seemed to be only in their 20s. There was no way their strength would be too overwhelming. There was no reason he, Dongfang Ming, should be intimidated by them. Dongfang Ming was fearless. He withdrew the wings on his back and dove straight to the ground. His body was engulfed in bright flames, which grew fiercer as he continued to fall rapidly, like the flame friction between a meteor and the air, leaving a long tail of flame behind him. The fireball slammed into the ground. Dongfang Ming, who was wearing a grey outfit, straightened up with a cold expression. He stood on top of the scorched ground he had just produced and stared at Mo Fan and Tangyues with an arrogant look. It's better that you surrender now that you've stumbled into me, Dongfang Ming, as I've never shown any mercy to my enemies. Dongfang Ming stood in front of Mo Fan and Tangyues. The flames engulfing his figure were emanating a unique brilliance. The aura and the color of the flame clearly indicated that his flame was no ordinary fire. On second thought, surely a person who could afford wing equipment could also afford a spirit-grade fire seed. He would surely be a tough opponent. Mo Fan gave Tangyues a look, telling her to leave this smartass to him. Be careful, his Dongfang Ming, the most talented fire magician among the younger generations of the renowned Dongfang clan, whispered Tangyues. Dongfang clan. The name did ring a bell to Mo Fan. If he weren't mistaken, he should be grateful to them for giving him the chance to obtain the rose flame. Tangyues and Mo Fan stood further apart, giving Mo Fan enough space to battle against Dongfang Ming. Her action somehow made Dongfang Ming angry. Dongfang Ming glanced at Mo Fan proudly with a smirk and spoke in a disdainful tone, "Do you really think you can handle me on your own?" Dongfang Ming had already inspected Mo Fan's strength with his awareness. His enemy's cultivation was slightly lower than his. Among intermediate magicians, Dongfang Ming considered himself unbeatable. He could even handle duplicates of the enemy in front of him with ease. Of course not, Mo Fan shook his head. You do have a clear picture of your own limitations, Dongfang Ming laughed. I'll have to defeat you within 15 minutes. Mo Fan wore a smile too, the same arrogant smile that Dongfang was wearing. Mo Fan was clear that the royal guards would arrive in around 20 minutes. He would need an extra 5 minutes to run away from the place, thus he only had 15 minutes to defeat the guy. Imbecile! Dongfang was infuriated. He was unbeatable against intermediate magicians, let alone being defeated in 15 minutes. Dongfang took the initiative to attack. A fire element star pattern appeared on the scorched ground under his feet. The stars were aligned so fast that instead of stars connecting with one another, it was the nebulas connecting to one another. His star pattern was aligned at such a quick speed that even Mo Fan found it hard to believe. I forgot to mention, I was born with the ability to cast fire spells at a much faster rate. Dongfang was so full of himself that he blatantly revealed his special talent. Mo Fan thought his casting speed was already quick enough, but his enemy was already throwing a fiery fist in his direction when he was halfway through the channeling. He had no choice but to stop the channeling. He quickly dissolved into the shadows and dodged aside. The giant fiery fist swept past Mo Fan just inches away from his face. If it were ordinary flame, Mo Fan could resist it without dodging. However, Mo Fan discovered that the outer ring of Dongfang's flame was a faint blue in color. What exactly made his flame faint blue? Mo Fan agilely went out of the range of the fiery fist using his fleeing shadow. As he was trying to figure out the secret behind his opponent's flame, he suddenly felt a great heat from the ground. His feet were almost cooked by the intensity of it. Mo Fan looked down and saw the faint blue flame had already spread to the ground under his feet, setting the plants nearby aflame. The fire grew bigger as it burned the plants. A moment later, Mo Fan found himself surrounded by the blue flame. So it's some spirit-grade soul seed that will intensify the combustion, able to set a huge area aflame. This blue flame is rather interesting, murmured Mo Fan. The temperature of the thick blue flame was not as high as rose flame, but it was extremely difficult to extinguish. The entire area was blazing blue due to the spreading flame, so the shadows were not thick enough for Mo Fan to cast his fleeing shadow again. Seeing the flame slowly spreading toward him, Mo Fan made up his mind and slammed his fist onto the ground. Mo Fan would not believe that his rose flame would lose to the blue flame. A blazing red flame set Mo Fan aflame like a fiend in human shape. A magnificent, fiery rose burst out under his feet as his fist collided with the ground. The flame completely devoured Mo Fan. Its tongue swayed wildly as it spread in all directions and collided with the blue flames. Chapter 369. Fourth Tier Fire Burst. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Flame with the color of rose, is this rose flame? Dongfang immediately recognized the flame. The fire of the ground break surged toward the blue flames with an overwhelming heat. In terms of temperature and ferocity, rose flame was considered one of the best among all flames. The blazing red flame rushed into the burning zone of the faint blue flame and rapidly extinguished it. They were like a pack of wolves stumbling into a fierce tiger, backing off and scattering as they did not dare to face the rose flame head-on. Mo Fan further transferred his energy to expand the flame. A fiery rose blossomed on the field, emitting a blinding glow. The faint blue flame was snuffed at an incredible pace, as the rose-colored flame thoroughly dominated the area. Unfortunately, the rose flame could not last as long as blue flame. Each flame possessed different traits. In comparison, rose flame was more destructive and ferocious, while blue flame was able to last longer and spread rapidly. As he thought, when Mo Fan drove the blue flames away from his vicinity, they were not thoroughly extinguished. They continued to linger in the surroundings and reignited the dry patch of grass nearby, as if they were waiting for the perfect timing for a comeback. So you recognize the flame? Mo Fan chuckled when he saw the faint blue flame scattering. Humph, I guess you are somehow responsible for the deaths of my elder brothers. I will take you down and interrogate you at the Enforcement Union. Dongfang's eyes flickered furiously. Back then, Dongfang was tipped off by an old hunter that some flame with high temperature was discovered close to a village outside of Hangzhou's boundaries. As a result, the village had suffered a serious drought. Dongfang was initially planning to acquire the flame for himself, but he could not make it as he had to attend the trial of the Enforcement Union. Therefore, he had given the chance to his elder cousins who were rather talented, instead. To his surprise, they somehow went missing. It took him a tremendous amount of effort to discover the information about Rose Flame, and in the end, it had also disappeared. Initially, Dongfang thought he would never be able to find the truth. He did not expect he would stumble into the murderer of his few brothers here. Dongfang, calm yourself, our goal is to stop them from entering White Mountain. We must wait for backup from the royal guards, blurted out Liu Zhongming. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Dongfang was infuriated. The flame engulfing his body became stronger. Mo Fan was just worried that his enemy would choose not to fight him head-on to drag the battle out. Everything would be easier for him now that his opponent had gone mad himself. He stood there and surprisingly, he was not casting an intermediate spell. A rose-colored flame was instantly ignited on his hand after he flipped it, like a magician elegantly summoning a red rose out of nowhere. Fire burst! Mo Fan threw the fireball in his hand forward. It drew an arc in the dark sky before landing right at Dongfang's position. Mo Fan could not help but admit that Dongfang's talent was fairly impressive. His casting speed was too quick. He had already finished casting a star pattern for an intermediate magic while he only finished casting a basic spell. If he had sufficient energy, Mo Fan was able to cast Fire Burst continuously, allowing him to launch fireballs like a machine gun. However, this Dongfang was able to launch fiery fists rapidly, like a high-firing rate bazooka. Mo Fan had learned from his previous mistake. He was reluctant to face his enemy with an intermediate spell. Trying to attack me with a mere basic spell? You're too naive. Dongfang was not bothered by Mo Fan's fire burst. He continued to align the star patterns under his feet. With the strength of the flame engulfing his body, the basic level fire burst was unable to inflict any damage to him even if it hit him accurately. Who's being naive here? Uttered Mo Fan with a grin. Mo Fan clenched his fists and detonated the fire burst with his will. It immediately triggered an explosion with a diameter of 2 meters. The impact forcibly knocked the proud Dongfang a few meters away. The fireball was fairly huge and astounding. The air nearby buzzed loudly due to the impact of the explosion as wild sparks scattered in all directions. The effect of Rose Flame made the fire burst rupture even more violent. Most importantly, the strength of Mo Fan's fire burst rupture was comparable to the fiery fist produced by an ordinary flame. The fire burst rupture's power had exceeded Dongfang's expectation. He was lucky that he also possessed the fire element. Otherwise, the impact alone could have turned him into a half-cripple. Your fire burst, Dongfang rose to his feet with a scorched face. Apart from anger, his eyes were full of astonishment too. Why is his fire burst rupture so powerful? That was almost comparable to the power of an intermediate spell. I guess you're the first person to have a taste of my 4th-tier fire burst. Mo Fan wore a smile. More fireballs were summoned on his palms at the same pace. A 4th-tier basic spell, Dongfang was stunned. He was rather proud of himself for having wing equipment when he was only an intermediate magician. He thought he could easily dominate the intermediate magicians, but he never thought there was someone even more prodigal than him, to rank up a basic spell to the 4th tier. One could only strengthen a basic spell to that level using soul essences, and each of them would cost between 3 million to 5 million RMB. Normally, in order to guarantee that the nebulas would fully absorb them, most people would refine them with soul essences around the 5 million price mark. Therefore, 7 stars would require 7 soul essences in total, which would sum up to 35 million RMB. He could easily buy a fairly outstanding soul seed with that amount of money. You're such an idiot to waste money on something as useless as chicken ribs, rebuked Dongfang, as if he could not accept the fact that someone was richer than him. TL note, used in some ancient Chinese literature to describe something that someone is unwilling to dispose of despite being utterly useless as to chicken ribs. As such, it has become a modern slang of describing something useless. You should look at my soul seed before describing it as chicken ribs, said Mo Fan. Rose flame had an extremely high temperature. It was one of the most blatantly destructive among all flames, being able to further multiply the damage of a fire magic by around 2.5 times. The 4th tier fire burst did not provide anything special. The only difference was its power was almost doubled compared to the 3rd tier. Therefore, as the improvements stacked on top of one another, Mo Fan's fire burst was almost 5 times stronger than an ordinary fire burst. Fire burst, Rupture was basically the most destructive basic spell among all the elements. After its power was multiplied 5 times, it was basically comparable to an intermediate spell. On top of that, Mo Fan was so adept at casting basic spells that he could throw the fireballs instantly. Even if its power was only half that of an intermediate spell, it was more than enough to blast Dongfang until he shut his mouth. Chapter 370. You're welcome to avenge yourself. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Mo Fan continued to summon fireballs on his hands, which swept across the sky before turning into 2-meter explosions close to Dongfang. Dongfang was wearing magic armor, which was obviously nothing cheap, either. It had helped to nullify the impact of many of the fire burst ruptures. Unfortunately, Mo Fan's firing rate was too high. The impact from the explosions gave Dongfang no chance to focus on aligning his star patterns. Dongfang found himself in a rather awkward position. His speed at aligning star patterns was significantly faster than anyone else, and sometimes he could even cast an intermediate magic faster than someone casting a basic spell. However, he was totally suppressed by Mo Fan. He had no chance of casting an intermediate spell, as every time the star patterns were about to be completed, his opponent would simply hurl an enhanced fire burst in his direction. The explosion would then dazzle his eyes and deafen his ears. Even his armor could not hold out much longer. Clenching his teeth, Dongfang finally put his pride aside and quickly backed off a great distance away from Mo Fan. With a thought, Dongfang summoned his wing equipment. It was a pair of blue wings, the feathers on them extremely obvious. With a beat, Dongfang launched himself into the air. Dongfang had initially planned to fight Mo Fan head-on, but he ended up being suppressed by his opponent with mere basic spells. He had no choice but to activate his wing equipment and abuse his advantage of moving in the sky to gain the upper hand of the battle. Dongfang was still aware of the situation. Once his armor was broken, he no longer had a chance against Mo Fan. A fire burst's firing range was limited, after all. As long as Dongfang was in the air, he could target Mo Fan by using his fiery fist as meteors. The wing equipment was very expensive, but it indeed made Dongfang unbeatable. I admit that you have managed to suppress me with your little trick, but you are still no match for me. Dongfang was now 20 meters high up in the sky. Do you think I'll let you fly away as you wish? Mo Fan smiled. The red star patterns stopped appearing. They were replaced by a purple-black star pattern that was already completed under Mo Fan's feet. Lightning arcs began to flicker around Mo Fan. Chenjun Thunderbolt, Yakshaw. Mo Fan pointed his finger in Dongfang's direction. A lightning arc swept across the sky directly at the flying man. Thunderous clouds quickly appeared, looming over Dongfang's head from above. Dongfang totally lost his composure when he saw the clouds. Lightning. Lightning element? He clearly remembered that his opponent had used a shadow element spell to dodge his attacks. Therefore, it was clear that he was cultivating the shadow element and the fire element. Where did this lightning element come from? You're not the only one with an innate talent. Mo Fan laughed out. The end of the word signaled the lightning striking down. The lightning was swift and violent. The thick lightning bolt swept across the night sky in a spectacular manner, leaving a trail of sparks behind. The destructive energy suddenly split apart halfway through the journey, forming the shape of a devil's claw. The purple-black lightning claw grabbed at Dongfang ferociously in midair. Dongfang was struck by the lightning, failing to react in time. The lightning set him ablaze. If it weren't for his armor, he would have turned into a scorched corpse in the air. The lightning knocked him to the ground. The force from Tangyues and special effect almost knocked his bones loose. He slammed into the ground like a pile of mud. Dongfang tried to rise to his feet, but he was totally out of energy. The purple-black lightning arcs were still crackling on his skin, keeping him paralyzed. Once his armor was penetrated by the lightning, his weak body was too vulnerable to the lightning arcs. I don't think it has taken 15 minutes. Mo Fan grinned. He looked down at Dongfang, who was reluctant to accept the truth. It went without saying that an intermediate magician who owned a piece of wing equipment and an expensive armor equipment would have quite a formidable background. His pride was on the verge of leaking out from his bones. However, he was thoroughly humiliated by Mo Fan, who was also an intermediate magician. It was definitely a great blow to his soul. I know who you are. Dongfang clenched his teeth and blurted out in pain. Who else would have double innate elements? You're welcome to avenge yourself, Mo Fan smilingly said. He did not even bother hiding his identity. The enforcement union could easily check his identity in a matter of seconds. However, the cause of this incident was mainly infighting between the people in the organization. Even Zhiping would not be able to charge him with an offense, thus Mo Fan could not care less if his identity were exposed. Others could easily find out regardless of his efforts to try and hide it. You just wait. Dongfang's eyes could almost spit out flames of fury. Mo Fan ignored his threats and quickly headed toward Tangyues. Tangyues was fighting against 4 enemies simultaneously, consisting of 3 intermediate magicians and 1 razor-feathered sparrow in the advancing period. The 3 intermediate magicians did not pose any threat, but the razor-feathered sparrow was the most troublesome to deal with. As Mo Fan arrived, Tangyues was already forced to use her Death Strike magic equipment. It had inflicted serious damage to the razor-feathered sparrow, but she was also in a pinch. The 3 intermediate magicians took turns blasting her with intermediate spells. Tangyues had no defensive magic, so she could only dodge them with fleeing shadow. Miss Tangyues, don't come to me, I have no defensive spells either. Try and distract those 2, and I'll get rid of the weakest among them, Mo Fan said to Tangyues, who was fairly close to him. It went without saying that Mo Fan would not barge into the battle randomly. He had secretly made his way here with fleeing shadow. Got it! As soon as Tangyues showed up, 3 thick ice chains suddenly appeared, locking on to Tangyues' position. They were trying to crush her bones without mercy. Tangyues could not afford to lose her focus. She swiftly ran in the opposite direction of the ice chains. She did not use the fleeing shadow, as it was easier to keep the enemy's attention on her without it. Tangyues and Mo Fan were both shadow element magicians, thus they were able to share a great synergy with one another. Tangyues had pretended to stumble into a dead end, while Mo Fan sneakily moved forward in the grass to where Liu Yilin was at. She's almost done for. I've got her pinned with my ice lock. Liu Yilin blurted out in excitement. Don't hurt her. Her identity is rather special, said Liu Zhiping. Don't worry, I'll control my spell. Brother, does this mean it's only a matter of time until I became an official member of the Magic Court, once we've taken her down, said Liu Yilin. Liu Zhiping did not respond. He was focusing on controlling his earth wave to prevent Tangyues from escaping. However, an unfriendly voice suddenly appeared beside Liu Yilin. Liu Yilin, maybe I was being too soft on you. You're trying to hurt my woman again. Liu Yilin turned around in a panic and saw a familiar face he extremely hated. It was the same person that had brought utter humiliation to his name at school. He was defeated instantly by a single attack. However, before Liu Yilin could be enraged, he subconsciously shivered in fear. How did this guy appear behind me? Chapter 371. The 5th ranked innate talent. Ecdysis Tails. Ecdysis Tails. Lightning Strike. Liu Yilin did not even have the chance to summon his defensive equipment. The overwhelming energy violently penetrated his body, as if countless eels had crawled all over him, even into his esophagus and body through his mouth. His inner organs had a clear taste of the lightning. Liu Yilin did not even have the time to scream out in pain. His entire body turned pale white as his face contorted. Apart from the pain, his eyes were staring at Mo Fan, looking rather confused, 2. How did he appear so silently? Why is his body covered in a layer of shadow? How was Dongfang Ming, who was considered unbeatable among intermediate magicians, defeated in less than 15 minutes? Hey, I'm keeping my promise. I'll beat you up every time I see you. Mo Fan kicked at Liu Yilin as he lay on the ground. Liu Yilin was unable to move. The kick left a size 42 shoe mark on his face. The mud under its sole stank. The sticky feeling from it felt like his face was inches away from a manure pit. Humiliation. Such humiliation. Liu Yilin hated Mo Fan to the bone. Even skinning him and ripping out his tendons was nowhere enough to vent his anger. Mo Fan was never afraid of offending people. He was not even worried about the scum of the Black Vatican, let alone Liu Yilin, who was only a university student. If you think this is the greatest humiliation you have ever suffered, then you won't think so in the near future, if you ever try to avenge yourself. To be honest, I have no idea what I've stepped on before. The boundary of White Town was set up on a poultry farm. I was in quite a rush, so I didn't have time to clean my shoes. Actually, your fair, clean face will do just fine. Mo Fan patted the dust off his shoulders and left. After Liu Yilin was taken out, Tangyues began her counterattack. She was an advanced magician after all, so her casting speed was significantly faster than her opponent's. The blazing red flame produced a fiery ring surrounding Tangyues, which quickly contracted and bound itself onto her right arm. Fiery Fist, 9 halls. She adept cast the 3rd tier Fiery Fist. Burning lava burst out from her fist. The fiery pillars were fairly brilliant at night. The 9 pillars were constructed following the layout of the 9 halls. The space between the pillars was filled with wild flames, while rains of fire poured down on the field and scorched the land. Liu Zhongming and his companions suffered greatly from the heat. Their defensive equipment was unable to protect them from the high temperature and the violent fire pillars. If Tangyues hadn't held back, the two would have been burned alive. Tangyues had tied her hair up. Her pale face reflected the flickering light of the flames. She looked rather haggard. She withdrew the power of the 9 pillars, and the grass field soon regained its peace. They managed to get rid of the 4 interns and probationary members of the Magic Court, but she was more concerned about the royal guards. "Let's go, they are pretty close to us," Tangyues said, after taking a glance at the totem orb she was carrying. The Swift Star Wolf was injured, so they had no choice but to proceed to the mountain with Fleeing Shadow. The mountain was only a short distance away. Using the darkness as the cover, they quickly dissolved the shadows and ventured deep into the bald mountain. A moment later, the royal guards arrived at the crime scene riding a weird blue bird with wings over 10 meters long. Wu Pingjing pulled a long face when he saw the 4 people crying out in agony while lying on the ground. "Didn't we tell you to only keep them busy?" snapped one of the royal guards. Dongfang Ming endured the pain in his bones as he rose to his feet and reported with a defeated look, I thought their strength was fairly average." "Dongfang Ming, do you really think you're very good? Tangyues is an advanced magician, and yet you still think you stood a chance against her?" A judge of the Magic Court, Li Jin, scolded him. Li Jin was Dongfang Ming's superior. As a matter of fact, he was in charge of this group of 4. He initially thought they would be rewarded greatly for their contribution by locating Tangyues and Mo Fan, but now, what awaited them turned out to be serious punishment once they returned to the enforcement union. "He was defeated by the other kid," said Liu Zhongming with a cold harumph. Liu Zhongming had no intention of taking the blame. He was strictly following the orders given to them. It was Dongfang Ming who suggested they could take the enemies down, as he was overconfident in himself. "Isn't that kid an intermediate magician too?" asked Li Jin. The question placed Dongfang Ming in a more awkward situation. He had no clue how to answer it. Wu Pingjing glanced at the battered and exhausted losers and asked with a cold smirk, "Do you really think the young man with Tangyues is some normal magician?" Wu Pingjing had checked Mo Fan's background. He was closely related to the calamity of Bo City and the operation that wiped out the Black Vatican in the Magic City. How could someone like him be a nobody? His innate talent, double innate elements, is ranked 5th on the leaderboard. He is the strongest student that the Pearl Institute has ever recruited. He played an important role in stopping 2 of the major plots set up by the Black Vatican. In terms of talent, he's more than a level higher than you. In terms of background, do you think the Pearl Institute will lose to your Zhiping Institute? In terms of strength, you trash couldn't even last more than 15 minutes against him. If the people of the so-called renowned Dongfang clan have nothing but pride, you will never be able to join the enforcement union. Li Jin was utterly furious. It would still be acceptable if Dongfang Ming had lost to Tangyues, but he had lost to Mo Fan, who was also an intermediate magician. It was not the first time Li Jin had tried to teach Dongfang Ming that there was always someone better than him out there, but he was blinded by his pride, and made a grave mistake. Even Li Jin, who was a senior in the enforcement union, was unable to defend him this time. Go back home and treat your wounds. You will no longer call yourself part of the enforcement union, the head of the royal guards, Wu Pingjing, said coldly. The group of Fu did not dare to make any noise, while Li Jin was too scared to plead for them. Offending the head of the royal guards was still bearable, but if Councilman Zhu Meng were to put the blame on them, they would no longer be accepted by any magic association. I'll make him pay when I see him next time. Dongfang Ming swore, clenching his teeth. Dongfang Ming was not bothered by the consequences. He was more concerned that he had lost to Mo Fan, who appeared to be in the same generation as he was. Meanwhile, Liu Yilin had initially planned to avenge himself, but when he learned that even Dongfang Ming had been thoroughly defeated, a great shadow of fear rose in his heart. He was nothing compared to Dongfang Ming, and yet even he had lost completely. What right did he have to seek his revenge on the guy? Chapter 372. Escort successful. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. After crossing a few hills, Tangyues took out the totem orb. The life energy inside the totem orb had almost depleted, thus she had to release the skyscraping snake as soon as possible. The moment the orb was taken out, a great mist burst out from it. The mist was blue-black in color. Mo Fan even hid some distance away to observe it, but to his surprise, the mist quickly spread to his area. Within seconds, his vision was shrouded, preventing him from seeing clearly. In the darkness, Mo Fan could sense something slithering in front of him. He felt a cold sensation. It appeared that something was pushing at him, forcing him back further. Mo Fan touched it with his hand and found it to be some cold snake scales. He immediately realized that the big guy was extending his body. Mo Fan quickly ran to a higher rock nearby. He stood on top of the rock and glanced down. The entire place was shrouded in a blue-black mist, taking up half of the mountain. In the mist, a giant figure would show himself at times, presenting his firm, sturdy scales. The patterns on the snake's skin looked like a wall painting to Mo Fan at his distance. Before, he was observing the big guy through a window on a building. This time, there was nothing between them. A great chill rose from deep down in his soul. Mo Fan did not even dare to look at him any further. A moment later, the blue-black mist finally cleared. An enormous snake lay right on the mountain. Its body was coiled around the rocks, hung on the walls and spread across the ground. It felt like the mountain was on the verge of collapsing due to its weight. Mo Fan had jumped onto the rock to make space for the skyscraping snake. However, when he glanced down, his entire field vision was occupied by it. It was a stunning view. Mo Fan, jump over here. The big guy is bringing us to the cave. Tangyues boldly stood on the skyscraping snake's head and waved her hand at him. I think I'll escort him from here, said Mo Fan. There was a kind of despairing fear one would experience when they stood on a lonely rock, surrounded by snakes underneath. He was standing on a rock, with a single snake right under him. However, the snake was even more terrifying than thousands of ordinary snakes together. The fear due to the sheer difference in size fully occupied his mind. Come over quick. Otherwise, I'll let the big guy invite you personally, said Tangyues. As soon as Tangyues finished her sentence, Mo Fan instantly jumped down from the rock and landed on the snake's head with a pale face. The skyscraping snake's head was spacious enough to build a basketball court on. His remarkably large eyes were staring at Mo Fan. He did not even dare to take a deep breath. Don't worry, he knows that you've helped him in his most crucial time. He won't blame you for stepping on his head. Tangyue let out a charming smile when she saw Mo Fan's terrified expression. She initially thought nothing in the world could intimidate Mo Fan. If he were being naughty again, she would just let the big guy teach him how to behave. The skyscraping snake hissed. Mo Fan immediately saw a giant red rug swaying wildly in front of him. He almost fell to the ground, to the snake's head. He's saying thank you, said Tangyue with a giggle. You're welcome, responded Mo Fan with a forced smile. Let's go, big guy. You're safe now. Tangyue liked to sit between the skyscraping snake's eyes, waving her fair legs on the beast's forehead. Mo Fan simply closed his eyes, feeling rather uncomfortable. The skyscraping snake slithered across the hills. The backbone of the hills, which seemed quite massive to human eyes, was only a little fold on flat ground for the beast. His body remained stable as he moved past it. Sitting on the skyscraping snake's head, they crossed several hilltops in the blink of an eye, but the truth was, he was moving at a fairly slow pace. After crossing several hills, a relatively huge mountain finally appeared in front of them. The huge mountain was their destination. The hills were only like pieces of rocks in the skyscraping snake's eyes, whereas the mountain was huge enough to be called a hill. It was easy to spot the cave. It was located right at the waist of the White Mountain. The skyscraping snake climbed along the mountain walls and soon arrived at the entrance of the cave. It was not necessary to describe the size of the cave, since it was able to contain the skyscraping snake within it. As a matter of fact, Mo Fan was not too inclined to follow the snake into it. The cave was fully covered in darkness, so it was impossible to tell if there were any beast living inside it. It was said that the cave extended in all directions like a maze. Not only did it connect several mountains together, one could also access the underground realm from the cave. It was not exaggerating to say there was a pack of demon beasts living inside it. Big guy, rest up now. We're heading back. Tangyue stood on the wall so her line of sight was parallel to the skyscraping snake's head. The skyscraping snake hissed, as if he understood what Tangyue was trying to say. Oh, you better give me some of your blood, said Tangyue. The skyscraping snake bent backward slightly and bit his body with his fangs, leaving 2 huge holes. He took a sip and sucked quite an amount of blood from them. That's too much. Tangyue waved her hand. Mo Fan was left speechless. The totem beast was rather straightforward. The blood he had sucked up alone could give Tangyue a blood bath. What are you planning to do with his blood? Mo Fan was confused. The plague is getting serious. We might be able to find the source of the plague from his blood and use it to produce the serum, said Tangyue. The plague had been bothering Tangyue throughout the journey. Now that the skyscraping snake was safe, her priority now was to deal with the plague. The skyscraping snake's poison was mainly from his blood, so if she could bring his blood back, assuming that he was truly responsible for the plague, the blood would be useful in finding the cure. You've got to be kidding. We tried so hard to escape, and now we have to find a way to go back. Mo Fan was not sure if he should be laughing or crying. What else should we do? We can't just ignore the plague. We don't have to do anything. The royal guards will be here soon. They will bring us back, said Tangyue. Is there a better way? I'm afraid that they will try to get even with us along the way, said Mo Fan. We're running out of time. A minute wasted might mean another person catching the plague. Let's hope the blood will work, said Tangyue. If it worked, it would prove that the beast is responsible for the plague. That way, Councilman Zhiping will be even more determined to eliminate him. Chapter 373. Misfortune does not come singly. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. In the quarantine zone set up for the plague, rows of beds were arranged under white tents. The beds were filled with patients covered with blisters on their arms and faces. Dark specks were visible on their extremely dry skin, but regardless of how much water they drank, it did not provide relief to the pain they were experiencing. Instead, more unknown liquid burst out from the blisters. The cries of agony rose one after another in the area. They consisted of the elderly, adults, and kids. The adults were immersed in fear of the unknown plague. They glanced at the healers walking past them, hoping they would be treated. Unfortunately, even the experts were totally clueless about how they could help them. Meanwhile, the innocent kids were enjoying themselves playing chase between the beds. They clearly had no idea what was awaiting them. Outside of the quarantine zone, several respectful people in the medical field were seated in a temporary meeting room made from tents. Instead of discussing how they could help the patients, they were actually counting down the time left for the infected people. They had never felt so helpless before. "Mr. Liu, we only have 3 days left. The first batch of patients will end up just like the corpses we saw before. The total number is," said a middle-aged man wearing a white coat. Mr. Liu raised his hand, signaling him not to say any more. He knew better than anyone else the total of people who were infected the earliest. That alone was not the reason why he was feeling extremely uneasy. The main reason why it all felt like the apocalypse to him was that the number of patients in the second batch and third batch was still multiplying exponentially. The total had gone over the limit they could estimate, as the people were scattered across all corners of Hangzhou City. "Mr. Liu, if we could find the source of the plague, we would be able to develop the serum to cure it. Everyone knows the gigantic snake is responsible for it, why aren't we hunting it down yet?" asked the man in the white coat. As soon as he finished the sentence, the head of the magic court, Tangzong, entered the tent. Mr. Liu cast a glance at him without saying anything. Mr. Liu was well aware that the snake was not a demon beast. It was the guardian of their city. Tangvong was followed by Councilman Zhiping. His expression was a lot more dignified than before, but his gaze was filled with a hint of fury, a clear indication that he had just argued with the head of the magic court. "Tangvong, are you seriously going to wait until the whole of Hangzhou is piled up with corpses? If you continue to do nothing, your wish will be fulfilled very soon. When that happens, you will be condemned by every person in Hangzhou. I don't care about my threat-eliminating strategy. I'm not ordering you as a councilman, I'm just trying to save the people affected by the plague." Zhiping slightly lowered his stance. Tangvong did not seem relaxed at all. He desperately wanted to resolve the matter. His determination was swaying too. Zhiping was about to say something when a royal guard quickly approached him and whispered in his ear. His expression immediately changed as he blurted out in excitement, "Did you bring back the totem orb?" The royal guard responded in a soft tone, "We've let you down. Please punish us." Councilman Zhiping almost lost his temper. They had sent out many interns, and yet they still failed to catch the two magicians. "A bunch of idiots." The royal guard, Legion, lowered his head further and added when Zhiping slightly calmed his anger, "We've brought Tangyues and Mo Fan back, awaiting your order. Bring them here, now." A moment later, Tangyues and Mo Fan, who had surrendered themselves, were brought to the quarantine zone. They were both dumbfounded, as they never thought the plague would become so serious in just the past few days. As they were brought to Zhiping, the councilman glared at the two with a shuddering jaw. He said with a grim laugh, "How nice of you two. If it were possible, I would execute you right on the spot. Should I bring you two on a tour around the area, so you can understand how much of a mistake you've made after witnessing how this whole place has turned into hell?" Mo Fan remained silent. Tangyues bit her lips. Everything had happened too quickly, and the plague had worsened faster than she could imagine. The whole city had fallen to the plague after they left with the skyscraping snake, with everyone's life at stake. No one had seen a plague that could spread so rapidly, turning a peaceful, modernized city into a terrifying place full of sickness. She reached out her hand and handed a huge jar of the skyscraping snake's blood to Councilman Zhiping. "This is the god's blood. If he's the origin of the plague, the blood should be useful to us." Zhiping signaled at Mr. Liu, who quickly received the blood and went to the lab with his team. They only had 3 days left to develop a serum. "Guards, lock them up," ordered Zhiping. Legion immediately took them away. As soon as they left, a man wearing the outfit of a commander quickly came into the room. He saluted at Councilman Zhiping before whispering a piece of news into his ear. What did you just say? Councilman Zhiping stared at him. The crowd immediately shifted their attention toward Zhiping when they saw his abnormal reaction. They could not imagine what news it would be to bring such a great shock to him. We've just received the news from the fortress. The situation is extremely critical. Councilman, please hold a meeting to assist us with the ambush, said the commander. All right, Zhiping nodded in disbelief. I'll send the order at once. When Wu Pingjing, the head of the royal guards, saw Zhiping's reaction, he asked, Councilman, what's going on? Misfortune does not come singly, for F***''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''* He did not even have time to tidy his beard, disheveled from the wind. The commander realized that everyone in the room was considered authority figures, so he quickly announced the shocking news. The fortress close to West Ridge, to the west of Hangzhou City, has just told us that a huge group of white magic falcons has appeared. They were hungry, berserk, and fearless. No matter how we've attacked them with magic, they show no intention of retreating, and were flying straight toward the city. Dongfang's face filled with astonishment. From what he knew, a huge pack of white magic falcons was residing in West Ridge. However, they had always stayed within their territory, compared to the other demon beasts. Dongfang could not understand why the pack of white magic falcons would ambush Hangzhou all of a sudden. It was fairly rare for the demon beasts to launch an attack at a city, especially when Hangzhou City was heavily guarded. We've got a big problem, said Councilman Zhiping. Dongfang nodded with a frown. The entire city was immersed in terror from the plague. The ambush from the demon beasts would only make the situation worse. Chapter 374. The Betrayal of the Heavenly Eagles. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. To the west of White Mountain lay the West Ridge. The place fully retained its original appearance, with towering mountains and old trees. For a very long time, the West Ridge was strictly a no-fly zone. Even airlines were told to avoid flying over the region, as it was inhabited by lots of white magic falcons. The white magic falcons were extremely violent, with a strong sense of territory, to an extent that they would attack any commander-level or even ruler-level demon beast flying over their territory relentlessly. Even a harmless sparrow that lost its way would be considered hostile. They were fierce, but had great unity. They were the biggest threat to the west of Hangzhou City. However, despite being fairly close to humans' territory, they had never shown any intentions of infiltrating the safe zone, as if they were content with the current situation as long as their territory remained unharmed. As the years passed, the West Fortress slowly let their guard down toward the white magic falcons. They almost assumed they were behaving themselves. To their surprise, the white magic falcons launched an attack while the city was suffering from an outbreak. The battle mages grouped up in their platoons at the fortress. They were standing on top of temporary platforms while staring at the demon beasts flying in their direction with numbers as dense as the clouds. As a matter of fact, it had been many years since they last saw such an incredible number of demon beasts attacking human territory. Come, time to clear some pests, a commander who looked fairly young waved his hand, signaling his men to mount their heavenly eagles. The white magic falcons were not very powerful, but the biggest problem was their flying ability. The magicians on the ground could not reach them with their attacks. Flying demon beasts were usually the most difficult to deal with. Luckily, West Fortress was usually stationed with elite battle mages, with a bunch of heavenly eagles on standby. The battle mages were able to ride the heavenly eagles to stop the invasion of the white magic falcons. It's been a while since we last enjoyed ourselves a great battle, the vice commander licked his lips, as if he had a great lust for blood. Soldiers, move out! The commander gave the order. The battle mages quickly mounted the heavenly eagles and gave the beasts the order to move out. However, an unexpected event took place. The heavenly eagles remained stationary. None of them were flapping their wings. Normally, once the order was given, the heavenly eagles would soar into the sky straight away. They had been tamed by the Beastmasters for a very long time. Apart from head-on battles, they had always obeyed the orders from the Beastmasters. Summon the Beastmasters at once. I want to know what's wrong with these heavenly eagles, snapped the commander. The soldiers were ready to charge into the battlefield and eliminate the demon beasts that dared to infiltrate Hangzhou, yet the Heavenly Eagles stood firmly in their spots, as if they had all reached an agreement. "Commander, you're looking for me," a Beastmaster in uniform appeared. "Take a look at these Heavenly Eagles, why aren't they obeying our orders?" said the commander. The Beastmaster went up to one of the Heavenly Eagles and placed his hand on its body. He closed his eyes as he tried to sense the feeling that the beast was experiencing. A moment later, the Beastmaster's eyes sprang open and glanced toward the flying figures in the distance. He blurted out, "They are afraid." "Afraid of what?" scolded the commander. "The Heavenly Eagles and the White Magic Falcons belong to the same race. Even though they are tamed by us, they still have the blood of demon beasts flowing inside their bodies. They are unwilling to oppose the White Magic Falcons," said the Beastmaster. "Damn it, useless idiots," scolded the commander. "No matter how long we've tamed them, they can't disobey the law of nature." Besides, the Beastmaster went up to a Heavenly Eagle which seemed to be struggling and placed his hand on its neck. The Beastmaster's face turned pale. His eyes were staring at the army of the White Magic Falcons in disbelief, as if he had sensed the great terror in the Heavenly Eagle's heart. "Besides what? Say it now," said the commander impatiently. Without the help of the Heavenly Eagles, how many battle mages actually had the ability to fly? This was a very serious problem. Once a commander level for Clawed Magic Eagle appeared, our troops will lose fighting against the demon beasts in the air. "The Heavenly Eagles will not dare to go against a 4-clawed Magic Eagle," said the Beastmaster. "I'm well aware of that. If our air defense collapses, the demon beasts can easily fly past us into the city," said the commander. The Beastmaster's eyes were still full of terror. He shook his head and glanced at the Heavenly Eagle beside him. The gaze of the Heavenly Eagle turned from submissive to rage. Its black pupils had turned crimson red. It flapped its wings wildly, not to fly into the sky to war, but trying to fling the person on its back down. Suddenly, every Heavenly Eagle began to scream. Their eyes were staring at the intruders in the distance, as if they were responding to a call. "What's going on? I'm losing control of my Heavenly Eagle." "So am I." The beasts struggled wildly and twisted their bodies. If it weren't for the chains tying their legs down, they would have already flown into the air. "They are turning, they are betraying us," yelled a rather experienced soldier. "What?" The young commander quickly glanced at the Heavenly Eagles and saw their pupils changing color. They were resisting violently, some even attacking the soldiers. "This is bad." The Beastmaster had totally lost control of the situation. "What exactly is going on?" yelled the young commander. The Heavenly Eagles had always been submissive. Why would they start a rebellion today? Didn't I mention that if there was a commander level for Clawed Magic Eagle nearby, these Heavenly Eagles subconsciously fear the demon beast, as they possess a lower lineage? However, if a ruler-level demon beast of the eagle species were to appear, they would betray us straight away due to its overwhelming presence, shouted the Beastmaster, his face pale. "Ruler level?" The young commander totally lost his calm when he heard the term. It was the first time a demon beast of that level was involved in an invasion. "Quick, kill the Heavenly Eagles now. Otherwise, they will betray us. These beasts with petty lineage will never be able to resist the presence of a ruler-level demon beast," blurted out the Beastmaster. The soldiers were stunned. They never thought a ruler-level demon beast would be so terrifying. Even the Heavenly Eagles, who were tamed and trained like soldiers since they were young, stood no chance against the presence of a ruler-level demon beast. "What are you all waiting for? Do you want to see the fortress destroyed? Kill the traitorous Heavenly Eagles now," the Beastmaster roared furiously when he saw the hesitation among the soldiers. The young commander clenched his teeth and made the cruel decision. Kill them all now. Chapter 375. Summoned back to West Lake. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. A 17-year-old teenager sat at the edge of the 9th lookout tower of West Fortress. He was carefully blowing a flute. The melody was utterly pleasant. It had a unique, countryside rhythm. As the melody played, a grey-white heavenly eagle in its growing stage flew out from the trees and landed beside the teenager. The teenager fondled the grey-white heavenly eagle's head and said with a smile, "Grey, were you secretly hunting down hares? Is it because the food here at the fortress doesn't suit your taste? Or has that prick Beastmaster been torturing you again? All right, I know that he's picking on you because he's not fond of your impure lineage. I'll make you something delicious when I have the chance." The heavenly eagle nodded as if it could understand the teenage boy's words. The boy and the eagle played on the lookout tower for a while. Suddenly, a sharp siren was heard coming from the fortress. It immediately burst into an uproar as troops of battle mages were summoned to the front line. "What's going on?" the teenage boy yelled at a messenger soldier passing by the lookout tower. "Wang Xiaojun, what are you doing up there? Hurry up and hide inside the fortress. A small guy like you will be eaten by the white magic falcons fairly quickly," said the messenger. "It's all right, I have Grey protecting me," said Wang Xiaojun. Meanwhile, a tall, skinny bloke whose face was full of pockmarks appeared. He raised his head to look at the teenager and demanded, "Protect you? We've just received the order from our superiors. All soldiers must kill the heavenly eagles they are looking after at once." "What are you saying? Why would the army give such a command?" exclaimed Wang Xiaojun in disbelief. "A ruler-level demon beast has appeared from West Ridge. Every heavenly eagle of the fortress is turning against us. What are you waiting for? Didn't I tell you to kill your heavenly eagle now? Those who disobey the order will be punished by military law." Wang Xiaojun was stunned. He glanced at Grey, who was still not mature yet. How could he possibly kill him with his own hands? The Grey Eagle was the only present left him by his elder brother, who had sacrificed his life for the army. He had been taking care of the bird since he was a youngling. The Grey Eagle was his most important friend and companion. "Humph, a heavenly eagle like that with impure lineage should never have been allowed to stay in the army," said the Beastmaster with pockmarks. "No." Wang Xiaojun suddenly bit his lips, looking at the heavenly eagle, and blew his flute. The eagle obeyed the signal like a soldier as soon as the piercing sound was made. Following another signal from the flute, the eagle flapped its wings and rapidly soared into the sky. Even though it was not mature and its wings were still not fully grown yet, its speed was comparable to the ordinary heavenly eagles. A brief moment later, the grey figure quickly disappeared into the trees. The Beastmaster with pockmarks was infuriated. He pointed his finger at Wang Xiaojun and snapped, "You little bastard, you dared to disobey a military order. You're not worthy to stay in the army, just like that crossbreed heavenly eagle. Do you have any idea what you've done? The beast will turn against us. It will attack the fortress with the white magic falcons." The teenager Wang Xiaojun lowered his head and fell silent. He could not understand why the army would make such a cruel decision. He was clueless about why it was given in the first place. However, he and Grey had kept one another in company for a very long time. He was willing to take the punishment instead of doing such a cruel thing to his companion. As the Beastmaster left furiously, Wang Xiaojun finally raised his head and saw piles of white feathers drifting to the wind in the fortress. At the taming ground nearby, piles of heavenly eagles were lying in pools of blood. They were struggling in pain. They were begging for mercy in the pools of blood as they uttered cries of agony. The sound of their cries penetrated the teenage boy's heart like swords. Each of the heavenly eagles was part of his eldest brother's painstaking efforts, and they were falling right in front of him. The worst thing was, instead of being killed in battle, they had fallen at the hands of their beloved Beastmasters. The teenage boy did not want to watch any further. He quickly closed his eyes. They were no tears, yet his heart was bleeding. In the Enforcement Union's meeting room, as soon as the news from West Fortress was announced, the head of the Magic Court, the Councilman, and the rest fell deadly silent. No one expected the situation to turn so serious quickly, be it the plague that had taken them by surprise, or the army of white magic falcons ambushing Hangzhou for no particular reason. The white magic falcons are definitely something that the military would not want to face. Not only has our line of defense collapsed, the heavenly eagles have also turned into a threat. Luckily, the head of the Beastmasters told his men to kill all of them decisively. Otherwise, the situation would be much worse, said an elder of the magic court, Li Tian. We're having internal trouble and outside aggression at the same time. Has Mr. Lu managed to develop the serum for the plague? Asked Zhu Meng. We do have the serum, but the blood of the black totem snake is only enough to resist the plague. It's nowhere enough to cure the patients. We need the black totem snake's bile or something else, answered Mr. Lu. Tang Zong frowned and glanced at Tang Yu, who was being guarded by 2 royal guards. Head to White Mountain at once, and take some bile from the god. Councilman Zhu Meng quickly rose to his feet and said, if we could invent a resisting serum from his blood, he must be responsible for the plague. Do you have any idea how serious the situation is? How much time do you still want to waste on following your ancient tradition? Your stupidity is going to get lots of people killed. Tang Zong fell silent. Zhu Meng walked out from his seat and came up to Tang Yu with great fury. Tang Zong quickly rose to his feet. He thought Councilman Zhu Meng was going to unleash his anger on Tang Yu. Councilman Zhu Meng stood there staring at Tang Yu. A while later, he suddenly lowered his head, as if he had instantly sacked his imposing dignity. He totally lowered his stance, as if he were pleading. I can totally understand where you all are coming from, but Hangzhou is currently in a great crisis. Councilman Zhu Meng's eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that he had not slept in many days. The ambush of the white magic falcons is going to be a fierce battle. If we don't get rid of the plague within a day, Hangzhou would be piled with corpses soon enough. Therefore, Councilman Zhu Meng lowered his head further, almost as if he had bent his body 90 degrees at Tang Yu. I beg you, summon the black totem snake back. I promise you, if we manage to find a cure, we will not kill him. Tang Yu took a few steps backward, staring at Councilman Zhu Meng in disbelief. As she gathered her thoughts, she looked at Tang Zong. Tang Zong nodded helplessly. He too was extremely concerned for Hangzhou. He had no intention to be the sinner responsible for the countless lives who were endangered. Since Zhu Meng was willing to compromise by sparing the black totem snake's life, he would not hesitate any further. All right, I'll summon him back now. I'll summon him back to Westlake, said Tang Yu. Chapter 376. Killing the Snake. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Westlake was already chilly in autumn. The surface of the water was cold and shiny. In the past, the lake used to be crowded with tourists or aged civilians, but it was now completely deserted. First, everyone was terrified by the plague, so most people preferred to stay indoors if they could. Everyone was scared of catching the plague. Second, every entrance to the lake was sealed off. Members of the public were not permitted to get close to the water or the shores. The lake was so huge that it felt like a sea. Along the lengthy Sioux Causeway of Westlake, the trees slightly swayed as the breeze swept past. At night, they looked like women with astonishing physiques tidying up hair they had just washed. On the causeway, Councilman Zhu Meng and the head of the Royal Guards Wu Pingjing were standing at the edge, facing the city. Their gaze crossed the lake and saw the skyscrapers opposite the water. The reflection of a variety of buildings could be seen on the lake. The city was situated beside the lake, and the lake reflected the famous city. It was a spectacular view. Dark clouds drifted in the night sky. The faint glow of the moon outlined the shapes of the clouds. The spotlights above some skyscrapers joined the fun and shone their light on the clouds too, making them look extraordinarily stunning as they hung in the sky above the developed city. Their unique appearance was visible on the surface of the lake too. Suddenly, a blue-black mist appeared close to the colorful clouds. The faint mist loomed over the land. The night sky turned slightly dim, but a while later, the mist became extremely thick, completely shrouding the moonlight. Even the colorful lights from the city were completely sucked in. A great darkness swept across the sky. The pitch-black mist floated above Hangzhou City and slowly approached the deserted West Lake. On the causeway, Councilman Zhu Meng, Wu Pingjing, Councilman Luo Mian, Li Jin, Tang Zong, Tang Yu, Mo Fan, Li Tian, Leng Qing, and the others raised their heads, staring at the black mist looming over the lake. So this is how he appeared and disappeared in the busy city out of nowhere, Ling Qing said calmly. Ling Qing was a woman who was both cold and alluring at the same time. She was also little Loli's sister. It was Mo Fan's first time meeting the eldest senior sister of the Clear Sky Hunter Agency. To his surprise, Ling Qing was a vice-elder of the Magic Court, possessing incredible power and status. He's coming. A smile surfaced on Tangyues' face. As she thought, when she blew the pipe made of his snake scales, he would show up regardless of where she was. He had returned. Even though he had not fully recovered from the Ecdysis, he still showed up. The blue-black mist was now at the center of the lake. Suddenly, a gigantic, long shadow fell into the water, like a black lightning bolt striking the lake. As the giant snake disappeared into the water, a great wave splashed across the lake. The water droplets in the air poured down like rain. The tide spread from the center of the lake toward the causeway, almost washing over it. The crowd on the causeway stared with their eyes open wide. Many of them were seeing the true appearance of the black totem snake for the first time. It took some time for the water to return to calm. The black totem snake rose from the water, revealing his head and neck as he swam toward the causeway. Despite only showing a small part of his body, it felt like a giant cruise ship was moving towards them. "Big guy, are you done with your Ecdysis?" yelled Tangyues as she looked at the black totem snake in the lake. The black totem snake slowly approached the causeway. His neck and head were significantly taller than the land. His lantern eyes stared down at the people on the causeway. Even though he was only looking at Tangyues, everyone felt like he was looking right at them. The Ecdysis is still not done yet, Councilman Luo Mion could easily tell from a single glance. If the black totem snake had finished the Ecdysis, the patterns on his body would become very obvious. It would not be as faint as they currently were. Besides, his presence was not as intimidating as it usually was. Councilman Luo Mion could even tell it was feeling weak. Councilman Zhiping turned around and glanced at Councilman Luo Mion. Councilman Luo Mion nodded. His eyes flickered with a menacing look. Councilman Zhiping slowly raised his right arm and clenched his fist. It was the gesture assigned to send a signal to his men. As soon as Zhiping sent the signal, countless figures leapt out from the causeway. They were extremely well trained, hidden at different spots along the path. After Zhiping gave the order, it only took them a few seconds to appear on the causeway. Those who were leading the groups were wearing the outfit of royal guards were easily identifiable. They turned out to be Councilman Zhiping's personal army. As for the rest of the people, most of them were wearing outfits of the Magic Court. The color of their outfits clearly implied that they were under Councilman Luo Mion. Usually, judges of the Magic Court would go to different places to carry out the missions assigned to them. It was definitely the first time they had all gathered together. "Take him down," yelled Councilman Zhiping. "Activate the lightning punishment formation." "We can't let him escape," ordered Councilman Luo Mion with a loud voice. The change of events had taken place too quickly. It took Tang Zong, Mo Fan, Li Tuen, Tang Zong, and Ling Qing by surprise. Tangyues' eyes were filled with disbelief when she saw the magicians appearing on the causeway. "What are you doing?" yelled Tangyues. The two councilmen had never mentioned these people who were hiding in the dark. It was impossible to believe that they were not planning something else by having so many advanced magicians here. "Tangyues, you've done great. We will take over from here," Councilman Luo Mion said with a smile, fondling his goatee. "The threat must be eliminated. Once he's dead, the plague will be gone, too. Today would be the day of death for this totem snake who had brought them the disaster." Tangyues was thunderstruck. She never thought the two councilmen would team up to lie to her. Councilman Luo Mion had always been opposing Councilman Zhiping to protect the totem beast. Chapter 377. Suppress the Snake, the Lightning Punishment. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Mo Fan stared at the causeway in astonishment. He glanced at the huge number of royal guards and judges of the Magic Court. Each of their auras was significantly stronger than his. Normally, it was rare to see one or two advanced magicians. Who knew they would see two groups of them here? The scene was very spectacular, something that had never taken place before. The black totem snake who revealed his giant head above the lake sensed the hostility from the humans on the causeway. He opened his cave-like mouth and blew a strong wind. The powerful gust destroyed the lines of willows on the causeway. The leaves drifted to the wind, as sprays of water splashed upon the land. It felt like a hurricane had just swept past the place. "Activate the lightning punishment," demanded Councilman Luo Mion with a loud voice once again. Suddenly, a strong lightning energy rumbled in the sky above. Mo Fan raised his head and saw giant purple lightning bolts flashing above the dark clouds. Countless lightning stars were connecting together in a rapid pace. It looked like the trailing paths of meteors intertwining with one another, resulting in stunning star patterns. The star patterns stacked on top of one another, forming a spectacular star constellation. The star constellation stood out in the dark sky with clear vertices. It was extremely three-dimensional and lively. The star constellation symbolized the casting of an advanced magic. Mo Fan initially thought that the casting of that spell, containing an overwhelming lightning energy, had ended, but little did he know, it was only the tip of an iceberg. As the clouds scattered, Mo Fan saw 6 more star constellations formed with 243 stars each, close to the first one he had seen. 7 stars were called a nebula, the symbol of a basic spell. 49 stars formed 7 nebulas, illustrating a star pattern which symbolized an intermediate magic. 243 stars formed 49 nebulas, which would then form 7 new star patterns. The end product was a star constellation, an advanced magic. Currently, there were 7 star constellations in the sky, each alone was enough to amaze the crowd below. As they were connected together in the night sky above the lake, they constructed an astonishing structure with the stars. A star palace. The star palace that symbolized the super level. Its brilliance was unmatched in the sky above the city. It blazed fabulously in the middle of the darkness, lording over the modern city below. Mo Fan was dumbfounded. Even the star patterns made of 49 stars that he was extremely familiar with were enough to produce powerful spells. How destructive would the force of this spell being produced by the star palace in the sky be? The purple sky palace was so huge that it looked extremely close. As the star constellations were fully connected together, the overwhelming lightning energy clumped together into stormy clouds. The astounding lightning magic began to descend. The spell consisted of 9 heavenly halberds made of lightning. They were formed by countless lightning arcs piercing through the layers of cloud. Their length and width were like huge pillars supporting the sky. A stunning purple, from the eye-catching lightning halberds. A deafening blast took place, as if the sky were shattered into pieces. The powerful lightning struck fiercely from the sky and penetrated the lake in a straight line. Over in the city, the pedestrians and the residents admiring the view of West Lake on the tall buildings were immediately fixated by the purple flash in the sky. As the lightning halberds descended, their flashy appearance was fully presented to the people. Spectacular, marvelous, the lightning energy they contained was strong enough to shudder the heaven and earth. Even though the world was full of magic, demon beasts, and mysterious energy, many people still found the view absolutely unbelievable as they witnessed this level of magic up close. Is that really magic? Such a horrifying lightning. It feels like a punishment given by God to the mundane world. What is going on at Westlake? Where did the lightning halberds come from? Many people had seen the lightning halberds, regardless of which part of the city they were from. The halberds had torn the dark sky apart. It felt like some energy from the heavenly realm had accidentally fallen to the earth. The 9 lightning halberds dropped from the sky and formed a formation with the shape of an enigram. They stood firmly above the lake-like pillars, surrounding the skyscraping snake. They were like giant purple electric pillars, with dense lightning chains spreading across one another. Lightning sparkled fiercely between the pillars. Lightning, forks, chains. Mo Fan's vision was inundated with the shocking purple from the lightning energy unleashing from the halberds. The lightning halberds stood firmly. The skyscraping snake furiously stirred up massive waves after learning that he was being suppressed in the center. He even slammed his body into the halberd to break the lightning chains. However, the lightning halberds were solid as rocks. Each time the skyscraping snake slammed into the halberds, the formation would return the favor by whipping the skyscraping snake with the lightning chains. The black totem snake was like a giant python that had fallen into a trap. He struggled violently, but he only ended up injured due to the thorns in the trap. He uttered deafening cries of pain which echoed throughout the entire city. "Oh my God, am I having a nightmare? Snake, it's a snake, a gigantic snake. The skyscraping snake, it's the same snake that appeared in the city. Holy cow, it really exists. It's here right in Westlake." A great crowd had gathered near the shore, far away from the center of the lake. As a matter of fact, both the lightning halberds and the skyscraping snake were extremely far away, but due to their massive size, they could still clearly see them in the darkness. The purple lightning brightly illuminated the lake and the terrifying body of the skyscraping snake. The city burst into an uproar. Even though Westlake was sealed off to the public, there were gaps through which the people could still see the Sioux Causeway. If it were just a normal battle, it would be hidden in the darkness. However, the scale of the battle was too huge and stunning. Everyone could clearly see it from far away. The astonishment on their faces had reached the limit. The towering lightning halberd stood over the vast lake. The skyscraping snake, which had left a scar in the people's hearts, was currently being suppressed in the middle of the lake right beside the city. Chapter 378. The Angry Crowd, Kill the Snake. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. This Dongfang could not believe what he saw. Lightning Punishment Formation, the Seal of 9 Laws. It's a lightning element super magic. Once it's fully established, its power is strong enough to trap a ruler-level demon beast. Councilman Luo Mian and Councilman Zhiping have long prepared for this. They have been planning to kill the black totem snake all along, said Ling Qing, who was standing beside him. The lightning struck the black totem snake like merciless whips. The black totem snake had just gotten rid of his most important layer of defense recently, thus he was experiencing tremendous pain. Each bolt of lightning left a deep wound on his body. He did not give up. He opened his mouth wide and bit on one of the lightning halberds, trying to break it into pieces. However, the lightning turned out to be stronger, penetrating his throat and entering his esophagus. It electrified his inner organs and dealt a great blow to him. An ordinary commander-level demon beast would simply be shattered into pieces by the powerful blow. However, the skyscraping snake was still able to gather his strength and tore at the lightning halberd once again. In the end, the shock from the lightning paralyzed him, but he was reluctant to give up. He was infuriated like a tyrant, glaring at the two humans who were responsible. He wanted to escape from the formation just to swallow them into his stomach. He grew more savage as more wounds began to appear on his body. He was utterly fearless, even if he was facing the extremely destructive lightning spell. He wanted to destroy everything, to destroy the lightning that dared to infuriate him. "Stop it now, I beg you please, stop it!" Tangyues pleaded desperately. Each time the black totem snake was struck by a lightning bolt, Tangyues could sense her heart being struck by a great blow. Begging for mercy. Councilman Zhiping blurted out coldly. He glanced at the terrifying people in the distance who were gathering at the shores around the lake and pointed with his finger. A rather huge crowd had already gathered there. "Why are you doing this?" snapped Tangyues. Councilman Zhiping was expressionless. He opened his mouth and uttered with a thunderous voice facing the busy city, "People of Hangzhou City, this is the snake beast that appeared before in the city. He is also the source of the plague. He is now residing in Westlake. Unfortunately, some people treated him as a god, thus insisting on protecting him. Today, Zhiping have decided to eliminate him once and for all to prevent disasters like this from happening in the future. If you agree with me, please let me hear your voice." Zhiping's voice was extremely clear, as if it had spread to every little corner in the city. He had used some magic that Mo Fan had never seen before. On the other side of the lake, although the Su Causeway was quite a distance away from the shore where the crowd was, as the number of people increased, the crowd suddenly became rather obvious from the distance. Their faces were filled with astonishment, although most of them were still overwhelmed with fear of the unknown beast. The crowd consisted of students of magic schools, ordinary businessmen, old folks who were passing by, normal civilians, and quite a number of magicians who were pursuing justice. They could not believe such a gigantic beast had been residing so close to their city. If they had not seen it with their own eyes today, they would never have believed it to be the truth. The crowd was terrified and furious. They felt like someone had lied to them, someone who could not care less about their lives. Kill him. We have to kill him. How could we possibly let something like that to stay in West Lake? Kill him now. So he is the cause of the plague. He is a great threat to us. The voices of the crowd stacked upon one another, echoing across the lake loud and clear at the causeway. No, that's not the truth. He's not the cause of the plague. He's actually the guardian of the city. You can't hurt him. Tangyues screamed loudly on Su Causeway. However, her voice alone was no match against the voices of the crowd. Even if her pleading could be heard by the people, they would not show any hint of mercy. Their hearts were overwhelmed with fear and anger. Similar to Councilman Ming, they only wanted to drive the beast away from their city. The protests grew louder gradually. The black totem snake was covered all over with cuts and bruises. His unyielding gaze began to show a hint of fatigue. He was getting too weak. He was already suffering a punishment from the law of nature due to the Ecdysis, and now he was trapped within the destructive lightning formation established by the humans. He no longer had the same spirit of trying to break free from the formation. The lightning bolts continued to strike him recklessly. He could hear the voices of the crowd coming from the shore. As a matter of fact, he was not too bothered. He endured the pain from the shock of the lightning and slowly turned his head around toward Tangyues. Tangyues was kneeling helplessly on the edge of the causeway. She seemed extremely tiny in comparison to the rage of the crowd. If it weren't for her, the black totem snake would never have left the safest hiding spot during his weakest period. He had existed for many centuries, thus he was surely more intelligent than humans. He had total trust in her, and yet, she had let him down. Seeing the bruises and wounds on the black totem snake's body, whose eyes displayed a hint of fatigue and disappointed, she felt like he was asking her, why had she let him down? Tangyues was full of tears. There was nothing she could do. She was surrounded by magicians who were stronger than she was, and the shore was crowded with people demanding the death of the snake. What could she possibly do? Mo Fan clearly heard her sobs. Similarly, there was nothing Mo Fan could do. The people of the city were already trapped by the fear of the snake and the plague. Once they found the source of the plague, they would only follow their instincts. Councilman Ming was doing something that perfectly suited their requests. Mo Fan believed that he would soon obtain the support of the people of Hangzhou City. No one would care about the despair that one woman was currently suffering. Careful, he's trying to barge out with brute force, yelled the head of the royal guards, Wu Pingjing. Mo Fan collected his thoughts and saw that the black totem snake, still being tortured tremendously by the lightning, trying to poke his giant head out from the formation. The wild lightning bolt struck his head fiercely, and yet he continued to charge forward as if he were already numb. He extended his head as close as possible to the causeway. The judges of the magic court and the royal guards quickly backed off. Despite being trapped within the lightning punishment formation, the black totem snake was still very intimidating. As the people assumed that the black totem snake was desperately trying to break free with his last effort, he slowly moved his head toward Tangyues, who was kneeling on the ground in despair. The snake gently hissed, poking his tongue out from his mouth. The tip of the tongue appeared in front of Tangyues and gently fondled her face. Tangyues was stunned. The tongue was extremely gentle, like a father trying to wipe the tears off her face. Tangyues raised her head, glancing at the giant head. She stared into the snake's eyes, which had a gentle look despite the pain and torture he had suffered, before glancing at the tongue which had fondled her face gently. He was trying to comfort her. At that instant, Tangyue completely broke down and burst out in tears. Chapter 379. Emergency Support. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Mo Fan was stunned. He had heard many tales about the Black Totem Snake from Tangyue. The Black Totem Snake was indeed looking after her, just like her senior. However, Mo Fan was shocked that the Black Totem Snake would care about Tangyue so much. Most demon beasts would have already lost the ability to think rationally after suffering from the bruises and wounds, and would go berserk. However, the Black Totem Snake did not lose control of himself. In fact, he seemed rather lost when he saw Tangyue bursting into tears. This was Mo Fan's first time sensing such emotion from the utterly terrifying gigantic snake. He was treating Tangyue like his own kid, not allowing her to suffer at all. He was scared to hear her crying, even though he was still enduring the pain from the super magic formation. Do you believe it? Do you believe a totem beast like that is the source of the plague and the disaster? Said Mo Fan to eldest senior sister Langqing beside him. Does me believing make any difference? Langqing's voice was filled with a hint of unwillingness. As a matter of fact, she was more inclined toward the totem guardian side. Unfortunately, the terrified people of the city wanted the Black Totem Snake dead as soon as possible. The Su Causeway was crowded with advanced magicians. They were waiting for the Black Totem Snake to become weaker so they could flank him from all directions and eliminate the ruler-level demon beast. On the causeway, Councilman Zhu Meng and Councilman Luo Mian totally ignored the Black Totem Snake's gentle behavior. They were waiting for the Black Totem Snake to weaken. Shall we attack now? Asked Councilman Zhu Meng impatiently. The West Fortress was under attack by a pack of white magic falcons, a grave threat to the city. Zhu Meng had no time to waste any further. He had to eliminate the Black Totem Snake to get rid of the plague, then hold back the white magic falcons. We can't afford to underestimate the Black Totem Snake. If you withdraw the lightning punishment formation, more than half of your men would die in order to kill him. His power is still too much for us to handle even though he is currently going through Ecdysis. Councilman Luo Mian was more familiar with the Black Totem Snake than the others. Councilman Zhu Meng hesitated. He glanced at the head of the royal guards, Wu Pingjing beside him. Wu Pingjing said with a nod, "Councilman, we can't rush it. Let's strike after the lightning punishment formation has tortured him a while longer." Councilman Zhu Meng lowered his hand and decided to wait it out. However, a brief moment later, the royal guard Li Jin hurriedly came up to Zhu Meng and blurted out without saluting, "Councilman, West Fortress is requesting backup." Councilman Zhu Meng frowned. He glanced at the Black Totem Snake which was still trapped within the 9 lightning halberds and said, "Give us some time, we need to kill the snake first." It's an emergency. A ruler-level demon beast had appeared among the white magic falcons. Our line of defense had crumbled due to the betrayal of the heavenly eagles. We totally lost our air power. Only advanced magicians are able to stop the army of white magic falcons. The fortress has summoned every advanced magician nearby, but it's still not enough to hold off the invasion of the white magic falcons. Without support, the demon beasts would soon appear in the sky above the city. When that happens, said Li Jin. Is it really that serious? Councilman Zhu Meng was stunned. Without the heavenly eagles, the soldiers guarding the fortress are totally useless, said Li Jin. The elder of the magic court Li Tian glanced at Councilman Zhu Meng, who was hesitant after hearing the shocking news. We can't afford to lose any time. Councilman, please bring the judges of the magic court and the royal guards to the front line at West Fortress at once. No, we have to kill the beast first, stated Councilman Luo Mian with a loud tone all of a sudden. Zhu Meng was puzzled. The Black Totem Snake's endurance is shocking. We might have to wait until late at night before his stamina is depleted. It's better to attack him by then. If we attack him now, it will result in a great number of casualties. Without enough advanced magicians, we won't be able to provide enough support to the front line. Hangzhou will truly suffer a terrible disaster. The lightning punishment formation has the beast trapped. It will not be able to break free from the strongest entrapment spell among all super spells in just 1 or 2 days. We should focus on the invasion now, then kill the beast once the city is safe, said Elder Li Tian. Councilman Luo Mian pulled a long face. He glanced at the severely injured black totem snake, and took another glance at Councilman Zhu Meng. Councilman Zhu Meng was the one who had authority over the magicians. The strength of his royal guards was astounding. Therefore, he was the person making the final decision. Since we're running out of time, we should take the risk to kill the beast at once. With the royal guards here, he won't be able to resist much longer, said Councilman Luo Mian. Wait! Councilman Zhu Meng raised his hand. Zhu Meng, we have to kill him now to prevent any changes to the plan, said Luo Mian. To the front line at once, ordered Zhu Meng sternly. This, Luo Mian reacted strangely. Head of the Royal Guards Wu Pingjing, listen up. Bring the Royal Guards to the front line of West Fortress at once. If I see a single white magic falcon trespassing into the safe zone, I'll hold you responsible, declared Councilman Zhu Meng firmly. Affirmative. Wu Pingjing leapt into the air and flew into the sky above the causeway as 3 pairs of wings appeared on his back. Each wing was ample and long, fully extended. Each beat produced a gentle flow, pushing Wu Pingjing into the sky. 6 wings. This head of the Royal Guard's strength is a bit too terrifying. Mo Fan stared after Wu Pingjing, who was disappearing into the sky. Following Wu Pingjing's summon, the Royal Guards immediately rose into the sky after him. The causeway had lots of powerful magicians on station. They either cast a wind element advanced spell to summon wind wings on their backs, took out their wing equipment and adept flew into the sky, or summoned their flying mounts to soar into the sky. The Royal Guards who were holding their positions on the causeway moments ago had all flown into the distance. They quickly flew west, with Wu Pingjing leading in front. The sight was rather spectacular, making those who had yet to possess any flying ability quite jealous. Speaking of which, how powerful exactly was the black totem snake that was being trapped within the lightning punishment formation? The causeway was crowded with many experts, and the black totem snake was already weakened due to the Ecdysis and the lightning punishment formation. However, the 2 councilmen still assumed it was a great risk to kill it now. Either way, the black totem snake's life was spared for now. Mo Fan was about to walk over to Tangyues when he saw Ling Qing glaring at Councilman Luo Mian, as if she were trying to peek into the cunning old man's mind. Big sis, what's wrong? Asked Mo Fan. I have a feeling that this entire incident isn't as simple as it looks, said Ling Qing grimly. Chapter 380. Vermin spotted. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Mo Fan was smart enough to know that Ling Qing was implying something. He lowered his voice and asked, Big sis, do you know something? My people have access to some information, and I also spent some time investigating the identities of the first 2 corpses that were found after the snake appeared in the city. I didn't find anything useful, but someone seems very suspicious now. Ling Qing was fairly tall and was currently bearing a sharp gaze. Her aura was quite different from the girls with cold personalities. Luckily, she was Ling Ling's sister. Otherwise, Mo Fan would simply not approach a woman like her. Big sis, are you suspicious about the plague? Mo Fan noticed something from Ling Qing's tone. Do you want to save the snake? Asked Ling Qing. Both Li Tian and Ling Qing were leaning towards the side of the Totem Guardians. They had already asked Mr. Lu, who was leading the medical team. He mentioned that even though the blood of the black totem snake was able to resist the virus, it was not enough to cure it. It implied that the black totem snake was not the true cause of the plague. Besides, White Town was severely impacted when the outbreak took place, but the black totem snake was staying at West Lake before. If he were the cause of the plague, the most serious outbreak would have happened to the people close to the lake instead. The elder of the magic court Li Tian and Ling Qing had both been investigating the incident. They had acquired some leads, but they were unable to sort out who their real targets were. I do, but Mo Fan glanced at the dispirited Tangyues sitting on the edge of the causeway. Mo Fan knew they did not have any convincing proof, but his instinct was telling him that the black totem snake was not evil. Mo Fan felt rather down, as he had never seen his Miss Tangyues so helpless before. My people have been allocated to West Fortress. I didn't have anyone to help. If you're willing to assist me, head to White Town at once and see if there's any trace of other demon beasts, said Lang Qing. I thought someone had already investigated it. Would it make any difference, said Mo Fan. White Town was the place of the outbreak, thus the government would have sent Magic Court people over. What could he possibly find there? If someone were purposely hiding the truth, or preventing people from finding the true cause, the government's efforts would have been in vain. I've already asked Lingling to go to White Town. You will regroup with her there. Remember, we don't have much time. Once the white magic falcons are driven back, Zhu Meng would surely come and kill the black totem snake straight away. There's nothing we could do once the beast is dead, and it would be even harder to discover the truth, said Lang Qing sternly. So Big Sis was already investigating it. Don't worry, if there is indeed something fishy at White Town, I promise I'll find it, declared Mo Fan, tapping his chest. Great, we'll move separately. Please find the truth before they return, said Lang Qing. I've no clue where to start from. What shall I do first, blurted out Mo Fan. I've already sent the information to Lingling. She will give you the debrief. Fine. Lang Qing left quickly. Mo Fan still had no idea what important clue she had discovered a moment ago. Either way, Mo Fan did agree that something was fishy about the whole incident. If there was more to the plague than what they were seeing on the surface, he was determined to unveil it. Following Lang Qing's instructions, Mo Fan arrived at White Town after dark. White Town was in a complete lockdown. Either entering or leaving the town was incredibly troublesome, very different from the situation a few days ago. As Mo Fan was troubled trying to find a way to sneak into the town, he received a call from Lingling, who urged him to regroup with her at the main entrance. As Mo Fan made his way toward the entrance that was heavily guarded, he saw Lingling wearing a black dress with flowers on it standing in a little corner. Her watery eyes were staring at Mo Fan, who had arrived late. Her extremely eye-catching double ponytails increased her charm tremendously. Mo Fan could not help but feel a great urge to hug her and rub her cheeks. I knew you wouldn't die so easily, Lingling was same as usual. She glanced at Mo Fan for a while, before a smile surfaced on her face. You're getting prettier, Mo Fan reached out his hand and pinched her cheek. Lingling immediately twisted her lips. She hated someone pinching her cheeks the most. The girl who was like a little noble princess a moment ago instantly turned into a raging wild cat, reaching out her claws to scratch Mo Fan, as if she were determined to kill Mo Fan at the cost of her own life. Mo Fan grabbed Lingling's head with his hand, preventing her arms and legs from reaching him. He chuckled and said, "All right, time to focus on the real business. Humph, if you dare pinch me again, I'll chop your hands off." Lingling squalled like a fierce cub. Your sister mentioned that she had given you some information. What was it? Asked Mo Fan. I was actually in charge of the operation, too. Around 2 months ago, she told me to look into a batch of blood serums being transferred around by the government. The blood serums were supplied to the rest stations, lines of defense and fortresses in Zhejiang province. You do know that there are endless casualties from fighting demon beasts. Most hunters use 1/5 of their income to buy blood serums, to prevent themselves from dying from excessive loss of blood in the wild. The rest stations, lines of defense, and fortresses are places that require a huge amount of blood serums, too. As usual, Lingling opened her mini laptop and placed it on her legs. The blood serums were very common yet expensive medical supplies. They were normally used as blood supplies. Magicians with healing magic were less common than other elements. The healers could not possibly look after every injured person. Therefore, the serums invented by the healers were extremely important. Among them, the blood serums had the highest demand. After consuming a blood serum, a magician's ability to produce new blood was 10 times stronger. Most external wounds could be treated in a short period of time by consuming the blood serum and wrapping them up in bandages, assuming the wounds were not infected. The blood serums were rather costly. Magicians who spent most of their time fighting in the wild would spend a part of their income on them, thus the providers of blood serums could easily make a huge profit off them. What about the blood serums? Asked Mo Fan. The blood serums are refined using a special type of blood obtained from demon beasts. The entire process is supposed to be under strict monitoring, and the products have to pass several tests before they are distributed to the rest stations, the military, or sold to the hunters or traders. My sister found out that someone tried to produce blood serums using a different ingredient to replace the special blood, which ended up producing a batch of defective blood serum, said Lingling. Black-hearted vendors, said Mo Fan in a surprised tone. The Magic Association is in charge of the blood serums, and the government would also have a supply of them. It would be a lot easier if only the sellers were involved, said Lingling. Who? Mo Fan raised his brows. Looks like we've got Vermin in the government and the Magic Association, too. Chapter 381. Rising to the Surface. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. So the blood serums might have something to do with the plague, asked Mo Fan. We'll know very soon, after a little investigation. I've stolen an ID card as your disguise to sneak into the vault. White Town has been in lockdown since the outbreak, so nothing is allowed to be transported in and out. I bet the defective blood serums are still somewhere in the town, said Lingling. It's time for the Clear Sky Hunter Agency to serve justice today. Mo Fan was excited. The blood serums were kept in a military supplies courtyard. Since Mo Fan had the ID card, he simply strutted into the place. Mo Fan clearly remembered that the place was heavily guarded when he first came to White Town, but since the invasion of the White Magic Falcons, many of the guards had been sent to the front line instead. The infiltration was fairly easy. Mo Fan soon observed people in white coats moving boxes from the vaults where the blood serums were kept. Many people were injured in the front line. We've been sent here to collect the blood serums. Since you've got a whole vault of them here, why are you stopping us from taking them? Snapped a soldier who pointed his finger at the guards in white coats close to the vaults. I've already told you. There isn't any blood serum here. Someone has already transported them to the front line, a guard in a white coat responded firmly. Do you think I'm blind? I've been a medic in the military for many years, and you're assuming that I can't recognize the blood serums. Is someone planning to take advantage of the precarious situation to earn a huge profit when the White Magic Falcons is invading us? Snapped the soldier righteously. Enough with the slander, we're merely following our orders, said the guard, embarrassed. Humph. Order my ass. You pricks are unbelievable, hoarding important supplies to yourself. I will now take all the blood serums in the vaults, and see if anyone dares to confront Commander Ming. Soldiers, take all the blood serums from the vaults. A man with a black beard stepped forward. His badges alone revealed his identity as a commander. The guards in white coats were initially bold and confident, but their confidence quickly shattered when they saw a commander was involved. Commander Ming was ruthless. He led the battle mages and kicked the doors of the vaults open. As soon as the doors flung open, bottles of blood serums perfectly lined up on the racks in the vaults. The blood inside the containers showed a unique gloss under the light. And you're telling me these aren't blood serums? Snapped Commander Ming furiously. Those, the guards pull a long face. Shut up, I'll turn you into ashes if you speak a word more. Our soldiers are in the midst of a bloodbath at the front line, while pricks like you are hoarding the supplies, yelled Commander Ming. The guards did not dare to speak further, apart from one who seemed to be medical personnel. It's fine if you're planning to take them, but may I give the Vice Elder of the Magic Court, Wang Yi, a heads up? These supplies belong to the Magic Associations and the Enforcement Union, so we still have to follow procedures. Trying to scare me off with a Vice Elder of the Magic Court. Commander Ming uttered a disdainful laugh. He waved his hand signaling his men to take the supplies away, leaving no room of discussion to the medical personnel. The battle mages had come in numbers. Although there were quite a number of guards there, they would not dare to oppose the army. They simply stood there exchanging glances with one another as the boxes of blood serums were carried away. The medical personnel wore a gloomy face. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. His panicked reaction was a clear indication that something had gone wrong. Vice Elder of the Magic Court, Wang Yi. Mo Fan's lips curled upward. He had obtained a useful piece of information. It was obvious that there was something wrong with the blood serums. Otherwise, why would they want to stop them from being taken away? The front line was currently under heavy attack, thus it only made sense that supplies like these were sent there straight away. Mo Fan was currently disguising himself as a medic, too. When he saw Commander Ming's people taking the blood serums, he quickly approached them. "Commander, please wait," called Mo Fan. "Who are you?" "Are you trying to stop me with some big names too?" ridiculed Commander Ming. "No, not at all. I have a few soldiers injured, and yet I was unable to find any blood serums in the town. I was planning to take some from here, when I saw your people taking them away," said Mo Fan. Commander Ming glanced at Mo Fan before looking at his proof of identity and confirmed that he was from the army, too. He waved his hand and ordered one of his men to give Mo Fan a box of the blood serums. Mo Fan expressed his gratitude, and just as he was about to pay the money, Commander Ming waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about it. We're all risking our lives for the city." A box of blood serums was rather costly. Commander Ming's words had plucked the strings in Mo Fan's heart. It turned out that he was a true soldier who cared about the city, even though his way of taking the supplies was rather rude. Mo Fan immediately left the courtyard after obtaining the box of blood serums. Ling was waiting at the same spot. Her mouth opened wide when she saw Mo Fan carrying the box toward her. "Take your time with them, and see if there's anything wrong." Mo Fan handed the box of blood serums to Ling. Ling was an expert with medicines. She could analyze the components of the blood serums with simple equipment, but she just needed some time. "Have you found anything else?" asked Ling. "Do you know the Vice Elder of the Magic Court, Wang Yi?" asked Mo Fan. The medical personnel had mentioned his name to stop the commander, thus it was possible that he was the person keeping the blood serums inside the vaults. "My sister should know." Ling quickly called Lang Qing with the information. Lang Qing went silent for quite a long time with heavy breathing. "Seems like we're getting real close to the truth behind the plague," said Lang Qing in a grim voice. "What should we do now?" asked Mo Fan. "Mo Fan, Ling, head over to West Fortress. Track the blood serums down. I believe the truth is rising to the surface real soon," said Lang Qing. "Got it, we'll go now." Mo Fan nodded. Things were getting really interesting. Soon, they would know who was responsible for the plague. Chapter 382. It's indeed him. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. The light of dawn gently scattered across the surface of West Lake, shining upon the 9 lightning halberds as the sky lit up. The people could now get a clearer look at the astonishing super magic. The lightning magic had firmly trapped the skyscraping snake. His body was covered with bruises. He looked extremely weak. He still revealed his upper body above the surface of the lake. He would glance at the terrified crowd surrounding the lake at times, and try to break free from the lightning punishment formation. Unfortunately, the formation was extremely solid, and it was impossible for him to barge his way out with his current strength. On the causeway, Tangyues sat there and kept the Black Totem snake company. If the Black Totem snake were to leave the world forever, she wanted to share his last walk with him. The wounds on the Black Totem snake were spreading. The lightning from the halberds continued to strike at his body and torture him. Finally, the Black Totem snake seemed to have run out of energy. His body slowly curled up as he rested his head on his body. His eyes closed slowly. "Big guy, are you all right? Please stay with me for a while longer. I'll think of a way to save you," Tangyues screamed at the beast. The Black Totem snake opened his heavy eyelids. He glanced at Tangyues and uttered a soft shriek, as if he were just telling Tangyues that he was taking a little nap as he was too tired. The wounds on the Black Totem snake festered badly. The lightning arcs penetrated into his skin mercilessly. They would only let him go once he was shattered into pieces. Tangyues continued to scream at the giant beast to stop him from falling asleep. However, the Black Totem snake had already shut his eyes, not showing any reaction to her calls. Tangyues covered her face in her hands, her eyes filled with tears. She stared at the black totem snake, which was slowly being torn apart by the lightning bolts, not knowing if he would fall into a permanent sleep. West Fortress. The sky was bright and clear, embellished with snowy white clouds. It would be a stunning view, without the blood splattering in the sky and flesh being torn apart. The sky above the fortress currently held a giant white storm. It loomed over the vast land and the humans' fortress. With just a glance, it was impossible to tell that the white storm was actually formed by thousands of white magic falcons. Their screams pierced like thunder, their wings formed a white hurricane. Their eyes were filled with hunger, staring at the city full of humans in the distance. Meanwhile, magic spells were howling over the fortress. The colors from a variety of basic spells were blossoming like fireworks in the sky. A strong pungent odor from the destructive elements lingered across the land. A huge number of powerful magicians were battling in the sky among the countless wings and claws. The brilliance of sky palaces being aligned was a spectacular sight. The sky was filled with lines of meteors, each the funeral of a white magic falcon, feathers and bodies burned into ashes, dyeing the sky a blazing red. A pair of eyes of death was emitting an eerie glow, like it belonged to a grim reaper. As they traveled across the sky, the white magic falcons nearby would turn into lifeless statues, which eventually smashed to pieces on the ground. A shadow elementalist raised his hands high up in the sky, reversing day and night. When he finished casting the spell, the whole area was covered in darkness, rendering the sharp eyes of the white magic falcons useless. A gigantic beast leapt into the sky and infiltrated the darkness. A moment later, cries of agony came out non-stop, as the beast brought a nightmare to the white magic falcons that were trapped inside the darkness. Rays of light arrows produced by plummeting rays penetrated the bodies of the white magic falcons, shooting them down from the sky. The endless basic spells could at most draw a line of defense in the sky above the fortress, preventing the white magic falcons from invading the safe zone. Only the advanced magicians and their advanced magic could deal efficient blows to the invading birds. As the royal guards joined the battle, the white magic falcons found themselves in a rather suppressed battle. Countless numbers of them were killed overnight. Their blood and corpses had given the vast land a scarlet baptism. The ruler-level demon beast seemed to be aware that the strength of their army was not strong enough to break through the humans' defense, so it had chosen to withdraw. As a result, the vast numbers of white magic falcons which were spiraling in the sky like a storm returned to the ridge. However, the situation was still not resolved yet. The demon beasts did not withdraw to their nest, but were resting temporarily in the woods closest to the fortress, waiting to launch their next attack. On a path close to West Fortress, Mo Fan was wearing a combat medic uniform and strutting down the road with Lingling, who was in a nurse outfit. They had received the credentials from Ling Qing, so they could easily walk past the security. Mo Fan raised his head and saw the flocks of white magic falcons flying into the distance. He glanced at the deformed corpses falling from the sky close to the fortress. The fortress used to be a mix of grey and white, and now it was stained with blood and feathers. The battle was horrifying. How many battle mages were sacrificed to kill so many white magic falcons? Mo Fan did not spend too much time indulging in the sorrow. He followed Ling Qing's order and tailed the blood serums to the fortress. All they needed to do now was to guard the tree stump and wait for rabbits. As soon as they arrived at the storage area, Mo Fan and Lingling used their disguises and claimed they were here to count and check on the blood serums. Unfortunately, most of the supplies were already distributed. There were only a few boxes left in the storage. "We're a step late," said Lingling. "The battle has just ended. The number of injured is enough to cover a whole field, so the demand for blood serums must be extremely huge. Watch out, someone is coming." "They don't look like people from the fortress," said Mo Fan. Lingling quickly shifted her attention towards several figures walking in their direction at a fast pace. "Let's hide." A few men came into the storage in a panic. When they discovered the blood serums had already been taken by the army, they pulled a long face. "What shall we do? These supplies aren't supposed to be used. We should tell Councilman Luo Mion at once. Otherwise, it will be a terrible mess," said Vice Elder of the Magic Court Wang Yi. They soon left hurriedly. Mo Fan and Lingling, who were hiding behind a stack of boxes, captured a crucial piece of information. Councilman Luo Mion, blurted out Mo Fan in astonishment. Humph, it's indeed him. My sister has long felt suspicious about him, said Lingling while clenching her teeth. Chapter 383. Tracking down the Councilman. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. The problem is, we still haven't located the source of the plague. Mo Fan said with a frown. The defective blood serum still did not prove anything. At most, Councilman Luo Mion would only be accused of selling fake blood serums. The plague that brought terror to Hangzhou City had still not resolved completely. Don't worry, I've already planted a bug on one of them, said little lowly Lingling professionally. You're surely the expert here. Mo Fan could not help reaching his hand out to pinch Lingling's face again. Her adorable face immediately turned into a tigress glaring at Mo Fan. He had no choice but to lower it. The sound coming from the microphone was crisp and clear. The one with a fairly rough voice was none other than the Vice Elder of the Magic Court, Wang Yi. Wang Yi was bringing his men straight toward Hangzhou's quarantine zone. He was most likely heading back to meet Councilman Luo Mion. Mo Fan was also suspicious of Councilman Luo Mion, but Tangyues, Tang Vong, and Haze trusted him and believed he was on the side of the Totem Guardians. To everyone's surprise, he had switched sides almost instantly and colluded with Zhu Meng. There's no fire without smoke. Luo Mion's decision had immediately intrigued the elder of the Magic Court, Li Tian. It turned out that Li Tian and Lang Qing had acquired some evidence that suggested the Councilman was up to something. Hangzhou's quarantine zone. Under the white tents lay rows of beds with patients shrieking on them. It sounded like the cries of ghouls. As time gradually passed, the wounds festered even more. The antibiotics obtained from the snake's blood were no longer efficient at stopping the virus from spreading. Someone has died. The number will continue to increase in the next 24 hours, a healer said to Mr. Liu in a soft tone. I got it, Mr. Liu let out a sigh and said slowly, the virus is still in the patient's blood. It will eventually end up in their heart and brain. If these two vital organs are infected, we will have to be extremely cautious when treating them. Yeah. Councilman Luo Mion is here at the quarantine zone. What's he doing? Mr. Liu went over to the quarantine zone and saw Councilman Luo Mion and his men walking past the patients. His freckled face filled with a hint of worry. Unlike everyone else, he was not wearing a mask. Councilman, please save us. A middle-aged magician half sat on the bed while hugging his kid, who seemed to be around 10 years old. Both of their bodies were covered in blisters, especially their faces. They looked fairly hideous. The judges of the Magic Court rebuked him when they saw him trying to grab the Councilman's hand. They tried to push him away. Stop it, don't be so rough. Luo Mion immediately rebuked his men. The Councilman with a goatee wore a gentle smile and took the initiative to hold the patient's hand before saying with a firm tone, Brother, take a rest here. Once we kill the snake that's responsible for the plague, you will recover in no time. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough firepower at the moment, so we can't touch him yet. I heard that a tribe in Hangzhou City is worshipping the snake like a god. Councilman Luo Mion, is that true? If so, the entire tribe must be held responsible. We should hunt them down and burn every one of them alive, snapped a man who had just caught the plague. The words immediately infuriated the crowd. Many immediately transformed their sorrow into rage. Everyone, please calm down. We are trying our best to resolve the plague. As for the medical fees, I've already submitted a request to the government. I'll handle most of the fees for you, and we've already found out who's responsible for the plague. It will soon be over, so please bear with us for a while longer. Councilman Luo Mion said sincerely to the patients. We will always trust Councilman. That's right. With Luo Mion's statement, the quarantine zone which was about to have an uproar rapidly calmed down. Mr. Liu just happened to witness the entire sequence. He went up with a smile and bowed slightly. Only Councilman has the ability to calm the crowd. What ability? I'm just placing myself in their shoes. Councilman Luo Mian gave a signal to his men so he could have some time alone with Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, do you have any strong poison? You also know that the snake is responsible for the plague. We've trapped him with a super lightning formation, but as most of the experts were sent to the front line, we can't execute him in time. Didn't you mention that the snake's bile is the key to finding the cure? If you can provide us with some poison to kill the snake, we can easily resolve the situation. Any minute spent waiting could cost a person's life. Mr. Lu understood Councilman Luo Mian's intention, but he shook his head with a troubled look. Frankly speaking, the black totem snake is no doubt a specialist with poison. The strongest poison is no different than spring water in his eyes. I don't think it's possible to use poison on him. Councilman Luo Mian frowned. It was not something he wanted to hear. If that's the case, does Mr. Lu have any idea? I feel uneasy when I see so many people dying on the beds, asked Luo Mian. Well, as a matter of fact, from our latest analysis of the snake's blood and the virus, we've discovered that the snake's poison and the virus of the plague are not from the same source. In my opinion, Councilman shouldn't put too much effort into trying to kill the snake, said Mr. Lu. Is that so? Councilman Luo Mian seemed surprised. I have to continue searching for the cure. If you would excuse me, said Mr. Lu. Councilman Luo Mian stared at Mr. Lu's back. The worry on his face slowly turned into panic and anger. The situation was getting out of his control. First, the military had taken away the blood serums. Now, Mr. Lu had also discovered that the snake had nothing to do with the plague. If they weren't quick enough, their whole plan would be in vain. You, snapped Councilman Luo Mian coldly. Yes. Proceed with the initial plan. Affirmative. Chapter 384. An important breakthrough. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. West Fortress. Many youngsters were carrying mops and buckets to clean the blood stains on the road. One of the youngsters hurled his mop and yelled furiously, "I want to join the battle. I'm not here to do some cleaning. The corpses must be dealt with in time. Otherwise, it will trigger an outbreak. Hangzhou City is already suffering from one. We can't allow West Fortress to fall into one too," said Wang Xiaojun. Suddenly, a scream of agony was heard coming from the bunker. The youngsters were stunned. It took them a while to collect their thoughts. Wang Xiaojun quickly rushed into the bunker and saw a group of battle mages rushing out in fear. What's wrong? What happened? Asked Wang Xiaojun. Plague, it's the plague. Big Li is covered with blisters, screamed one of them. Wang Xiaojun pushed his way inside and saw a half-naked man crouching in the corner, scratching the blisters on his skin. His nails had already pierced the blisters open. Blood with a foul scent flowed out from them, hideous to see. The soldiers in the bunker were absolutely terrified and ran away. Everyone was well aware of how contagious the virus was. If someone had caught the virus in the army, soon the whole army would be infected. Big Li, are you all right? Wang Xiaojun worriedly walked up and asked. What are you doing here? Stay away from me, the young battle mage yelled at the young man. Wang Xiaojun, it's none of your business. Move aside, the medical team will be here soon. A soldier came up and shoved the youngster aside. The soldier stood beside the patient, not daring to move any closer. Wang Xiaojun rubbed his butt as he walked out from the bunker and murmured, "That's no plague, it's just the poison after being bitten by the poisonous rat." As he was mumbling under his breath, a girl wearing a red and black dress with plum blossoms quickly went up to him. Wang Xiaojun's eyes widened when he saw the little beauty. Since when did the fortress have such a gorgeous girl? Look at those adorable double ponytails, and the soft, tender legs under the dress. She would surely grow into a gorgeous beauty. Hey, what were you saying just then? Little Loli approached the youngster and asked in a proud and cold voice. How impolite, you should call me brother, said Wang Xiaojun. Save the nonsense, tell me what you're murmuring just now. Why were you saying that it isn't a plague? Asked Lingling. It's definitely not a plague. I had it when I was out catching some rats before. My hands were covered with the blisters, but once I applied the sap of the red falcon herbs to my skin, it was gone fairly quickly. Wang Xiaojun glanced at the slightly disdainful little lowly and decided to tell the truth. Are you sure about that? Lingling asked in a serious tone. She had been observing where the blood serums were taken to. She was initially confused about how the blood serums had anything to do with the plague, but everything made sense now. The source of the plague was the blood serums used for medical purposes. The blisters on the young battle mage were the evidence. Lingling had seen him taking the blood serum and consuming it before the blisters appeared. West Fortress had been very cautious to stop the plague from spreading to this place, so it was impossible the plague had come from a different source by accident. Lingling immediately went to the bunker when she heard that someone was affected by the plague. However, the youngster had caught her attention, hence why she had approached him. Why would I lie to you? I have a grey eagle as a pet, but as his lineage isn't pure, the beastmasters aren't too fond of him. He rarely gets fed enough, so I would secretly go to the woods to catch some hares or rats for him. I stumbled into some kind of poisonous rat beasts once and found myself covered with the same blisters. The eagle then went to grab a red falcon herb from West Ridge, and the blisters were gone in no time. Also, I was no longer be affected by the poisonous rats, Wang Xiaojun said sternly. Do you still have the red falcon herb? Asked Lingling. Nope, they don't grow around here, but they grow like weeds at West Ridge. Normally, we might have a chance of getting some from there, but it's quite impossible now. The white magic falcons are extremely violent nowadays, and might launch their attack anytime now, said Wang Xiaojun. Come with me. Lingling grabbed Wang Xiaojuan's sleeve and headed straight up the guard tower. On the tower, Mo Fan was sitting on the edge. His eyes were staring at West Ridge, which had turned from green to white. More white magic falcons had been summoned, as if they were calling for more reinforcements. The mountains were filled with them. It was quite impossible to tell when they would attack next. The number of white magic falcons would surely bring countless casualties to the city. Mo Fan, I've discovered something important. Lingling brought Wang Xiaojun to Mo Fan. Wang Xiaojun immediately saluted when he saw Mo Fan wearing a uniform. Greetings, sir. Lingling told Mo Fan what she had heard. Mo Fan was not fully convinced. He asked more questions regarding the details. The red falcon herb can only be found at West Ridge, but look at it now, the feathers of the white magic falcons are covering the mountain like leaves. If we can't get our hands on the red falcon herbs, how could we possibly prove that he's telling the truth, said Mo Fan. Lingling immediately reached out her hand and slapped Mo Fan's head when she saw him feeling down. How stupid are you? If we can't get close to West Ridge, we could simply ask this guy to catch some poisonous rats and dissect them. All we need to do is to prove that the poisonous rats are the source of the plague. Mo Fan's eyes flickered. He quickly hugged the tiny Linging and kissed her chubby cheek. Ha ha, why didn't I think of it, kid? What's your name? Go and catch me some poisonous rats. No, I'll go with you. It will probably take you half a day to kill one. You can find one in the woods just ahead. Come with me, I can lure them out, said Wang Xiaojun. Mo Fan nodded. He summoned the swift star wolf without hesitation. If the young man was saying the truth, it would be a tremendous breakthrough to finding the truth about the plague. Chapter 385. The Alert. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Following Wang Xiaojuan's guide, Mo Fan and Lingling quickly made their way to the woods and caught a poisonous rat beast that Wang Xiaojun had mentioned. Lingling was rather an expert with demon beasts. She immediately recognized it to be a subspecies of the demon rats living in burrows in the jungle. These malicious epidemic rats were one of the weakest of all servant-class demon beasts. Mo Fan did fight some of them along the way, and the demon beast was a lot weaker than the colossalide ape rat Mo Fan had encountered in Bo City. Lingling quickly dissected one of the malicious epidemic rats on the spot dexterously. Both Mo Fan and Wang Xiaojun wore weird looks on their faces, as they could not believe it was something that a little girl looking barely over 10 could do. Strange, it's the mutated blood. Am I really that lucky, said Lingling. She glanced at Mo Fan and pointed deeper into the woods. Go catch some more of these here, and see if they contain any mutated blood. Mo Fan followed her instructions. Killing some of the rats did not require any effort. To Mo Fan's astonishment, each of the malicious epidemic rats had mutated blood in them. Mutated blood, only a few drops would appear after killing over 100 demon beasts. It was an important material that had always been low in supply. Hunters had risked their lives in the wild to hunt the demon beasts, just to obtain some mutated blood, mutated bones, or mutated skin from them. Mutated bones or mutated skin were the main crafting material to forge magical equipment, while mutated blood was widely used in other areas. The blood serums for healing purposes were refined from mutated blood. Mutated blood was incredibly rare, hence it was rather unbelievable that every malicious epidemic rat had mutated blood. Mo Fan reflected the findings to Lingling, who was busy dissecting the demon beast. Lingling seemed to have arrived at a conclusion, whose lips curled slightly upward as she spoke. We finally have a clear picture of the whole incident. Mo Fan and Wang Xiaojun sat down beside one another, fully prepared to listen to Lingling's explanation. The malicious epidemic rats are very unique. It's a rare type of disastrous species. They are weak, to an extent that they can't even protect themselves, as they are placed at the bottom of the food chains. When I read about them in the recordings about their species, I always wondered why they aren't extinct yet. It turns out that they have a special way to reproduce. First, their bodies contain a kind of diseased blood, which is very similar to mutated blood. It's impossible to tell the difference without a detailed dissection. Therefore, recalling the series of events that have taken place lately, Mo Fan had already noticed how the incidents were linked. He took over and continued, someone has been using the rat's diseased blood to mass-produce the blood serums, which resulted in the outbreak of the plague. Lingling added with a nod, from the information Sister has given me, it turns out that the 2 rotten corpses in the city bought blood serums from White Town beforehand. The first batch of patients caught the virus from the blood serums made with the malicious epidemic rat's blood. The production line of the blood serums was strictly handled by the Magic Association. It was almost impossible that someone had retrieved the wrong ingredients to produce the blood serums. Therefore, it was most likely that someone had colluded with the Magic Association to mass-produce the defective blood serums. The blood serums would have the same effect as the ordinary blood serums, but they never thought that the malicious epidemic rat's blood would hide in the patient's body before breaking out as a disease. Somehow, the disease had further mutated into an epidemic. As such, it instantly activated the virus in the bodies of those who had consumed the defective blood serums, allowing the plague to spread rapidly, and resulting in the disaster for Hangzhou City. They had finally discovered the source of the plague. The whole incident had nothing to do with the Black Totem snake. The so-called natural disaster was actually man-made. Their next step was to discover the people responsible for using such an inhumane method to earn a great profit. Leng Qing and Mo Fan reflected their findings to Leng Qing, who told the 2 her discoveries, too. It turned out that the person in charge of supervising the first batch of blood serums was Vice Elder Wang Yi's wife. Furthermore, even Wang Yi would not have the guts to use the diseased blood as an alternative ingredient to produce the blood serums. As they investigated further, there was only one person likely to be the culprit. Councilman Luo Mian. If Councilman Luo Mian were guilty, it explained why he had suddenly colluded with Councilman Zhu Meng. After all, they needed a scapegoat for the plague. The Black Totem Snake happened to be the perfect candidate, thus he could not wait to execute the Black Totem Snake, just so he could blame it all on the already dead Black Totem Snake. It was an astounding discovery, which involved an absolutely terrifying conspiracy. Mo Fan, Lingling, Wang Xiaojun, Leng Qing, and Tangyue regrouped at West Lake. When Mo Fan told everyone the truth, Tangyue was flushed with rage, her chest rising heavily. She never thought that Councilman Luo Mian was responsible for the plague, and instead of confessing his wrongdoing took advantage of the people's fear and Councilman Zhu Meng's strategy to frame the Black Totem Snake. How vicious and devoid of conscience was he? Since we've already learned the truth, we should arrest Councilman Luo Mian as soon as possible, said Wang Xiaojun. A councilman has far greater power than an elder of the magic court. Arresting him won't be easy. We should find a way to let Councilman Zhu Meng spare the Black Totem snake's life first. The Totem beast is already extremely weak. He won't hold much longer if the torture continues, said Mo Fan. Lang Qing nodded. It would be quite difficult to overthrow a councilman. Besides, they had no solid evidence to prove that he was the mastermind behind the infectious blood serums. They would have to wait until the elder Li Tian to acquired some important evidence. Tangyu clenched her fists. Even though they knew who the culprit was, they still could not bring him to justice. As they were discussing, Lang Qing received a call. A hint of helplessness surfaced on her face as she said, Vice Elder of the Magic Court Wang Yi has committed suicide to avoid punishment. The news has spread quickly through West Fortress. The blood serums that were transported to West Fortress are defective. The outbreak of the plague is inevitable. If we knew the blood serums were the reason for the plague, we would have stopped the blood serums from reaching West Fortress, said Mo Fan. It doesn't make any difference, even though we've learned the truth. Councilman Luo Mian has sacrificed the rook in order to save the queen, blaming it all on Vice Elder Wang Yi. The entire fortress is affected by the plague, thus our defense has tumbled. The army of white magic falcons might attack at any time. Hangzhou City is going to have a serious problem, said Lang Qing. In the midst of her speech, Lang Qing raised her eyes, staring into the west. A moment later, an ray of light could be seen in the distance. It was absolutely striking as it sprang into the sky. The sun was setting in the same direction, the sky was dyed crimson. The combination of the two colors served as a reminder of the upcoming terrifying situation. Chapter 386. The Truth Behind the Invasion. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. As the sun fully set, the white magic falcons made use of the darkness that slowly covered the land and flew out from their perches. The sky, dimly lit by what was left of the sun, was covered with white feathers. They looked like clouds, huge enough to shroud the entire sky while slowly approaching the fortress. The spectacular view immediately sent chills down everyone's spine. The white magic falcons had just launched an even fiercer attack. The countless white magic falcons seemed to have found a delicacy. They had turned into white ghastly demons with a strong bloodlust, descending upon the human world. They flew across the mountains and the woods west of the fortress. Meanwhile, the most important line of defense on the human side was currently trapped by terror due to the plague. The battle mages gathered themselves, standing on the defense towers in lines. Most of the basic and intermediate magicians were unable to do any serious damage to flying demon beasts. As a matter of fact, the main firepower of West Fortress was made up of the huge number of basic and intermediate magicians. Currently, the humans had no choice but to send the elites among elites to station the scattered defense towers. The fortress itself was no longer part of the line of defense. The towers were the actual barrier stopping the white magic falcons from invading human territory. Many magicians were flying in the sky above West Fortress. Without the heavenly eagles, some of the advanced magicians could not even join the battle. Everyone was wearing a stern expression. They would be lying if they claimed they were not afraid of facing the overwhelming army of white magic falcons. They were just too many of them. Even advanced magicians were at risk of dying in the battle. It quickly turned into a standoff between humans and demon beasts. The numbers on the human side were too few. The battle felt rather one-sided on the surface. However, the humans did not dare take a step backward. There were too many helpless civilians behind the line of defense. If the white magic falcons crossed the line of defense, they would bring a true massacre to the city. In the main meeting room of West Fortress, Councilman Zhu Meng stood in front of the window providing a clear view of the sky. The expression on his face was extremely grave. He took a puff of a cigarette and extinguished it with a pinch straight away. Wu Pingjing, follow me to the battle. Councilman, how can you join the battle yourself? Said Royal Guard Li Jin. We are left with no choice. If I don't go, who's going to handle that ruler-level beast? Replied the councilman. That's right, not only do we need to deal with the large numbers of white magic falcons, we have to find a way to stop the ruler-level demon beast, too. Councilman, Wu Pingjing, Elders Tangzong and Li Tian, please handle the ruler-level creature, agreed Army Advisor Yun Feng. The four nodded heavily. They were prepared to fight the ruler-level demon beast to the death. Elder Court Li Tian glanced at Councilman Zhu Meng before looking at Army Advisor Yun Feng and said, "The White Magic Falcons are deadly serious with their invasion this time. Does anyone not wonder why the demon beasts who stayed at West Ridge peacefully would attack our city all of a sudden? These assholes are intelligent, too. They are simply taking advantage of our situation, since our defense is severely impacted because of the plague. They wouldn't let such a great opportunity slip past them. They have always wanted to take over our city. The peace we had was just so that we would let our guard down," said the Army Advisor of West Fortress, Yun Feng. Councilman Zhu Meng glanced at Li Tian and asked in a serious tone, "Elder Li Tian, you sound like you know something." "My subordinate Lung Qing has learned the truth of the plague from several young and brave magicians. It wasn't a natural disaster, but man-made," said Elder Li Tian in a heavy tone. "The plague was not a natural disaster, it was man-made." The words echoed in the meeting room, leaving everyone in astonishment. "Elder Li Tian, what do you possibly mean by that?" asked Army Advisor Yun Feng curiously. "Surely everyone knows that the source of the outbreak at West Fortress was the blood serums that were transported here from White Town. The blood serums contain a kind of diseased blood retrieved from the malicious epidemic rats. As the virus broke out in the patients' bodies, it eventually turned into an epidemic disease," said Li Tian. The goateed Councilman Luo Mian interrupted before Li Tian could finish. "Our first priority now is to deal with the White Magic Falcons. We should worry about the plague later." Elder Li Tian glanced at the guilty-conscious Councilman Luo Mian and said with a hollow laugh, "Everyone might not know this, but the White Magic Falcons are only invading us because of the plague. The malicious epidemic rats are the White Magic Falcons' favorite food. Also, they can utilize the diseased blood of the malicious epidemic rats to improve their bloodline. Therefore, when the White Magic Falcons smell the malicious epidemic rats, they hunt them down at all costs. Many people in the city are infected, thus the blood in their bodies has become the diseased blood of the malicious epidemic rats." Li Tian paused for a brief moment, his gaze never leaving Councilman Luo Mian. Everything was happening because of his greed, yet he was still inside the meeting room while Vice Elder Wang Yi had become his scapegoat. He had also put the blame on the Black Totem snake. Such an evil-hearted person, Li Tian felt a strong urge to execute the Councilman right on the spot. The White Magic Falcons have launched such a heavy attack because they assume every infected patient is a malicious epidemic rat, a delicacy, a resource that will make them stronger. Elder Li Tian finished furiously. The others were absolutely astounded when they finished hearing his words. "Are you telling me that the White Magic Falcons are only attacking us because they are targeting the people affected by the plague?" Councilman Zhu Meng asked in disbelief. "That's right. Didn't you realize that the White Magic Falcons are not trying to destroy the fortress? After we moved all the infected from White Town and the fortress to Hangzhou City, the demon beasts have already set their eyes on the city instead," Li Tian said heavily. Hangzhou was currently in a grave situation. Li Tian could not care less about sparing anyone's sensibilities. He was determined to reveal Councilman Luo Mian's conspiracy to everyone during the meeting, so they would realize the true cause of the battle. As a magician, Li Tian strongly believed that every magician had the obligation of stopping the demon beasts from infiltrating their territory with their lives at stake, but it did not mean that the magicians would have to sacrifice their precious lives for a man-made disaster resulting from one man's greed. Chapter 387. There's still one heavenly eagle left. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Luo Mian. It seems like you're hiding lots of things from me. Councilman Zhu Meng seemed to be aware of something. His eyes fixed on Councilman Luo Mian. Councilman Luo Mian continued to wear a smile. There was hardly any sign of fear on his face. "We'll settle it later, but right now we have more urgent matters on hand. Our enemies are right before us, should we waste our time further with infighting?" General Yun Feng nodded. "The army of White Magic Falcons will arrive at our line of defense in 2 hours. Our defense can mostly hold on for another 3 hours before they break through and invade Hangzhou City. We have 5 hours left to either stop the invasion of the White Magic Falcons or eliminate the ruler-level demon beast. Precisely. Councilman Luo Mian quickly nodded, as if he were afraid that someone else would bring up the blood serums again. Lung Qing stepped forward and said, "If the White Magic Falcons are invading because of the plague, I believe that our first priority is to find the cure to the plague instead. The White Magic Falcons will lose their targets, and it would be easier for us to drive them back." "It sounds like you've already found the cure to the plague," said Councilman Luo Mian with a weird grin. "That's true. Even Mr. Lu was clueless about how to deal with the plague. How could we possibly find the cure within 5 hours to resolve the situation? We've already found out what the antidote is. It's a special type of herb which only grows on West Ridge, the Red Falcon herb. If we could pluck some of them, we can quickly find a cure for the infected," said Leng Qing. The crowd immediately focused on Leng Qing, especially Councilman Zhu Meng. His eyes flickered with excitement as he blurted out, "Are you sure that the Red Falcon herb is the cure for the disease?" Leng Qing nodded, "Absolutely. Let's say the Red Falcon herb could possibly be the cure for the plague. How can we possibly set foot on West Ridge in the current situation? It's roosting place for the White Magic Falcons. Are you stupid enough to assume that it's safe because the White Magic Falcons have all moved out to invade us? Even a battalion would have trouble reaching there in one piece. Do you seriously think we have extra men to spend on such ridiculous speculation?" Councilman Luo Mian laughed grimly. Leng Qing and the elder of the Magic Court, Li Tian, glared at the gloating Councilman Luo Mian, especially the former, who swore heavily in her heart that she would send him into jail right away after the situation was resolved. The crowd frowned too. They finally found the solution to the plague, which would also stop the invasion of the White Magic Falcons, but it turned out to be at the most dangerous place. Right, the White Magic Falcons are the same species as the Heavenly Eagles. Normally, the White Magic Falcons won't attack a Heavenly Eagle. If we could send one Heavenly Eagle to sneak into West Ridge and retrieve the Red Falcon herbs, can't we easily solve the problem?" General Yunfeng blurted out. Commander Mingqi, who was standing beside General Yunfeng, quickly whispered into his ear, "General, you forgot that you ordered all the Heavenly Eagles to be killed." General Yunfeng pulled a long face and glared at the commander, as if he were trying to say thanks, but no thanks for the reminder. Not a single Heavenly Eagle could be found in the fortress. Even if there were one, it would have turned rebellious due to the presence of the ruler-level falcon. How could a Heavenly Eagle possibly sneak into West Ridge? The meeting room soon fell into dead silence, as none of them could come up with a plausible plan to resolve the crisis. Suddenly, a young man barged into the room from the door and slammed into the table. 2 infuriated soldiers immediately came in, trying to throw him out of the room. The young man screamed at the top of his lungs, "I have a way to retrieve the Red Falcon herbs. I have a way to get the antidote." General Yunfeng glanced at the kid and snapped, "Where did this brat come from? Drag him out and punish him with a disciplined stick. We're having an important meeting here. Why is a kid allowed to barge in?" Councilman Luo Mian snapped. "Wait, this young man helped us to determine the source of the plague. Let's listen to what he's trying to say," interrupted Leng Qing. "Let him speak, then," said the elder of the Magic Court, Li Tian. Councilman Luo Mian burst into laughter. "I thought I'm only here to discuss how we're going to deal with the situation, and yet not only were you falsely accusing me, you are suggesting that we should listen to a kid. If that's how useless you are, I will not waste my time further here." Councilman Luo Mian rose from his seat and left the room, as if he had nothing to do with the matters on hand. The people exchanged glances with one another, not knowing what to do. Leng Qing asked Wang Xiaojun patiently, "You mentioned that you have a way to retrieve the Red Falcon herbs. What is it?" Mo Fan and Lingling, who were previously waiting outside of the room with Wang Xiaojun, had entered the room too. Mo Fan was keen to know what he had in mind that would allow them to retrieve the Red Falcon herbs from the White Magic Falcon's nests. As Councilman Luo Mian had mentioned, they would need a team of elites to reach West Ridge. Wang Xiaojun glanced at the authoritative figures whom he had no chance of meeting in his daily life. Despite feeling slightly intimidated, he cleared his throat and said, "There's still a heavenly eagle left in the fortress. He listens to my orders. I'll ride him to sneak into West Ridge to retrieve the red falcon herbs. I'm the most familiar with him." Commander Ming yelled, "Didn't we order all heavenly eagles executed? Why would you still have one?" "I disobeyed the order and let the heavenly eagle that I raised since I was young go," replied Wang Xiaojun in a soft voice. General Yun Feng's eyes flickered. He had disobeyed the order at the perfect time. However, the commander frowned and shook his head. "It's useless. We've lost control of the heavenly eagles because of the ruler-level falcon. We're fortunate enough that they didn't attack us. How could he obey your order still?" As if he were scared that the soldiers would throw him out of the room, Wang Xiaojun blurted out, "My heavenly eagle has a mixed lineage. His plumage is grey, so I can't really tell what breed he is. I tried to contact him yesterday and managed to get a response, as I thought he was also controlled by the ruler-level demon beast. However, he actually came to me after the summon, which indicates that he is not under the control of the ruler-level demon beast." Chapter 388. Is the snake turning on hacks? Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Everyone's eyes flickered with hope after hearing Wang Xiaojun's suggestion. If they could cure the plague, the white magic falcons would withdraw after losing their targets. They had always stayed within their territory, thus there must be a reason why they were desperately invading the human territory. "Commander, maybe we should try out the young man's idea? The situation wouldn't be any worse if it failed," said Elder Li Tian. The other commanders in the meeting room agreed, too. "All right, Wang Xiaojun, is it? If you manage to retrieve some red falcon herbs, I shall reward you the title Hangzhou Protector." Wang Xiaojun responded with a salute and said, "I'll make sure I accomplish the mission." "Wang Xiaojun, you do know that West Ridge is even more dangerous than the battlefield. There's a high chance that you will lose your life. Are you sure you want to do it?" Wang Xiaojun hesitated for a brief moment before saluting again. "I'll return alive." Leng Qing glanced at the firm look on the young man's face, and recalled Councilman Luo Mian's indifferent attitude despite what he had done. When compared to the fearless young man, Leng Qing discovered that a councilman with great authority was a lot worse than a young man who had yet to receive his military rank. Leng Qing was touched by the young man's spirit. She glanced at Lingling and said, "Lingling, you shall go with Wang Xiaojun. Make sure he comes back alive." Leng Qing glanced at Mo Fan and knew what he had come here for. She spoke to Councilman Zhu Meng. "Councilman, the black totem snake has nothing to do with the plague. Could you please let him go and allocate the people guarding Westlake to the front line? Otherwise, we won't last until the red falcon herbs are retrieved." Councilman Zhu Meng stroked his beard. There was still no evidence proving that the black totem snake was friendly, but according to the news from his men, the black totem snake was on the verge of dying. Even if they were to withdraw the seal, he could not do any harm to them. Considering that Tangvong's tribe could provide strong firepower to the battle, in order for them to fully cooperate with the military, it made more sense to spare the black totem snake's life. Councilman Zhu Meng said with a nod, "All right, we'll let him go." Leng Qing finally smiled for once. She immediately said to Mo Fan, "You will bring Councilman Zhu Meng's order to Westlake and have them withdraw the lightning punishment formation. Ask them to head to West Fortress at once to defend against the army of white magic falcons." Mo Fan let out a smile. Their effort was not in vain after all. They finally managed to save the black totem snake. Now, it was only a matter of time until Miss Tangyu devoted her life to him. Everyone is extremely worried about the situation. Aren't I being too heartless thinking about that now? Mo Fan immediately made his way back to the city and went straight to Su Causeway. The 9 lightning halberds were still standing firmly on the lake, suppressing the gigantic black totem snake. The black totem snake was the same as the last time he had seen him, his body curled up while he rested his head atop it. He seemed to be in a deep sleep. Mo Fan walked up to Tangyu, who was still guarding him at the same spot. "He should be alive still, right?" asked Mo Fan. I don't know, I can feel that his aura has become extremely weak. If we still can't find a way to save him, he could fall into an eternal sleep just like that, said Tangyues with red eyes. Mo Fan smiled, didn't you realize that something is different? Tangyues did not realize what Mo Fan was trying to say. She stared at him blankly. A while later, she saw the 9 halberds were slowly disappearing. The 9 lightning pillars had totally vanished. As the energy dissipated, the lake returned to calm. Tangyues held her excitement as she stared at the disappearing formation in disbelief. She then burst into tears as she glanced at Mo Fan. She did not expect Mo Fan to actually do it. While she was totally helpless, he had saved the black totem snake who she treated like family. Tangyues, who could not withhold her emotion, opened up her arms and gave Mo Fan a hug. She was indeed quite lost, not knowing how to express her gratitude. And Mo Fan had been waiting for this moment all along. He softly patted Tangyues' back like a gentleman, while his head dug into her pleasant-smelling hair around her neck and sniffed heavily. His fingers slid slowly downward. During the burst of emotion, no one could guarantee the physical contact between two people would remain appropriate. It was rather normal for accidents to happen. For example, his hands were now pressing on Tangyues' hips. At a time like this, a woman who was experiencing a great surge of emotion would not be aware of little details like this. Tangyues hugged Mo Fan for quite a while, and Mo Fan indulged in the great sensation, not willing to release his grip. A while later, Tangyues redirected her focus onto the black totem snake. The lightning punishment formation was withdrawn, and the totem beast no longer had to suffer being tortured by the lightning. However, his aura was still extremely weak. Tangyues had no idea how to treat his wounds, unless she managed to get more than 100 healers here to cast their healing magic at the black totem snake simultaneously. Miss Tangyues, the black totem snake is in such a serious condition. He had lost a great amount of blood. Do you think blood serums that are made for humans would help? Asked Mo Fan. Of course, but with his size, he would need a whole truck of them. Where could we possibly find them? Said Tangyues, who glanced at the black totem snake. Mo Fan fell into deep thought, before he spoke with a stern look. I do have a way to get a truck of blood serums, but they might be defective. Tangyues turned around and seemed to be infuriated. You asshole, are you trying to give the big guy the blood serums that had caused the plague? Mo Fan quickly apologized. I thought he would be immune to the disease. Tangyues was startled, before her eyes flickered. She suddenly gave Mo Fan a kiss on his cheek. Mo Fan was dumbfounded. He was not fully prepared for it. He had just lost the first kiss of his right cheek, just like that. Mo Fan exclaimed when he saw Tangyues' reaction. No way, are you telling me that this guy is impenetrable to poison? Tangyues wore a charming smile and pointed at the black totem snake. He's the ancestor of all poisons. Mo Fan felt like dropping to his knees. He was only having a random thought, and yet it turned out that they could actually feed the black totem snake the blood serums. Is the snake turning on hacks? Chapter 389. Feeding the snake his pills. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Wang Xiaojun led the way as he and Lingling ventured deeper through the forest close to West Fortress. Are you sure that he has not betrayed you? Asked Lingling in a serious voice. I'm not so sure, to be honest, but he did respond to my call the other day. I can summon him with this flute. Wang Xiaojun took out a small flute. He placed the flute at the side of his mouth and started playing a tone. The sound was similar to blowing a whistle with a leaf. Although it was fairly sharp, it sounded quite pleasant. Furthermore, it was able to cover a great distance in the forest. The sound of the flute echoed through the woods. Lingling raised her head to check her surroundings, but could not discover any sign of the grey eagle. Wang Xiaojun continued to play the flute. After a long time, the only response he could hear was the bugs nearby. He lowered the flute with a slight disappointment and said, maybe I've thought too simple about the situation. Even heavenly eagles with proper lineage could not resist the presence of the ruler-level creature, let alone a mixed breed, which is supposed to have a weaker resistance. Lingling comforted, why don't you try it again, maybe he's far away from here. Wang Xiaojun glanced into the distance and raised the flute again. As he was about to blow it, a sharp cry was heard from the trees. The cry was quite pleasant, and Wang Xiaojun was extremely familiar with it. It was the sound of the grey eagle he had raised from a chick. Every heavenly eagle of West Fortress had been cruelly executed, while his impure lineage had saved his life. To Wang Xiaojun's surprise, the grey eagle was still very responsive to him. He rapidly flew over to him and landed, before fondling him with his head. He had not turned against them. He was still the same as always. Wang Xiaojun hugged the grey eagle excitedly. He patted his head and said, "Do you know, we're about to do something incredible. We've been looked down and mistreated by the others in the army. If we manage to accomplish this mission, the people of West Fortress would have a different view of us. Isn't this the moment we've always been waiting for?" The grey eagle cried out excitedly, as if he could understand Wang Xiaojun's words. "The mission is very dangerous. If anything goes wrong, both of us will end up dead. I'm very scared too, but I don't just want to be someone that cooked rice in the army. I want to contribute." "Grey Eagle, only you can help me now," said Wang Xiaojun sincerely, looking at the eagle. The grey eagle remained silent, and fully extended his wings, as if he were trying to tell Wang Xiaojun that they were going to move out right away. "All right, let's go." Wang Xiaojun leapt onto the eagle's back. After stabilizing himself, he said to Lingling, "Wait for me here. I'll send the red falcon herbs to the fortress straight away after I've retrieved them. I'll guide you to a relatively safe path, but I can't guarantee your safety. Remember, if you found yourself in any kind of trouble, don't force it. You can't handle the white magic falcons on your own," Lingling said to Wang Xiaojun sternly. Wang Xiaojun smiled. He performed a rather bad salute to Lingling and patted the eagle's neck. The creature sprang into the sky and vanished from the woods a few seconds later. Lingling raised her head, watching at the brave young man and the mistreated grey eagle to fly into the distance. No one expected that the fate of Hangzhou City would lie on the shoulders of a 17-year-old. She forgot that she was 17, too. Got it, let's hope he and the eagle will return safely. Mo Fan hung up the call. He looked to the west and saw the white clouds of feathered wings getting closer to the city. They seemed to be floating right above the fortress, and from the city, the people could see the explosions of destructive spells blossoming like fireworks in the dark. The magicians of Hangzhou City were in the middle of a bloodbath. Hopefully, they could last until Wang Xiaojun's return with the red falcon herbs. Otherwise, there would be significantly more casualties soon. None of it was within Mo Fan's control. His focus now was helping the black totem snake out. The batch of blood serums that contained the diseased blood was being transported to West Lake. There was plenty of them, thus taking a truckload of the blood serums would not make any difference. Besides, it was obvious that the blood serums were not ideal for humans, so they were perfect for the black totem snake. It took quite some time just to move the blood serums. They finally arrived at Su Causeway around midnight. When Mo Fan saw the black totem snake did not seem to be waking up, he quickly jumped onto his head. The blood serums were fairly small, thus it was quite impossible for the black totem snake to consume them himself. Mo Fan had no choice but to push the blood serums into the black totem snake's mouth through the gaps of his teeth. Although the blood serums were tiny enough to be inserted into the black totem snake's mouth through the gap between his teeth, a fairly high-quality blood serum was enough to produce 10 times the amount of blood a human had. If the black totem snake were to consume the entire truck of blood serums, he should at least recover 2 or 3 blocks of his HP bar, right? The blood serums were continuously fed to the black totem snake. Mo Fan had no idea how much the blood serums that he had fed to the black totem snake were worth. He soon almost finished feeding the entire truck of blood serums to the beast. The blood serums were very effective for a totem beast, too. It was obvious that the black totem snake's aura was starting to recover. As Mo Fan fed the black totem snake the last box of the blood serums, the snake's eyes suddenly sprang open. The shocking eyes were staring at the tiny Mo Fan who was standing on his head. Mo Fan stumbled and almost fell into the lake. The black totem snake uttered a deep voice. Mo Fan's face immediately turned pale. who slowly turned around and asked Tangyu, who was standing on the causeway, What is he saying? Tangyu giggled and said to Mo Fan with squinted eyes, He's asking if you have any more. He's also thanking you. Instead of destroying the blood serums, it was better to give them to the Black Totem snake so he could recover. Mo Fan gave Langqing another call and asked her to send another truckload of the blood serums. The Black Totem snake let out another cry. Before Mo Fan could ask, Tangyu translated with a smile, The big guy says they are quite delicious. He likes them very much. Mo Fan could feel his lips twitching. If anything, these blood serums were like illegally recycled waste cooking oil. He had never seen anyone enjoying himself so much eating illegally recycled cooking oil. Chapter 390. Retrieving the Antidote in Danger. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Look out to your north, a group of strong white magic falcons is flying in your direction. You should withdraw your presence at once. Don't let them pick up your scent. All right, I can't talk for long, as it would expose your existence too. Once you're clear, send me a signal, Lingling's voice said. Wang Xiaojun immediately glanced to his north. A huge group of white magic falcons was circling the mountains, patrolling their territory. The sharp cry sent chills down Wang Xiaojun's spine. Wang Xiaojun held his breath and pinched a small orb in his right hand into pieces. It was a concealment pill commonly used in the military to suppress their scent, making it impossible for the demon beasts to pick them up beyond a certain distance. Wang Xiaojun and his eagle hid under the shrubs and waited patiently while the white magic falcons flew by above them. After a while, Wang Xiaojun was just about to proceed to his destination when he recalled an old soldier in the army once mentioning that the white magic falcons always patrolled their territory in a loop. In other words, they would pass by the same place twice before moving on to the next spot. It was the main reason why other species had trouble residing in their territory, as the birds were extremely cautious about guarding their territory. Wang Xiaojun held his urge back and waited patiently. As he expected, several white magic falcons flew past their spot from another direction. If he had decided to move just then, his location would have been compromised. After avoiding the patrol, Wang Xiaojun mounted the Grey Eagle and continued with his journey. Wang Xiaojun followed his memory to find the spot where he found the red falcon herbs, passing several mountains along the way. It should be somewhere here. I hope I don't stumble into any white magic falcons with higher lineage, murmured Wang Xiaojun. A white magic falcon with higher lineage would easily identify Grey Eagle's lineage. The eagle could mix in among the white magic falcons, but he would never escape the eyes of warrior-level or commander-level creatures. Wang Xiaojun soon found himself in a familiar environment. He glanced at the slope covered with blazing red plants like flames. The slope was rather steep, with a few white magic falcons having a fight nearby. Wang Xiaojun carefully flew to the slope, hiding inside his eagle's grey feathers. The white magic falcons noticed the Grey Eagle, but they completely ignored him after realizing that he was the same species as them. Wang Xiaojun directed the Grey Eagle to a spot further away from the white magic falcons. He leapt down from the eagle's back. He used the eagle's body as cover as he retrieved the red falcon herbs. Over 10,000 people were affected by the plague, thus they would need quite a number of the red falcon herbs. The military had already given him a storage bracelet that could hold lots of stuff. Wang Xiaojun planned to try his best to fill up the space with the red falcon herbs. He quickly uprooted the herbs, which had thorns like roses on their stems. He had forgotten to bring a pair of gloves. His hands were covered in wounds and bruises after pulling the herbs out from the ground. He clenched his teeth when he felt the pain, but he could not afford to stop. Countless lives were currently on his shoulders. Blood was dripping down. Its scent soon drifted on the wind and spread toward the white magic falcons nearby. They immediately turned around and approached him. Crap, they found me, no. They only smelled the blood on my hand, mumbled Wang Xiaojun. He hid behind a rock beside him and whispered to the eagle, Go and lure them away. Come back to me later. The eagle flapped his wings and rammed right into one of the white magic falcons furiously. The white magic falcon returned the favor. It pecked the eagle's back with its sharp beak. The grey eagle soon started a fight with the white magic falcons. The grey eagle grabbed hold of an opportunity to fly into the sky. The infuriated white magic falcons immediately followed behind him. "Well done," Wang Xiaojun mumbled in his heart. After the white magic falcons were lured away, Wang Xiaojun no longer had to keep an eye out on his surroundings. He tore his sleeves and wrapped them around his bleeding hands. He had to make use of the time to retrieve all of the red falcon herbs. Each time he tried to pull a herb out of the ground, it was the same as trying to break a thistle. Soon, the cloth wrapping around Wang Xiaojun's palms was torn apart. Wang Xiaojun could feel his tears bursting out, but he still clenched his teeth and continued to pluck the herbs at the same pace. He had no idea how many herbs he had acquired. The storage ring was almost filled up with the red falcon herbs. He heard a familiar cry. Wang Xiaojun was overjoyed. The eagle had returned at the perfect time. It was time for them to retreat. He quickly jumped onto the eagle's back. The grey eagle flapped its wings and swiftly flew in the direction of West Fortress. A while later, he could hear the screeching cries of the white magic falcons behind him. "Quick, faster! We can't let them catch up to us," Wang Xiaojun said to the grey eagle. The grey eagle flapped his wings quickly. He was well aware that his master would be in danger if the white magic falcons caught up to him. Luckily, the white magic falcons were only chasing him to pay him back for picking a fight with them. If they knew a human had intruded their territory, they would summon their comrades immediately to seal off their escape. On the grey eagle's back, Wang Xiaojun was suffering tremendous pain. His hands were covered in blood. He could no longer move his fingers, as his tendons were almost cut in half. Fortunately, he had managed to acquire lots of the red falcon herbs. All he needed to do was to be more cautious on the way back. West Lake. Mo Fan glanced at the sky in the west. The battle between the battle mages and the white magic falcons had intensified, drawing closer to Hangzhou City. Not much time was left. Luckily, he had heard from Lingling that the kid, Wang Xiaojun, was on his way back with a full load. He let out a relieved sigh when he heard the news. If Wang Xiaojun managed to get back in time with the red falcon herbs, the crisis would be resolved in no time. As for the 2 truckloads of illegally recycled cooking oil, blood serums were almost emptied by the black totem snake. He had fallen to sleep all of a sudden. The wounds on his body had festered, as if they were becoming more severe. Mo Fan had no idea if the snake would recover from the injuries. Tang Rong had summoned Tang Yu away, leaving him guarding the snake that had once scared the shit out of him all on his own. Chapter 391. The Ambitious Councilman. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Mo Fan mimicked the way Tang Yu would sit on the black totem snake's head. The friendly exchange with the black totem snake after feeding him the illegally recycled cooking oil had eased Mo Fan's fear of him. Frankly speaking, apart from his gigantic size, the big guy was fairly kind and gentle at heart. Mo Fan took a closer look at the black totem snake's body and realized that the festered skin had begun to peel off. Even the wounds that seemed rather deep were falling off? What's going on? Even the wounds can be peeled off like scars? Mo Fan was astounded. He took a stroll along the black totem snake's body for another half an hour and realized that a lot of the wounds had begun to peel off. When Mo Fan returned to the black totem snake's head, he took a glance at the snake's body and suddenly discovered that something was splitting apart on the beast's body, as if he were forming a clone. Mo Fan, what are you doing?" an adorable little loli yelled at Mo Fan. Mo Fan turned around and realized it was Lingling. He asked curiously, "Aren't you helping Wang Xiaojun with his mission? Why are you here?" Lingling held her tiny laptop in her hands. She responded with her eyes fixed on the screen, "I can monitor him from here, too. The snake is splitting in half. I'm rather curious. Could it be that the force of the lightning has blasted him in half?" Lingling was rather daring. She simply leapt onto the black totem snake and climbed up with her small limbs, like an overly cute monkey. As she finally reached Mo Fan's spot, she glanced down at the black totem snake's body from above and said, "What do you mean he's splitting in half? Can't you tell his skin peeling off?" Mo Fan took a closer look and came to a realization. He said with a smile, "The big snake is finally finishing up with his Ecdysis after the series of troubles. It shouldn't be any trouble from here onward. Tangyues must be very happy. Yeah, if Wang Xiaojun manages to make it back safely, the crisis will be resolved too," said Lingling as she continued her work on the laptop. "I hope so." Lingling placed the laptop on her legs and suddenly asked in confusion, Why isn't he moving?" "Who's not moving?" "Wang Xiaojun. It shows that he has stopped all of a sudden. He's still on the ground. There aren't any powerful beasts nearby. He should be flying to West Fortress now." Lingling was suspicious. "Did he stumble upon some kind of trouble?" said Mo Fan with a worried look. Mo Fa was fairly impressed by Wang Xiaojun's courage. It was incredibly rare to find someone willing to risk their lives for the greater good, not to mention that he was only 17 years old. In the forest to the west of the fortress, Wang Xiaojun flattened himself to the eagle's back while glancing ahead alertedly. Above him, the sky was densely filled with the white wings of the white magic falcons. They were like a giant net spreading across the night sky. Every time he glanced up, he could see the white magic falcon's sharp claws and enormous wings, and felt his scalp turning numb. The white magic falcons were diving at their enemies relentlessly. Wang Xiaojun had never experienced a war, nor had he seen so many demon beasts at once. He was using the grey eagle as his cover, and was scared that his presence would be exposed to the terrifying demon beasts. Ironically, the being blocking his path was not the white magic falcons, but the middle-aged man with a goatee. "Wang Xiaojun, isn't it? I'm Councilman Luo Mian. You've done a great job. Now, hand over the red falcon herbs. I'll bring them to the quarantine zone at once to save the people." Wang Xiaojun stared at the uninvited guest in front of him. He clearly knew that the person was Councilman Luo Mian, a famous public figure in Hangzhou. However, Wang Xiaojun did not trust him. He had learned the truth from Mo Fan and Lingling. He knew that the Councilman was the cause of the plague. He had no idea why the Councilman would be here, but he could not afford to hand over the extremely important red falcon herbs to someone like him. "I will bring them to the general myself. If Councilman Luo Mian needs the red falcon herbs urgently, please escort me there." Councilman Luo Mian wore a smile. He glanced at Wang Xiaojun and said, "You're asking me, a councilman, to escort a kid like you, who doesn't even have a military rank?" "What do you want, then?" said Wang Xiaojun. "If you're smart enough, you will hand over the bracelet now." Councilman Luo Mian's smile gradually turned icy, with a hint of disdain toward the kid. Normally, Councilman Luo Mian could easily send one of his men to take the herbs from Wang Xiaojun, but considering that the white magic falcons had occupied the sky, not everyone could sneak out towards Wang Xiaojun without anyone noticing. Councilman Luo Mian was a shadow element super-level magician. No one in Hangzhou and West Fortress could possibly move freely through a battlefield where both the sky and the ground were currently in the midst of an epic battle. Although Luo Mian was rather surprised that such an insignificant kid had found the cure to the plague, he figured he should be the one who rescued Hangzhou from its grave situation, instead of a kid. Even though he already had a scapegoat for the incident, Zhu Meng no longer believed him, so it would be difficult to retain his status as a councilman. However, if he could get his hands on the red falcon herbs, he would be the savior of the entire city. Not only would Zhu Meng and the others not dare to accuse him, he could possibly even improve his status further. Anyone smart enough would be willing to try desperate solutions in desperate situations. This time, the risk only involved dealing with a kid. It could not be any simpler. "What is it?" Councilman Luo Mian smirked as he observed Wang Xiaojun and the young grey eagle. "Are you thinking of going against me?" "Are you planning to snatch it away?" replied Wang Xiaojun furiously. He never thought a councilman would do something like this. "Listen to me, give me the thing, and I'll spare your life. I can guarantee you a bright future. Otherwise, you will totally disappear from the world." Trust me, no one will care about your insignificant death. Councilman Luo Mion's tone was incredibly chilly. His figure was covered in a layer of darkness and death. The councilman, who had always worn a gentle smile in front of the public, had turned into a greedy, merciless vampire. Chapter 392. Haze not worthy to be called a human. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. A dark, icy aura surged toward Wang Xiaojun and the Grey Eagle. The beast was knocked a few steps back, while Wang Xiaojun could feel his body trembling subconsciously. Councilman Luo Mion was extremely powerful. His sharp gaze was penetrating their souls like two long swords. I'll say it one last time. Hand it over, demanded Councilman Luo Mion in a firm voice. Wang Xiaojun clenched the storage bracelet tightly. He had no intention of handing it over. I forgot to mention, my secondary element is the curse element. I'm sure that you've never tasted it before. You must be grateful, as I haven't used it to kill anyone after becoming a councilman. Those who died to my curse element were a lot stronger than you. Councilman Luo Mion slowly waved his hand in Wang Xiaojun's direction. It was like his hand was trying to hide something. It was a crimson force with a hint of an evil presence. A spirit in the shape of a giant spider appeared right above Wang Xiaojun and the Grey Eagle, floating weirdly in the air. Its legs were connected to the same crimson strings wrapped around Councilman Luo Mion's palm. The silk surrounded Wang Xiaojun and the Grey Eagle out of nowhere, and began to draw in. A brief moment later, a huge crimson spiderweb became visible, like a trap that had just been set up, or had been awaiting its prey all along. The eerie spider started reeling in the silks, tightening the grip of the silks on Wang Xiaojun. Humans were the most vulnerable to the curse element. The silks not only rooted their target in place, they were like straws that would suck out a human's spiritual energy. They were drawing Wang Xiaojun's soul out at a crazy pace. How does it feel? I'm rather old, so I prefer not to commit any sinful acts. Give me the thing, and I'll immediately free you from the pain, said Councilman Luo Mion. Wang Xiaojun struggled wildly. His face had already turned purple from the great pain. He tried to say something, but his throat was clenched tightly by the red silks. Councilman Luo Mion stared at his prey. The kid seemed to be begging for mercy, but he responded with a grin. He clenched his hand into a claw, like the deadly legs of the evil spider that was going to kill its prey. Wang Xiaojun's body suddenly stiffened. His soul was already sucked dry. His face no longer had the color of blood. His stiffened body suddenly turned weak and feeble. His eyeballs rolled upward, as if he had been suffocated to death. Apart from terror and pain, his gaze was mostly filled with disbelief. How foolish! Councilman Luo Mion slowly approached Wang Xiaojun's body and snatched the bracelet from his arm. He did not cast another glance at Wang Xiaojun, whose soul had been sucked dry. He would not have bothered wasting his time on a nobody like him if he had not found the cure to the plague. He had acquired what he needed to guarantee his success. He had to make his way to the quarantine zone in the city as soon as possible. With the antidote, he could easily negotiate with the authorities of Hangzhou City. With his shadow element, Councilman Luo Mion wove through the battlefield filled with countless white magic falcons and made his way back to the city with ease, leaving the corpse of a young man and a grey eagle screeching painfully behind. Hangzhou's Westlake. Idiot! That idiot! Lingling screamed on top of the black totem snake's head. Her face was filled with hatred and anger. She had heard everything that had taken place in the woods through a special communication device. She cursed wildly, not at the vicious Councilman Luo Mion, but at the young man Wang Xiaojun. Why would he resist? Why? He was only a basic magician. Why would he bother opposing a fallen councilman? Why didn't he hand the stuff over? At least he would still be alive. While cursing, Lingling's eyes were already bloodshot. Although she felt like scolding Wang Xiaojun for being stupid, he was actually very smart. He had managed to turn on the special communication device when Councilman Luo Mion decided to kill him. Councilman Lingling would never expect that his violent and vicious act had been recorded, and was sent to Lingling and Mo Fan. The Sinister Spider Trap. That's a spell that will devour one soul. Mo Fan had a blank face. Mo Fan was extremely familiar with the Sinister Spider Trap. The criminal he and Tangyues hunted down in the past had the terrifying curse element, too. He had turned the 4 magicians from the Dongfang clan into empty shells without souls with the same spell. Wang Xiaojun had suffered the same fate. His cultivation was significantly weaker than the 4 magicians. There was no way he stood a chance against the intermediate curse magic. This Luo Mian was extremely cruel, to use such an evil spell on a youngster. Lingling, don't panic, maybe Mo Fan still had a glimpse of hope. Do you think I'm a kid? Do you think I've no idea what the curse element is? Lingling screamed furiously, that councilman, he's not worthy to be called a human. Mo Fan's heart sank. Luo Mian was the main culprit of the plague. He initially thought that there was a certain limit to how bad an evil-hearted councilman would be, but he never thought the councilman would murder Wang Xiaojun. How cruel, shameless, evil, and cold-hearted did a person need to be to do such thing? He had started the plague, which had placed Hangzhou in such great danger. Instead of having regret, he had forced his man to be the scapegoat just so he could stay out of trouble, and even killed the person who had risked his own life to save the lives of the infected. How could he possibly kill a young man who had such a kind, pure heart? Mo Fan had thought Lu Nian was the craziest murderer he would ever know in the world, yet he had met someone who was crueler and more abhorrent than that Lu Nian, not to mention that he was a councilman of the Enforcement Union. He recalled how Wang Xiaojun had barged into the meeting room, his gaze determined despite the risk he would be facing. His thoughts were filled with Luo Mian's hypocritical behavior, and the disdainful laugh after he had snatched away the antidote which Wang Xiaojun had retrieved by putting his life at risk. Mo Fan immediately sensed a tremendous fury exploding within his chest. This Luo Mian. Even him dying 10,000 times is not enough to repay his sin. One after another, cries were heard from the communication device. It was the Grey Eagle's voice, filled with great sorrow. Mo Fan and Lingling could no longer hold back their tears of sorrow after hearing them. Chapter 393. Silver Skyruler. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. The sky above West Fortress looked like a giant white net, the dense strings covering the space above the human defenders. Sharp claws collided with destructive spells in the sky, with sharp screeches and blasts echoing everywhere. The area within 10 kilometers around the fortress had turned into a battlefield. The human defenders were completely outnumbered by the white magic falcons. Even with every soldier of West Fortress joining the battle, they could at most form square bricks on the ground, and could only attack the white magic falcons that were flying relatively low from there. The battle was split into different levels. At the ground level, the basic and intermediate magicians were trying their best to distract the army of white magic falcons so the birds would take the initiative to dive down and attack them. They had managed to kill quite a number of the white magic falcons with that strategy. The space above the fortress was the main area of the battle, where the advanced magicians who were capable of flying were fighting against the army of white magic falcons. Each advanced spell was capable of killing hundreds of servant-class demon beasts instantly with their destructive power. Even though the advanced magicians were significantly outnumbered, there was no sign of them losing the battle. As for the higher level among the clouds, that was where the real experts of the humans were battling against the fork-clawed magic eagles. Be it the commander level fork-clawed magic eagles, or the royal guard, commanders, or judges of the magic court from the human side, every death would result in a great impact to the tide of the battle. There were around 10 fork-clawed magic eagle in total. Their size was comparable to the clouds nearby. Their claws were strong enough to shatter a whole mountain. Any one of them was enough to pose a great threat to a small city, let alone 10. 10 fork-clawed magic eagles floated above the clouds, like 10 pieces of clouds that had separated themselves from the sea of clouds below. Their icy gazes were staring at the tiny humans who were also floating in the sky. The servant class and warrior level white magic falcons had no chance of reaching this height, as the strong gusts and cold temperature were unbearable to them. The fork-clawed magic eagles did not fight against their enemies separately. They were maintaining a triangular formation, covering a huge space. At an even greater height, right at the center of the formation, a gigantic falcon with silver-colored feathers hovered at the center of the commander-level demon beasts. The feathers of this gigantic falcon were different from the rest of the white magic falcons. Its perfect silver feathers thoroughly displayed its nobility. The flickers on the surfaces of its feathers served as a clear indication that the feathers were sharper than a steel blade. The gigantic falcon's head was the size of a room. The tufts on its head were standing upright, like a silver crown spreading in a fan. Its proud eyes were inspecting the humans who were trying to stop it with great interest. It was utterly superior, not showing any concern that it was flying in human territory. The 10 four-clawed magic eagles that were escorting it could easily clear all the obstacles along the way, let alone the few tens of thousands lesser falcons below. Is that the silver Skyruler?" exclaimed Elder Li Tian in astonishment. "What else could possibly be escorted by 10 commander-level four-clawed magic eagles?" replied Dongfang with a stern look. "Silver Skyruler?" It had always been the dominator of the sky at West Ridge. The white magic falcons that were the civilians of its kingdom alone were enough to form a giant cloud that could shroud the sun. West Fortress was not solely established to defend against the white magic falcons residing at West Ridge. The truth was, the white magic falcons had not attacked the humans for a very long time, thus the humans did not put too much attention on them. They had no idea that they had grown to such a terrifying scale, or that the strongest Silver Skyruler even had 10 commander-level demon beasts as its escorts. A commander-level demon beast was strong enough to be considered a boss by humans. Exactly how powerful was the Silver Skyruler to freely command them? "We'll have to deal with the 10 escorts before focusing on the Silver Skyruler." Councilman Zhiping's voice entered the ears of the magicians. "I'm afraid we won't have much energy left to stop the Silver Skyruler. Frankly speaking, even all of us together could at most delay its advance," said General Yunfeng. "We are left with no choice, let's kill a few of them. Otherwise, they will assume that they can come and go as they wish." A ferocious aura blossomed from Councilman Zhiping as he took off the noble robe he was wearing. Upon finishing his speech, the councilman had already charged toward the 10 four-clawed magic eagle, leaving a red trail of flame behind from his burning wings. The head of the royal guards, Wu Pingjing, immediately chased after the councilman with his 3 pairs of wind wings. "Zhiping's strength is remarkable," exclaimed Li Tian. The royal guards were generally stronger than the people of the enforcement union. As the head of the royal guards, Wu Pingjing was already considered one of the strongest magicians, yet he still had trouble catching up to Councilman Zhiping. Even the auras of his elements were slightly weaker than those of Councilman Zhiping's, which was rather unbelievable. "Let's target the escorts. We'll deal with the Silver Skyruler later," said Dongfang. He immediately joined the battle. The battle between the experts was taking place high up in the sky. As for the space close to the ground, it was a bloodbath between the servant-class white magic falcons and the troops of human magicians. A fair distance away from the messy battlefield stood a blue forest. Among the trees there, a grey eagle which was slightly different from the rest of the white demon beasts was circulating in the sky above a rather spacious area. It was uttering furious screeches. Its cries resembled the sound of a flute, capable of traveling a far distance. However, the sound was fairly sharp, with a hint of sorrow. It was obvious that the grey eagle was a crossbreed. It was easily distinguished from the white magic falcons. Meanwhile, a group of white magic falcons was circling nearby, too. They seemed to have discovered a delicacy. Their eyes were fixed on the ground. The same sharp cry echoed in the woods, but the white magic falcons completely ignored it. One that was particularly hungry withdrew its wings and dived toward the corpse of a young man on the ground. The grey eagle uttered a furious cry. It used its body and slammed into the white magic falcon that was diving from the sky. It crashed into the ground and slid a great distance across the fallen leaves. The rest of the white magic falcon screeched when they saw the crossbreed protecting a human. The grey eagle stabilized itself and slowly landed before the motionless young man. It spread out its grey wings that were not fully grown yet to protect the youngster. It raised its head and stared at the white magic falcons in anger and firm determination. Its gaze was rather similar to that of its young master. Chapter 394. Red Heavenly Eagle. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Ling Qing slowly walked into an empty room among the soldier bunkers. Most of the battle mages had joined the war, thus there were not many people left in the camp. Ling Qing headed to Wang Xiaojuan's room. It was a little storage room, but it was very tidy. The only mess was some grey feathers lying around the place. Captain, Wang Xiaojuan did not have a military rank, thus we couldn't arrange a proper bunker for him. His brother was a Heavenly Eagle battle mage. After he went missing, I arranged for him to stay here to look after him. I appointed him as an apprentice of the Beastmasters. Did the kid cause any trouble? Xu Li, whose face was filled with freckles, asked cautiously. Ling Qing walked into the room on her heels, and picked up a picture frame on the table. On the picture, a young battle mage was pressing his hand down a Wang Xiaojuan's head, who seemed to be at the age of 12 or 13. The young man had a charming smile, while Wang Xiaojuan seemed quite reluctant. It was most likely that he believed the curse of being unable to grow taller if his head were pressed down too much. Behind them stood a snowy white Heavenly Eagle. It was huge, magnificent, with a proud bearing. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaojuan was holding a grey egg in his hands in a very careful manner. It was obvious that he was extremely fond of it, the way he was handling it carefully. The kid treated the crossbreed Heavenly Eagle preciously, and looked after it until this very day. After all, it was something that his brother had gifted him before he went missing. Normally, we wouldn't allow a grey Heavenly Eagle here, but since he had lost his only family member, we just let it be. He's still young, after all. He always said how he would become the strongest Heavenly Eagle battle mage one day. I knew he had disobeyed a military order, but it wasn't serious enough to bring you, a vice-elder of the magic court, here. If you were thinking of punishing him, please go easy on him, considering his still young. Beastmaster Xu Li had no clue what had happened. He pleaded sincerely. As a matter of fact, Xu Li and Wang Xiaojuan's brother were not close. Although he was extremely strict and impatient with Wang Xiaojuan all the time, he actually felt sorry for the kid. He did not want the kid to be expelled, since he would soon become an official battle mage when he reached 18. Pack his stuff up and hand them to me. On top of that, ask your commander Ming to commemorate him as a battle mage. He would understand, Ling Qing said to the Beastmaster with freckles as he placed the picture frame back onto the desk. Heavenly Eagle battle mage, did you say you're giving him a military rank? Xu Li stared at Ling Qing in bewilderment. However, Xu Li soon realized something. His face turned pale as his voice stiffened with disbelief. What did you say, commemorate? Granting a title and commemorating were two different things. Granting was when the person was given the title, while commemorating was when the person could no longer accept the title in person, because he was dead. Xu Li was not highly ranked in the army. He had no clue what had happened in the meeting room. When someone like Ling Qing appeared, he thought the kid had caused great trouble instead. I'm sorry, we didn't manage to protect him, said Ling Qing to Xu Li remorsefully. Xu Li stood there with a blank face. He could not accept the truth. Just a year more, and he would have become an official battle mage. No one would know better how much the kid wanted to become an official soldier than him. Xu Li clearly knew that he wanted to become a Heavenly Eagle battle mage, following in his brother's footsteps. Even when the Heavenly Eagle he raised had grey feathers, his determination had never swayed. Xu Li felt like suffocating. He wanted to know what exactly happened. Xu Li, Beastmaster Xu Li, Beastmaster Xu Li. A yell suddenly came from outside of the bunker. The voice repeated for quite some time until Xu Li collected his thoughts. I'm here, responded Xu Li softly. There's a red Heavenly Eagle flying toward your guard post. Someone recognized it as the one that you were looking after. We're not sure if we should kill it on the spot. Come and take a look quick, yelled the man. Xu Li was confused. He never recalled raising a red Heavenly Eagle. Let's check it out, said Ling Qing. The two quickly left Wang Xiaojuan's room and went straight to the guard post. The place was crowded with workers and a few soldiers. They were hesitating if they should consider the beast as hostile. As soon as Lang Qing and Xu Li reached the place, they saw a red heavenly eagle flying toward them awkwardly. The beast seemed to be suffering. It felt like it would slam into the ground at times, but it managed to flap its wings and recollect itself. Finally, the eagle was less than 50 meters away from the guard post. Xu Li's eyes widened. They were full of astonishment. It was true that he could not recall raising any red heavenly eagle, as the red covering the beast was actually blood. It was not a red heavenly eagle, but a grey one. Its body was soaked in blood, including its head, its wings, its body, its claws. Not a single body part was free from deep wounds and bruises, not a spot was clear of blood. The blood was still dripping. It covered its grey feathers and dyed them thoroughly red. Xu Li had been in the army for more than 10 years. He had seen too many deaths, thus his tears were long dry. However, when he saw the grey eagle stumbling to land on the platform, when he saw a lifeless young man lying on its back, tears began to burst out from his eyes. Lang Qing was stunned, too. The grey eagle. It had managed to carry Wang Xiaojun back. Despite the distance, it had managed to weave through the bloodbath of the battlefield and brought its young master back unharmed. Its fresh blood had already dried up. The grey feathers were dyed completely red. The crossbreed heavenly eagle did not rise again after it landed. It fell to the ground before the crowd. Its half-broken neck turned toward Wang Xiaojun's body. Its eyes had a blank expression. It was dead. Lang Qing had seen many heavenly eagles with noble lineage. They had incredible strength and pure white feathers. However, she would only remember the crossbreed, grey-feathered heavenly eagle from now on. Like master, like beast. She could only pay her utter respect with silent tears. Chapter 395. Wrath of the Totem Beast, Part 1, Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Westlake, the Sioux Causeway. The breeze swept past. It sounded like someone weeping. Mo Fan and Lingling had listened to the entire process, including the cries that the grey eagle had uttered when it was trying desperately to protect Wang Xiaojun. Finally, the grey eagle managed to carry the youngster back to West Fortress, but their hearts were not calmed yet. The black totem snake had fully awakened under Mo Fan and Lingling's care. As the two were immersed in the great sorrow after losing Wang Xiaojun, the wounds covering the gigantic snake's body had totally disappeared, replaced by a new layer of flickering black scales. His skin seemed brand new. The old skin with wounds lay nearby, soaking in the water. Even though the black totem snake was a lot smaller, he no longer looked tired and weak after the ecdysis. As the ecdysis was finishing, he had also listened to the series of events together with Mo Fan and Lingling. He let out a cry, as if he was trying to wake up the two humans who were carried away by sorrow. Mo Fan collected his thoughts and realized that the black totem snake had a new look. The glowing black scales were highlighting the authority of an ancient totem beast. His gigantic figure represented his domineering status. The black totem snake reached out his tongue with a deep hiss. His eyes were staring into the sky in the west, as if he could sense his enemies in that direction. That's right, the black totem snake was framed by Councilman Luo Mion. He almost became the scapegoat for the plague. "Do you want to take your revenge?" asked Mo Fan as he sensed the black totem snake's fury. The black totem snake could understand human language. He slowly rose from the lake, to a height that was able to look down at the whole lake. The black totem snake opened his mouth and uttered a raging cry, similar to the cry of a true ruler who had survived from a grave situation. He was declaring to the enemies that had tried to kill him that their nightmare had just begun. The black totem snake unleashed a domineering aura. Following his roar, strong waves rolled across the lake toward the shores. "Are you done with the ecdysis?" Mo Fan asked in a surprised tone above the black totem snake's head. Before this, Mo Fan was still slightly terrified of the snake boss. However, when he sensed a wave of similar anger from the snake, he believed that they had the same goal in mind. Councilman Luo Mion was extremely powerful, and he was holding the last straw of the city in his hands. If he managed to reach the quarantine zone with the red falcon herbs, his status would skyrocket, and it would be even harder to serve justice for the sake of Wang Xiaojun and the Grey Eagle. Mo Fan and Lingling felt like dissecting Councilman Luo Mian right now, and the Black Totem Snake was somehow done with his Ecdysis at the perfect time. "Are you trying to say that you'll listen to me?" Mo Fan could sense a unique voice from the Black Totem Snake in his soul. He pointed his finger at himself with wide eyes. The Black Totem Snake responded firmly. The Snake Boss was clearly aware that Mo Fan had helped him at his weakest state. Therefore, he was willing to transform himself into the flames of wrath burning in Mo Fan's heart. He would burn the plague, the conspiracy, and the culprit responsible for the tragedy into ashes. "All right, let's go and kill that son of a bitch," yelled Mo Fan wildly. A councilman? He had abused his overwhelming power and strength to carry out such a vicious conspiracy. But now, the Black Totem Snake was done with the Ecdysis. The Dominator had returned. No one would be able to save the arsehole's life. "Lingling, tell me the location," said Mo Fan to Lingling beside him. "He's currently in the small valley between West Fortress and the quarantine zone." "He has almost reached the city," said Lingling. Lingling had specifically marked the space bracelet. She could easily determine where Councilman Luo Mian was at. He was trying to sneak into the city after committing such an unforgivable sin. He had hunted down Wang Xiaojun on his return, and now it was his turn to experience the same fate. "All right, big guy, let's move out." Mo Fan, standing on the Black Totem Snake, yelled and pointed to the west. The Black Totem Snake was fully covered in black scales, which looked like armor plate. He sprang out from the lake into the sky, like a night dragon soaring into the sky. Other flying beasts would slowly increase their altitude after flapping their wings wildly, but the Black Totem Snake had risen into the clouds directly. Upon reaching the layer of clouds, a waterfall flowing in the reverse direction in the sky appeared on West Lake. The residents nearby stared at the spectacular sight in disbelief. The Black Totem Snake's figure was soon shrouded by a colorful mist as he flew into the sky. Not only was the mist concealing his gigantic body, it was also dragging him toward Hangzhou City. It was the beast's ability to ride the mist among the clouds. They quickly swept past the sky above the skyscrapers in the well-developed city. Both Mo Fan and Lingling were sitting on top of the Black Totem Snake's head. Their hearts beat rapidly, as they had never had a flying experience like this before. The speed of a ruler-level beast was incredibly fast. They gradually left the stunning city behind, slowly turning into a nighttime scene. Further ahead, the dull sky was filled with many white figures. It was the army of white magic falcons. After a lengthy battle, the army of the white magic falcons was finally on the verge of breaking through the boundary of the safe zone and infiltrating the human territory. They were very close to the city. The Black Totem Snake totally ignored the white magic falcons. His cold eyes were looking down at the valley. Just like Mo Fan, he was searching for Councilman Luo Mian. "He's right under us, but he seems to be meeting up with some people." "Quite a number of them," Lingling blurted out when she saw the information from her tiny laptop. "They have outnumbered us, we should." Before Mo Fan could finish, the Black Totem Snake withdrew the mist and dived right at the spacious land with his body coiled up. Outnumbered? He was a totem beast. A ruler-level black snake tall enough to touch the sky. The Black Totem Snake considered few things in the entire world to be his worthy opponent, let alone a mere city councilman. Chapter 396. Wrath of the Totem Beast, Part 2. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. A black shadow weaved agilely across the field in the valley below. It was none other than Councilman Luo Mian, who had intercepted Wang Xiaojun. He was quite adept with the shadow element. Each time he moved, he could leap past several layers of shadows at once. "Councilman Luo Mian, we've been waiting a long time for you." A rough-looking man stood among the bushes. He was followed by a few men who were the subordinates of a few other councilmen. Judging from their auras, each of them was an advanced magician. Councilman Luo Mian slowly walked out from the shadows. With his goatee, his smile granted him a friendly appearance. However, little did everyone know, he had just cold-bloodedly murdered a youngster who was close to becoming Hangzhou City's hero. "I've got the stuff. You should be relieved. As long as you are with me, you will enjoy endless fortune and outstanding power," said Councilman Luo Mian with a smile. The rough-looking man and the other advanced magicians grinned, too. One of them spoke up, "Allow us to escort you to the quarantine zone." "Escort?" Councilman Luo Mian smirked. It seemed like the person who had repeated the same thing had now turned into a soulless shell. The rough-looking man said, "Zhongheng, I can assure you that not many people are worthy enough to be Councilman Luo Mian's escort. He once killed the greatest number of commander-level demon beasts among the magicians of the Enforcement Union. His record is kept on a boulder in the Magic Court's Supreme Hall. Until today, not one person has managed to break his record with the same cultivation. All right, we'll have time for stories later. Don't forget that Hangzhou City is still in danger. It's time for Councilman Luo Mian, to be the savior. Once it's done, more people will be willing to give me their allegiance. Until then, no one can ever pose a threat to my position. I'll soon become a chairman." "Ha ha ha!" Luo Mian burst out laughing. The crowd followed up with fawning words for him. Surrounded by the crowd, Councilman Luo Mian was about to depart for the quarantine zone, but he had only taken a few steps when a great tornado made up of purple-black air descended from the sky. It rooted deeply into the ground, shredding the grass into smaller pieces. It soon grew into a great hurricane covering the whole valley. The thick mist within the tornado slowly spread into the surroundings, turning into a wall of mist blocking the group's path. Inside the mist, a blurry, flickering black silhouette slowly appeared. It was as massive as a mountain spine. Its body was extremely lengthy, long enough to intertwine with itself inside the mist. It felt like they were countless giant pythons the size of a mountain slithering in the mist. However, as the mist disappeared, everyone discovered that it was only a single skyscraping snake, tall enough to touch the clouds. The skyscraping snake stood upright. He slowly lowered his head, like an emperor staring down at the sinful humans on the ground. His eyes emitted a cold flicker, penetrating their hearts like magical swords and rooting them tot-he spot. On top of his head stood the furious Mo Fan and Lingling. They were here to avenge Wang Xiaojun. Mo Fan glared at Councilman Luo Mian. To his surprise, he had met the person standing beside the councilman before. When he went to the shrine at the center of the lake with Tangyues, a person called Da Sheng was on duty looking after the place. The same person was standing beside Councilman Luo Mian now. It clearly implied that he was the traitor in the Totem Guardians tribe. Da Sheng was frozen in place. He never thought their totem beast, the black totem snake, would appear here. He did not have the courage to raise his head. He was absolutely terrified, just like Mo Fan's reaction when he first saw the beast. He was so petty that he had no chance of resisting the beast. On the other hand, Councilman Luo Mian was a super magician. He was able to hold his ground. He raised his head and said with a cold grin, "Do you still think you're the same totem beast? Without completing the Ecdysis, I alone could easily eliminate you." The black totem snake suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a puff of black fog. It struck the ground and produced a powerful black ripple. The energy ripple shattered the ground. The surrounding space trembled violently. Several men siding with Luo Mian were blown into the air. They were all advanced magicians and reacted quickly, casting defensive spells or protecting themselves with defensive equipment. However, their efforts were all in vain facing the black totem snake's overwhelming power. Their defenses shattered into pieces, just like the ground. They floated in the air like grass stalks, as the force tore at them. A guy with weaker cultivation was suddenly torn apart when he reached a height of 50 meters, his arms, head, and legs amputated. Fresh blood jetted out from the cuts, sprinkling down in the night sky. The rest did not last any longer, they had all fallen into hell. Apart from having their limbs amputated, some were smashed into mincemeat and were spread across the sky. For magicians were killed instantly. They were utterly helpless against a rather normal breath of the black totem snake, and all suffered horrible deaths. The only person who had stayed alive was the traitor called Da Sheng. He was one of the Totem tribe, thus he was well aware of the Totem beast's power. He had used all his energy to defend himself right at the start, thus allowing him to cheat death. However, his body was covered in blood. He was already half dead when he fell from the sky. Mo Fan could not believe what he had just seen from on top of the Black Totem snake's head. Each of them was an advanced magician, and yet the Black Totem snake had used a single attack to kill them all. How powerful was the Totem beast exactly? The energy slowly dissipated, leaving a mess behind. The cracks on the ground extended far into the distance, as if a gigantic deity had just stomped down, leaving a deep footprint behind. The ground continued to slowly crack open like a canyon. The only person who was left unharmed in the area was the super magician, Councilman Luo Mion. He pulled a long face and snapped at the Black Totem snake with a glare. "It should take you half a month more to complete the Ecdysis. You're only burning your life force to temporarily grant yourself outstanding strength. Are you trying to kill me even if it will cost your own life?" Councilman Luo Mion would never believe that the beast had recovered his full strength. Chapter 397. The Power of the Snake God, Part 1, Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. He still needed half a month to recover? Mo Fan was taken by surprise. Perhaps the illegally recycled cooking oil had brought some unexpected effects? As a matter of fact, Mo Fan was on point. The diseased blood in the serums was considered a delicacy to the white magic falcons. It was also a nutritious tonic for the Black Totem snake, as it had replenished the vitality that the beast had lost during his ecdysis. Councilman Luo Mion could not expect that the sin he had committed had somehow helped the Black Totem snake with his recovery in return, eventually leading the beast here to take his life. Councilman Luo Mion pulled a long face. The goatee which he had combed perfectly was disheveled by the gusts of wind. He pointed his finger at the Black Totem snake. "I've spared your life once. Since you're so desperately asking for your death, I'll grant you your death wish. Totem beasts. You all should have been buried deep under the ground with the ancient kingdoms, and should have been deemed extinct in the history records. Once you're dead, the world would have one less totem beast." The Black Totem snake stared down at him with the same proud look. As the councilman was roaring furiously, he had flung his body hard in his direction. Councilman Luo Mion managed to react in time. His body sank into the shadow, which soon split into two, then fell rapidly. The shadows spread out in 4 different directions. It was impossible to tell which was real. Mo Fan was astounded. He had no idea the councilman was so adept with the basic spell, able to split into so many illusionary shadows to trick his enemy. He was clearly still a long way from reaching the man's level. Councilman Luo Mion might be able to trick the others, but he could not escape from the Black Totem snake's sharp eyes. As his body slapped the ground hard, a tide of soil stirred up, tailing one of the shadows. The tide slammed into the shadow like a dragon. Councilman Luo Mion quickly leapt out from the shadow in panic, but he was still knocked a few hundred meters away by the impact. He clenched his teeth as he rose to his feet. He used his fastest speed to cast an advanced shadow element magic, the NYX regime. As it was already dark to begin with, the NYX regime quickly summoned a curtain that light could not penetrate around the area where the councilman was standing, to set up his zone. Councilman Luo Mion was very fast at casting the spells. He was using the advanced spell as his cover. Otherwise, he would not have enough time to cast any super spell while trying to defend himself from the Black Totem snake's attacks. A star palace could only be constructed by aligning 7 star constellations together. It was a rather complicated process. The Black Totem snake suddenly inhaled deeply. Its body bloated slightly, before green puffs of poisonous gas jetted out from the gap between his scales. The poisonous gas did not spread wildly, but it somehow accumulated at certain positions and took the shape of the Black Totem snake. The poison transformed into 9 enormous snakes, but they were more like destructive hurricanes. As the Black Totem snakes roared, the 9 poisonous snakes charged at Councilman Luo Mion's zone. The area that the NYX regime had covered was fairly huge, but it was nothing compared to the size of the poisonous snakes. One of the poisonous snakes slammed into the curtain and swiftly tore it apart. The poisonous mist surged forward and quickly surrounded Councilman Luo Mion, who was trying to use the darkness as his cover. The mist was thick as a wall. Councilman Luo Mion was trapped within it, and yet there were 8 other poisonous snakes waiting to lunge at him. The ground trembled vigorously after every collision. The poisonous mist spread across the place. Mo Fan could only see Councilman Luo Mion panicking as he defended himself from the mist. He seemed to have awakened the light element, too. It was the strongest element against poison, yet his spells were devoured by the snake's poison almost instantly. The snake poison was too domineering. It left no chances for any prey within it, even if they were a super magician. Luo Mion's defense quickly crumbled under the attacks from the 9 poisonous snakes. The poison penetrated his body, leaving marks on his skin. Councilman Luo Mion was steps away from the jaws of death. The Black Totem snake's poison was almost incurable. However, the Black Totem snake was reluctant to let the Avildor die so easily. The Black Totem snake took a deep breath, inhaling the poison back into his body. The powerful gust dragged Councilman Luo Mion toward the snake's mouth. The Councilman realized that he was seconds away from being swallowed by the beast. He collected his thoughts and activated his final trump card. A golden glow burst out from Councilman Luo Mion's body. The ray of lights formed a golden shield around him, protecting him like a golden house. When the Black Totem snake's fangs bit the sturdy shield, it surprisingly was not shattered into pieces by the great force. The Black Totem snake opened his mouth for another bite. Clank! He felt like he had just bitten on a diamond. His fangs seemed to have loosened up slightly due to the collision with the sturdy shield. On the other hand, the shield only had a few tiny cracks on its surface. Councilman Luo Mion was protected by the shield and subconsciously tidied his goatee. A smile surfaced on his pale face. Luckily, the diamond shield that the enforcement union had given to him had saved his life. Otherwise, he would have been eaten by the Black Totem snake. The diamond shield would last quite a while. It would grant him enough time. However, the Black Totem snake suddenly rolled his tongue and swallowed both the diamond shield and Councilman Luo Mion into his esophagus and stomach. It was fine that he could not bite his way through the diamond shield. His stomach was capable of digesting everything, including the golden diamond shield. Normally, when a snake devoured its prey, it would still be alive. Killing the Councilman slowly with his stomach acid would still be torture for him. At least, while he was being digested, he had plenty of time to repent for his sin. Councilman Luo Mion was unwilling to die like that. As he was rolling into the esophagus, he screamed at the 2 people standing above the snake's head, "The bracelet that contains the red falcon herbs is still in my hand. If I die, Hangzhou City will suffer being invaded by the white magic falcons. A few tens of thousand people would die. Spare me, and I'll give you the bracelet. Your friend is already dead. Avenging him won't make any difference. Let me go, and I assure you that I'll give you plenty of glory and power with my status as a councilman. I'll give you anything you seek." Councilman Luo Mion was afraid. His previous scornful attitude toward the Black Totem snake was long gone. He was told many times how powerful the god protecting the city was. Today, after experiencing it firsthand, he was well aware of how much of a joke his super magic was. He was clearly not on the same level as the beast. He did not want to die. He had no choice but to beg for mercy, even if it would cost him his dignity. Chapter 398. The Power of the Snake God, Part 2. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. He still has the bracelet. It contains the antidote to the plague, which Wang Xiaojun exchanged his life for. If it is together with Councilman Lingling, what shall we do with the infected? How do we deal with the army of white magic falcons? Said Lingling worriedly. They would unleash their anger and get their revenge after killing Councilman Luo Mion, but Hangzhou would suffer serious casualties. The Black Totem snake did not care too much. He had swallowed Councilman Luo Mion together with the diamond shield deep into his stomach, leaving him no chance of escaping. Mo Fan was still in deep thoughts when he heard noise coming from the sky. He raised his head and saw clouds of white magic falcons flying in their direction. They were in the valley close to the city. After the valley, the white magic falcons would find the houses, residents, streets, schools, and the main quarantine zone where all the infected were kept. Although the residents nearby had been evacuated to prevent the plague from spreading further, once the white magic falcons intruded into the city, these flying demon beasts would quickly reap the lives of the helpless residents. There was nothing they could possibly do. The army of white magic falcons was getting closer. Beyond the faint mist, Mo Fan could see a silver creature flapping its wings much higher in the sky. It was leading a few other massive demon beasts and flying toward Hangzhou City. "What is that?" "The silver-colored one," said Mo Fan in deep terror. "It's the Silver Skyruler, the dominator of West Ridge. It is the reason why the Heavenly Eagles revolted," said Lingling. "Things are getting out of hand. God knows how disastrous it would be if the ruler-level demon beast invaded the city," said Mo Fan. The calamity of Bo City was only the work of a commander-level Darkwing Wolf, and yet so many people had died. What kind of nightmare would a ruler-level creature and its army, which was big enough to shroud the night sky, bring to the city? However, in order to resolve the situation, they needed the red falcon herbs inside the bracelet. Even when Councilman Luo Mion was swallowed into the snake's stomach, he was still clenching it hard, as it was his final bargaining chip. He would destroy the antidote that Wang Xiaojun had brought back, unless they were willing to let him go. What could they possibly do? Mo Fan felt extremely lost. The black totem snake raised his head and uttered a roar at the white magic falcons in the air. The white magic falcons rapidly flew past them and headed straight for Hangzhou City. Some of them had begun diving, as if they had discovered delicious prey on the ground. Humans who were not magicians were extremely weak. They had no chance of protecting themselves. The black totem snake was infuriated. Hangzhou was considered his territory. How could he allow the demon beasts to act ruthlessly in his territory? With a wriggle, he traveled across the valley and moved quickly toward Hangzhou City. His size was like a mountain. The people of Hangzhou City could clearly see his enormous head and body moving toward them despite the distance between them. A deep ravine was left behind where he passed, lining up parallel to the canals flowing out from the city. The streets were filled with screams. People who were hiding in the buildings could not hide from the claws of the white demon birds. Casualties began to appear. Luckily, the place was one of the earliest parts to be evacuated, thus the situation was not the worst. The white magic falcons poured down like white raindrops. They scattered across the edge of the city. As they were capable of flying, many magicians were helpless against them. They could only watch them destroying the city and killing the civilians. More shockingly, a massive snake had just arrived at the edge of the city. The guards were more afraid of it than the white magic falcons. As the black totem snake arrived at the edge of the city, he opened his mouth and spat out a poisonous mist at the white magic falcons. Within a few seconds after inhaling the poison, they had turned into stiff corpses on the ground. The black totem snake's poison was strong enough to kill the white magic falcons instantly. The groups of demon beasts fell rapidly from the sky and smashed into bloody piles as they hit the ground. The poisonous mist enveloped the sky close to the edge of the city. It slowly formed a poisonous barrier on its edge to define its territory. If the white magic falcons trespassed into it, they would turn into stiff corpses instantly. Thousands of white magic falcons had died in the poisonous mist. The army of white magic falcons thought they could abuse their numbers to break through the barrier, but every single one of them ended up dead. The poisonous gas lingered in the sky without spreading toward where the humans were. The residents thought they were doomed and had prepared themselves for a brutal death. To their surprise, the poisonous mist had stopped the white demon beasts from reaching them. They stared at the skyscraping snake who was forcing his way into the city. "Is he protecting us?" asked an intermediate magician. Behind the female battle mage stood a group of elderly who were being transferred from the aged care center. These older folks did not receive the order to evacuate in time, as if they had been abandoned in the aged care center. Society had no time to care about their well-being, apart from the female battle mage who had arrived a few moments ago to protect them. The elderly raised their heads and saw the skyscraping snake stopping the invasion of the white magic falcons with the poisonous mist. In the midst of their astonishment and joy, they recalled an old tale related to Hangzhou City. It was said that something was protecting the city. It was a gigantic snake who could wall up the city by joining his tail to his head. The black totem snake stood at the edge of the city. He raised his head, staring at the white magic falcons that were targeting him. In his eyes, the white magic falcons were like a pack of mosquitoes and flies. They were nothing to be afraid of, regardless of their number. The massive beast continued to spit out poison. The barrier grew thicker. He would not let a single white magic falcon break through. He suddenly raised his head up high after being aware of something. His glistening eyes looked high up into the sky. The silver Skyruler was flying right above him. Similarly, the silver Skyruler stared at the black totem snake on the ground. It uttered a furious cry, as if it were aware of a great threat. The sharp cry echoed throughout the entire city. Chapter 399. The Cold-Blooded Skyruler? Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. In the sky above the city, Elder Li Tian and Commander Yunfeng were surrounded by a water barrier. Sharp silver feathers were being fired at them like a wild storm. The barrier only managed to protect against a wave of the feathers, before they were shattered into pieces. Their bodies were soon covered with bruises and wounds. The silver Skyruler was extremely cunning. It seemed rather familiar with how human magicians cast their spells. The humans who were fighting it were all super magicians, and the only spells that could actually penetrate its armor of feathers were super spells. The demon bird was able to manipulate its feathers at will. They were circling around him like blades, forming a zone of blades as protection. Not only was the zone its unbreakable defense, it could fire them at its targets, too. The silver feathers were extremely troublesome for the super magicians to deal with. Every time they tried to cast a super spell, the feathers would lock them down, not giving them any chance to finish constructing the Star Palace. Constructing a Star Palace was a complicated process, involving connecting 7 star constellations. Only a few people were able to do it in a short amount of time. At least, Li Tian, Yunfeng, Zhu Meng, Tang Zong, Zhu Meng, and the others were not able to do it. They were fairly powerful, and able to cast advanced spells almost instantly. Unfortunately, none of them were strong enough to penetrate the silver Skyruler's zone of feathers. It was like a defensive tornado revolving around the demon beast. Any destructive spells ended up shattering after making contact with the zone. What should we do? If we don't find a way to break through its defense, we can't even inflict any damage to it, said Elder Li Tian asked, frowning. Their castings of super magic were always interrupted, and the advanced spells were totally useless. The silver Skyruler utilized its zone of feathers perfectly. It was almost unbeatable. We have to break it at all cost, shouted Councilman Zhu Meng furiously. His magic was the most destructive among the super magicians. Under Wu Pingjing's protection, he was able to control the powerful lightning element, quickly withdrawing a distance away. 5 star constellations formed in his surroundings. He had aligned the stars at an insane pace. The nebula and star patterns of the star constellations were swiftly illustrated. It was not something that an ordinary super magician could do. It seems to be looking at the ground. It's distracted. Councilman Zhu Meng, this is our chance, yelled Wu Pingjing. Wu Pingjing had already braced himself for a rain of feathers pouring at him. To his surprise, the silver Skyruler had shifted his attention to the ground. It appeared that something there had infuriated it. Zhu Meng and Wu Pingjing had no time to worry about what was happening on the ground. Zhu Meng was fully focused on drawing the last 2 star constellations. The 7 star constellations were constructed. The densely packed stars combined into a magnificent galaxy. The nebula had joined the stars together, resulting in a stunning star pattern. The combination of the perfectly aligned star patterns formed mysterious star constellations. The star constellations continued to connect with one another, forming a majestic star palace. Dark purple lightning flickered wildly within 100 meters of Councilman Zhiping's position. He had drawn out a lightning halberd in the sky. The lightning halberd was flung out fiercely. Its size continued to grow along the way. One after another, more lightning halberds swept across the sky, forming 9 lightning trails. The lightning rays flew right at the silver Skyruler's featherblade domain. A lightning cage constructed by 9 towering pillars appeared, trapping the silver Skyruler within it. Although the lightning punishment was not as powerful as the formation that had trapped the black totem snake, it was more than enough to keep the silver Skyruler busy for a while. The silver Skyruler was infuriated when it saw the lightning bolt surging toward it from all directions. It tried to barge out of the cage, but realized that the strongest entrapping spell among all super spells was not something it could break out of easily. Its body began to fall, bringing the lightning cage with it. The lightning punishment fell together with the demon bird. At a certain height, the silver Skyruler suddenly uttered a shrieking call. The piercing cry echoed in the night sky among the army of white magic falcons. The white magic falcons that were trying to break through the poisonous mist quickly altered their course and gathered together, hearing their leaders summon. What is it trying to do, calling it pawns over? Does it think they are strong enough to break the lightning punishment? Said Councilman Zhiping. As soon as Councilman Zhiping finished his sentence, the army of white magic falcons started slamming into the lightning punishment like giant white nets. The first batch of the white magic falcons consisted of over 100 of them in total. It was highly possible that they were grouped according to their nests, judging from their synchronized movements. However, as soon as they made contact with the lightning chains between the lightning halberds, their bodies crumbled instantly and turned into sprinkling blood. After the first batch of white magic falcons was killed, more of them charged in the direction of the lightning punishment recklessly. There were warrior-level demon beasts mixed among them, yet similar to the servant-class demon beasts, they had no chance against the overwhelming power of the super lightning element spell. More white magic falcons collided with the lightning punishment under the silver Skyruler's order, like flying moths diving into a fire. Thousands of them had died within a few seconds. The droplets of blood had turned into a blood mist covering more than a few kilometers. It was a bizarre sight. Councilman Zhiping was stunned. He could not believe the ruler-level demon beast would send its people to death just so it could break free from the entrapment as soon as possible. Finally, the seal of the lightning punishment began to shudder due to the endless waves of kamikaze birds. Its power gradually diminished. When the silver Skyruler saw that its plan was working, it uttered another cry, demanding the white magic falcons sacrifice themselves. These low-class creatures were too petty compared to a high-lineage demon beast. Even though the lightning punishment was fairly strong, it could only entrap the silver Skyruler for a limited time. To prevent itself from getting hurt, the silver Skyruler had chosen to sacrifice thousands of the white magic falcons. The cold-blooded silver Skyruler finally escaped from the lightning chains. It rose into the sky once again, its feathers standing upright. Countless silver feathers were immediately fired at the 5 super magicians in the night sky. The feathers were extremely sharp. Any ordinary defense was unable to resist them. Wu Pingjing was in charge of protecting Councilman Zhiping. He had already used defensive equipment and spells at the same time, but they could not hold off the silver rays. His body was punctured with holes. The silver rays continued to fly toward Zhiping with his blood. Zhiping's left shoulder was penetrated, leaving a huge bloody hole. He endured the pain and flew toward Wu Pingjing, dragging him away from the rain of feathers with his fastest speed. Chapter 400 Black Totem Snake vs. Silver Skyruler, Part 1, Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Wu Pingjing was severely injured. If it weren't for Councilman Zhiping dragging him away from the endless silver rays, he would be a deformed corpse by now. Dongfang quickly came over and escorted them away. The holes on Wu Pingjing's pale body meant he was losing blood at a crazy rate. He glanced at Councilman Zhiping with a feeble look and said, "Councilman, I'm afraid we are no match for the demon beast. I've lost the ability to fight, and you're injured too. We should retreat to the city's defensive barrier." Nonsense. If we retreat now, who's going to stop this monster? Do you have any idea how destructive any of its attacks are to the city? If the destructive force lands on any hospital or school, thousands of people will die, declared Councilman Zhiping furiously. Councilman Zhiping stared at the silver Skyruler coldly. He couldn't have cared less about the bleeding wound on his shoulder. He was not a cold-blooded authority figure like the silver Skyruler, who was willing to send thousands of its people to die in vain. Humans were different because they were sentimental and had feelings. Every life had its own meaning. As a councilman, if he did not care about the millions of lives in the city and ran away just to save himself, how different was he than the demon beasts? So what if he were injured? As long as he stopped the cruel demon beasts from invading the city, as long as he could prevent a huge number of lives from diminishing, even death would be worth it. These goddamn demon beasts, I'll let you know that invading human territory is the stupidest idea you had in your whole life. Councilman Zhiping clenched his teeth and activated the equipment that he had not used before. Sky Thunder Royal Armor. The battle had lasted throughout the night. The sky had slightly lit up in the east. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky all of a sudden, lightening up the entire city. It felt like a bolt of punishment sent by God. The astonishing lightning landed on Councilman Zhiping's body. Plate armor covered with lightning arcs draped over his body, equipping itself from his head to his ankles. It was a magnificent lightning armor set, like a gift from heaven. A pair of fiery wings appeared on Councilman Zhiping's back. He had suddenly turned into a fully equipped knight, with control over the strongest lightning and fire elements. The lightning and fire elements were the most destructive among all elements. Councilman Zhiping flapped the fiery wings and charged at the silver Skyruler. He activated another piece of equipment along the flight. Raging flames burned on his palm. It spread wildly into his surroundings, and transformed into a red pike. As soon as the pike appeared, a red sun rose between the mountains. Councilman Zhiping grabbed the pike and dashed across the sun. The pike burned fiercer as if it had been strengthened by the sunlight. The sky was dyed blazing red. Councilman Zhiping was extremely tiny compared to the silver Skyruler, but the power he held in his hand was overwhelming. The zone of feathers revolving around his figure quickly burned to ashes after reaching the flames from the pike. Councilman Zhiping dashed into the silver Skyruler's domain. The sharp feathered blades tried to avoid contact with the flames to get closer to Councilman Zhiping, but they were stopped by the lightning armor. The fiery figure dashed forward, leaving a burning trail behind. The silver defense was torn apart, as the wildfire burned half of the silver domain. Its outstanding power left Tangyues, Li Tian, and Yunfeng with blank faces. The silver domain was finally broken apart. Councilman Zhiping had managed to break through it with the lightning royal armor and the rising sun pike. It was the only progress that had made since the start of the battle. However, that alone was not enough to take the silver Skyruler's life. The silver Skyruler stared at Councilman Zhiping coldly, its eyes flickering with disdain. It flung its giant wings at him as he was approaching it. Although Councilman Zhiping had broken into the silver Skyruler's domain, and even though he was using the fire and lightning on the silver Skyruler, his power was nowhere enough to penetrate the silver Skyruler's defense. As the demon beast's wings struck him, he immediately turned into a meteor with a mix of purple and red, falling rapidly from the sky. Councilman Zhiping crashed at the edge of the city. The entire street was destroyed from the impact. Luckily, the place was long evacuated. Otherwise, many innocent lives would have been lost. Among the debris, the magic pike was now a slowly extinguishing flame. The armor had managed to save his life, but it was shattered into pieces, too. Councilman Zhiping spat out mouthfuls of blood. He struggled to his feet and glared at the silver Skyruler in the sky. The Dominator of Westridge was far stronger than he had imagined. Councilman Zhiping cast a helpless glance at the city behind him. He could imagine that the city was going to be reduced to ruins in the near future, the number of lives that would be lost. And everything had happened because of his inability. Only Commander Yunfeng, Elder Li Tian, and Tangfang remained in the sky. Among them, only Yunfeng's strength was slightly stronger than Councilman Zhu Meng. The rest were still not adept when it came to using super magic. While they were clueless of what to do, a deafening roar was heard from the direction of the city. A black mist rose into the air, carrying a gigantic snake the size of a skyscraper. The snake broke through the army of white magic falcons. None of them dared to get close to him due to the poisonous mist around him. He was flying rapidly to where the Silver Skyruler was. The Silver Skyruler had placed its attention at the ground throughout the battle. The Black Totem Snake was exactly what it was worried about. When the Black Totem Snake reached the same height as the Silver Skyruler, it immediately cried out, as if it were scared of the Black Totem Snake getting close to it. It continuously summoned its white army nearby, which again flew at the Black Totem Snake like moths flying into a flame. They all slammed into the poisonous mist. The Silver Skyruler had its domain of sharp feathers, which left the super magicians totally helpless. Similarly, the Black Totem Snake also had an incomparable domain, the barrier of poisonous gas.